The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
It's time for round two. Welcome to Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. We are here for the second round of our New South Wales Motocross State Titles. We are in the Lake Macquarie Council City region. We've had our opening round at ACT in Canberra. We had a few winners there. We had a few people going to look to rebound here at round number two. So we've got a big day of racing ahead. I'm David Hogan. I'm joined by my fellow commentator, Russell Hicks. Russ, welcome to Lake Macquarie.
Dave, thank you very much, mate. I am really excited to be here. This is my local club, here pretty regularly with a lot of our sponsored riders here as well. Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club is a really special place. It's the home of champions. We've seen riders like Craig and Danny Anderson come out of here. There's been riders like Joe Roberts and even Hunter Lawrence, the famous Hunter Lawrence. He actually won a state title back here, back in the day. So this is an amazing track, steeped in history and prestige. It is a fast, flowy track. It's notorious for having a dry, hard-packed base. So it's going to be a little bit different to what we saw in Canberra. It's got huge elevation working up the hills here. We refer to those as horsepower hills. Its line selection is going to be absolutely everything today. And generally speaking, we are always chasing moisture in this track.
That's definitely going to be the case here. Obviously, we've done our track preview yesterday. It was rather dry because the track crew hadn't started getting to that watering system just yet, but they've popped water down this morning. The track's probably in a very nice condition at the moment, but it's going to change massively throughout the day. As you said, they're going to chase the watering all day here. The area itself has been rather dry over the last few months. Not massive amounts of rain in this area. I live in this area, not too far from this area as well. My place is pretty dried out, so we're going to have a bit of a struggle probably across the day trying to keep moisture in it. But the track won't get super deep, I don't think. Maybe there will be some spots that will because of that lack of moisture aspect in the dirt. But we've got plenty of action today ahead. We've already got practice and qualifying out on track. And, you know, obviously everyone's starting to get the feel for the track, but it's going to change massively. We're going to have plenty of action. You're going to have to stay tuned to the broadcast all day and all weekend because we're going to be back again tomorrow, obviously doing it again for our seniors. But plenty of action for us to come this weekend.
Absolutely, mate. This track is going to reward line selection. It's going to reward smart riders. There's a lot of corners that have an inside line and an outside line, and they're massively different. So it's going to really reward the rider that can figure it out and really play it smart. The sun's starting to poke out from behind the clouds right now. The biggest thing for the track crew is the wind. If we get a breeze, it takes the moisture out of that top layer very, very quickly. We can handle some sun, but the wind is going to be the thing that's going to change the track for us. So if you look closely at the track right now, you can see that there's a lot of mulch within the track. The track prep crew add that in to try and hold that moisture when they rip it up. So we're going to see how that goes over the day. I didn't see too many scoop tyres in the car park this morning.
I saw one.
So we're going to see how that goes, but tyre choice is going to be very interesting. It's a fast and flowy track, some big jumps on it. It's going to be a great weekend of racing.
It definitely is. Now we're talking all about the track at the moment, so I think it's probably a good time to head to our track preview. I was out there yesterday. I got a look at the track, had a bit of a ride. It was very dry and dusty, so just go easy on the comments this time for me after ACT. We brought a different bike out. We brought out the Yamaha Motor Australia bike this time, so thanks for them for bringing that, letting me have a go on that one. But let's head to our track preview, and then we'll get in. When we come back, we'll be back into our racing action.
It's time for round 2. New South Wales Motocross State Titles. Our host club for this weekend is Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. And this is our track preview with myself, David Hogan, and I'm on board the Yamaha Motor Australia WR250F. Let's see what's in store for this weekend's track. We've got a long and wide first start straight here at Lake Macquarie. Turn 1, you barely even shut off. The Brave will hold it on all the way around turn 1 as they head up to turn 2, and this is our Dantia berm. Now turn 2 and turn 3 here, they're both 180-degree turns. There's going to be a lot of bumping and a lot of passing on the opening lap in these sections of the track. We've got 2 rollers on this racetrack. This set, a bit wider, a bit more rolled out, a bit easier to navigate as we hit this Risen Unlimited berm. And we're going to head down the hill here, a couple of jumps, and we're going to head straight into our whole shot graphics berm ahead of 2 big jumps to head up the hill. Here's jump 1. Got to get up and over that tabletop. And this one's a bit bigger again as we head to the first of our 2 horsepower hills. Got a drag race all the way up the hill here. Tight 180 turn. You're going to drop back down the hill, hard on the gas again. Now down this hill is going to develop into a lot of ruts. We're going to have a lot of braking bumps across the weekend. At the moment here, it's nice and smooth and dry, a little bit marbly, not much water in the track, but horsepower hill number 2. Number 2, you're going to float up over that step up. Now you've got an option here to go inside or outside. Inside, so you're not going to really make this step up as I did here. You can flow outside and you'll jump it, but you risk getting past. As we go down the hill, 3 tabletops here to go past the scoring tower, over our finish line jump. And now this lap is not over here at Lake Macquarie. You're going to drop down here across the start straight and head to the bottom of the circuit. Now at the bottom of the circuit here, we've got a right-hander that's going to have a split option. There's going to be an inside rut, or you can go to the berm like I did. Here's our second set of rollers. A little bit shorter set, but they're a bit taller, a bit sharper, a bit nastier to get through. Around the corner here, over a short little tabletop. We're going to make a run here from the bottom of the circuit. We're going to go all the way up the hill. Little step over jump here, and then a split option to come back onto the main part of our circuit. And that's a lap here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. Lots of racing ahead. Plenty of things to change as the track develops, but we're looking forward to a big weekend of racing. Subscribe to the Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube page to watch the live stream all weekend. Good luck to all of our competitors. And this track preview, it was brought to you by the Always Moto YouTube channel and Skywalker Studios.
All right, welcome back to our coverage this morning of the round 2. Sorry, just thought I was off mic there. Yes, welcome back to round 2. We are getting underway this morning here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. We've got some of our smallest riders out on track at the moment. It's the 6 to 9 years, 50cc motorcycles. And Russ, these little guys, they get to check out this track, but it's a big circuit with lots of elevation for these bikes to be ripping up the hills on. And it's a bit loamy and a bit slippery at the moment with the water, the fresh water that's been down this morning.
Mate, absolutely. I said it at round 1. I'll say it again the entire season. I'm most impressed by these guys. It's a very small bike with not a lot of power and very small wheels. It makes everything really, really challenging. But I think because this is more of a hard-packed track, the 50s are going to have a better run than they did at Canberra. That was a deep, ruddy track, and that's very difficult with these small bikes.
Time in the morning, Russ here at Lake Macquarie with the qualifying sessions going down. Everybody gets the nerves up, the anxiety's up, trying to make sure the bike's ready to go out on track.
Mate, absolutely. We've already seen a few little yellow flags out in practice, so I dare say that's a little bit of nerves coming into play immediately from a few of these riders having a couple tip overs and a few little incidences already. I did notice the rescue buggies going around and picking up a couple of bikes, so there's already been a little bit of action here this morning. But right now, Dave, I'm standing over here where the whole shot line is going to be called all day. We've got our sponsorship banners in the background from the National Motorcycle Alliance to Risen, Kennard Tire, Whole Shot Graphics and Dentia. This is where it's all going to be make or break. This is a fast track, as we mentioned before, and therefore the whole shot is incredibly important. If you can get that shot, get that whole shot and break away from the crowd early, it's going to give you the breathing room that you need. That's going to be especially important if this track does dry out and it turns into a bit of a dust bowl. Getting out and getting clean air and clean vision is going to be critical to success today.
Yeah, that first turn area at this track too is quite a fast flowing section of the track. As we saw in our track preview, you barely have to shut off going into turn one. If you get the right sweeping motion through there, you'll basically only shut off when you get to that point, Russ, that you were just pointing out there for our whole shot line right to the entry of turn two there. So it will be all guns a-blazing heading to that section of the track this morning when they start dropping the gate later on.
Yeah, that's right. Now I'm just watching number 23, Matafiglioga, coming through the rollers there. He just come into turn, I guess it's turn 3, Dave, the Kennard's higher turn here. This is a fairly iconic corner here at Lakes. You've just done the really fast start straight, that sweeping left-hander, and then you come into a flat turn corner. There's no berm here at all. It forms up with a couple of deep ruts. When it's really wet and boggy, this will be a tricky spot that will catch especially the smaller bikes out, but even some of the big bikes can get caught in here as well. There's a young rider right in front of me that's just exactly what I'm talking about. He's just caught a foot peg. It stopped him dead in his tracks and really stuffed up his run into the rollers heading up the hill. So this is going to be a really interesting point to watch all weekend, this technical little flat corner here before those rollers.
We had some great action in that corner last year at our state titles too, Russ. I remember some exchanges there on opening laps, but also throughout the moto. Particularly, I remember Claire Pollard and Ada Harris having a good go between themselves there in some of those 180 corners, particularly that one, because a couple of ruts, like you said, would form up. They would get different options, and it also then give them, it's a challenge then to have a run at that next section of track because of that rollers. If you go tight, you don't really get a good run at the rollers, so you don't have as much speed to carry across the top of them. But if you go a little bit wider, take a more of a flowing line, you get a better drive and run at the rollers. So it is an interesting section of track, particularly given that it is a flat corner and probably one of the few flat corners without a berm on this circuit here at Lake Macquarie.
That's right, Dave, and I think that's why riders tend to dive to the inside there. Number 23 using an outside line right now as we speak, and to me, I think that's going to be the pick this morning, mate, is going wide right up against the Kennard's higher banner and getting that horsepower to get through those rollers. Now, those rollers are really interesting. They aren't necessarily big enough for some of the smaller bikes to actually double through them. You might see a few of the bigger bikes attempting that today, but some of these smaller bikes, they have to roll through them one by one. There's a bit of a technique. Do you keep that front wheel high and try and hook it over the next one? Do you keep both wheels on the ground? Different riders, different styles. There's one rider going through there right now that had his front wheel right up, and another rider's just gone down in those rollers as we're speaking. So this is going to be a super important part of the track. That young rider's struggling to get up. Might have had the wind knocked out of him, I think. He looks okay, but yeah, this is already proven to be an action-packed section, Dave.
That section of track, Russ, you're going to find all those kids with their pump track skills from the BMX bikes and you know, those cross track mountain bikes as such, because you got to get the legs working in that section. You got to pump the bike up and down to keep the rear wheel on the ground and driving you forward, particularly on the little bikes. So yeah, all these kids that are out there on the pump tracks on the weekends, they're going to have a good time through that section.
Look, it also really comes into play, Dave, the moisture in the track as well. As the day goes on, if the breeze comes up, the sun's out, those rollers are going to get baked. Once they're fully baked, they are going to be very, very slippery. There's going to be almost no traction. You're wide open in second or maybe third gear. A lot of wheel spin potential there, and you will see riders battling the bike, kicking left and right as they work their way up that hill. One of the most successful ways that I've seen it handled is to try and get the double. So try and pump the bike down, use the suspension, preload it, and try and launch through those rollers. Double.
And the best part of this track too, Russ, we've got that roller section that you were talking about here on that main section, the uphill version. But down the very bottom of our circuit, we've got a very different set of rollers. More Supercross type rollers there, or whoops as we say. They're a bit, and they're just getting in the drone shot there at the very bottom of our screen. But they're a bit taller, a bit tighter spacing. Very different aspect of it. So they've got two different sets here to tackle this weekend.
That's right, Dave. And that back section of the track you just referred to, I'll actually make my way down there a bit later on this morning and check that out. It's a little bit out of the vision of most of our spectators. The drone will be able to get in there a little bit, but there is actually quite a fair bit of tree coverage as well. That turn, that sweeping right-hand bend that leads into the rollers you were just referring about is another corner where a lot of moves are made. You've come across the start straight. The bikes are going absolutely full speed into there. There is a defined inside line, and there is a high berm to use there with the Motorcycle New South Wales banners and Skywalker Studio banners there as well. Those two lines lead into those more Supercrossy style whoops or rollers going across the back section, but that little back area can really change the race. There's a lot of spaces and areas there to make passes. There's a back tabletop. There's a big sweeping left-hand bend at the bottom, and then a big horsepower run from the very bottom of the track all the way up to where I'm standing here at turn 1, mate. So that section is going to be worth keeping an eye on.
Well, there's plenty of options down there too, as you're mentioning, that split lane into it, but then the whoops give you different options, and then they run out of it. There's a big roller on the inside to come back onto the main section of track, but you can go and sweep around the outside of it. It's only a half split lane there sort of thing. So there is plenty of space for people to make moves, not to follow their competitors through the sections and just hope that their line flows better and they make a move past them in different areas as they come back up to the main section. But yeah, there's actually a lot of space on this track, Russ, to make moves because of some of these bowl turns, because of the berms that they've got there, also the flat corners that have multiple ruts going through them. But there is a bit of section of this track where it's one-lined at times because there is only maybe one line to go through that's the best line, as in the fast line. Particularly one that's going to be that way will be our National Motorcycle Alliance corner that's up into the hillside. Not quite the top of the track, but pretty close too. But there is other options as well. I talked about in our track preview, the very top of the hill, there's a step over jump, but you've got an inside or an outside. And if you go inside, chances are you don't make that step over, but if you go outside and leave the door open, you might get past, but you will make the the step over jump. So there's plenty of options here, Russ. We can do plenty of different things here at this track to make a move and not follow around the race course here at Lake Macquarie.
That's right, Dave. I think that from my history here, doing a little bit of commentating, a little bit of announcing over the years here at Lakes, there's just so many great battles that happen here because the track is nice and wide, and like you mentioned, there is a ton of options for passing. Yeah, there is a couple of corners that can be a little bit one line, but generally speaking, Lakes is a fast track with lots of passing options. So we'll see leadership chop back and forth throughout every race, throughout the day. There's a ton of options. There's options that suit the more technical rider. There's options that suit the more send-it rider. There's a lot of big jumps, a lot of fast corners. I think on the 450s and the bigger bikes, you will see them be able to dive to the inside and try and make some of those lines work. On the littler bikes, you're absolutely right. You have to take a certain line to be able to clear those jumps. The main tabletop in the middle, which is referred to as the center, that jump in particular, if you're on a smaller bike, let's say the 85s, 65s and 50s, you have to rail that whole shot berm to be able to have enough speed and momentum to clear center. If you're on the 450, you can cut down early or run around the inside and you'll probably still be able to clear it.
All right, just watching our next lot of riders take to the track, and this should be our 12 to 14 years. Let me double check that. Yes, 12 to 14 years, 85cc class heading out onto the circuit. So in this one, we should be seeing a Yamaha probably right near the front of our pack, trying to get some clear air to get a qualifying session in. And we were talking to this young man before qualifying started here. It's a 262 Blake Bohannon. He's the man. He's been on an absolute tear in recent times here, Russ, with his results. getting the win in this class at ACT, but also he was at the opening round of the Nationals for it down in Wonthaggi there for our Pro MX series, and he got a 1-1 day there. I believe that was on the 125 class as well. So, yeah, Blake Bohannon's going to be one to watch here later today on board that Yamaha Motor Australia bike.
Absolutely, mate. And even though it is just practice, Blake is where he wants to be, which is well out in front from the first turn all the way coming down the straight now towards the finish line. Blake is just, like you said, absolutely on fire. Everyone else here is fighting for second place and back, mate. He absolutely owns this class. He's a great kid, softly spoken, rides the bike really, really smooth. These bikes in the 85s and the 125 class, being that race bike two-stroke, they're known for being what we call on the pipe, as in the bike is revving, it's loud, you can hear it a mile away. When Blake comes past you, the bike is calm and quiet. He rides these bikes so smoothly, it's hard to believe it's going as fast as it really is. He's coming up past me right now, and the bike is always composed. It's mid-revs. He's so smooth. He's not fighting the bike. Very, very calm and totally in control.
Yes, he's going to be one to watch for not just this weekend, but for a very long time yet to come, particularly in Australian motocross, and maybe he'll get to that international stage at some point here. He's already been on that stage at some races over the last year or so as well, getting a sneaky look at some of them into Europe and whatnot. So he's getting some exposure. We're just watching some of his competitors on the circuit on the screen at the moment. We've got the 280 and we've got the 29 there on track, and the 29 will be, I believe that's Maxie Harris, if I'm not mistaken, which is not actually listed in my thing here, but I'm pretty sure that's Maxie. It is. He's got a different number, meant to be 129, so maybe he's got a different number on the bike for this particular class. And the 280s, Kai Sproul. Just get a nice little wheelie up the hill to get over that little step over. Was Kai. Now all those guys there, they were going wide at the top of the hill, like I was talking about before, trying to get that run over that top of the hill jump where you got to step over the hill a bit. And horsepower's key at that point to get a good lap time. And obviously being qualifying, that's what these kids are about to start doing. They'll get their green flag lap here shortly, and the times will start counting for their gate picks later on for Moto 1. So a clean lap is key here, Russ, this morning, and the track's probably at a really good point for these kids. Plenty of grip. Sun's not too low anymore, so they'll be right loving it right now.
That's right, Dave. The track is looking good, although I'm standing up here looking at a few of the track crew already pumping water into this thing. There is a few dry sections already starting to show up, so I think it's going to be exactly what we said this morning. It's going to be challenging to keep moisture within the track. You can see the end of the first rollers already starting to change colour, starting to dry out. As they go around the Risen Banner corner there, the first little double, that's starting to change colour, coming down into the big triple. The track conditions are going to change today drastically. The track's looking nice and dark and lots of grip right now. That's not going to last. It's going to be dusty. It's going to be dried out. It'll be just interesting to see when that happens.
Well, Russ, you're saying that it looks dark at the moment, but some of our overhead shots that we've been watching, you can already see very distinct colour changes in the dirt in some sections. Some sections look really good, really nice and dark and moist, and obviously there's a bit of mulch in some of those bits, particularly across the start straight area, but some of the other sections on our hillside, they're not looking great already, so we're going to be chasing a track here pretty soon, I would say.
Yeah, I didn't pack my dust mask this morning, Dave, so it could be a bit of a concern for me later on.
I did warn you, and my track preview yesterday, we had a lot of dry conditions out there, and they've obviously put water down, and they're going to continue to do so. But yeah, I think you're going to be breathing in a little bit of that fine Lake Macquarie soil later today.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I was distracted by the serious riding talent that was on the screen yesterday, mate, on that beautiful WR that you were riding. So I really wasn't paying attention to what you were saying, mate. I was just mesmerised by the skill set that I was viewing.
Oh, look, I appreciate the kind words this week compared to last time in Canberra. It's you're making up for it. I like it. Watching some of our riders up the top of our circuit. This is a different angle. This is of that very top jump I've been talking about. There's that inside run where you will be fighting traction to get up and over and get a chance to jump that. If you go wide, you're going to get the run to jump it. But like I said, you'll be leaving the door open. So we get a nice look down the hill here as well. So there's plenty of challenging parts to our circuit here. But you can see that longer section there, the tops of those tabletops, where they won't really ride too often, but they are the drier sections at the moment of the circuit. Get another look here. This is down our hill, in the inner portion of the hill here. They come almost right to the top, and you can see some of how deep and dark that rut is there that we're just looking at, and as a rider goes down in that section on our drone shot as well. The track is challenging right now for these kids. Another big stream from our hose there. Our track crew just continuing to pump water where they can. That dam's going to get a workout today, so are the water pumps around the circuit here. But you can see that overhead shot. There are some very different tones to those dirt sections of our race circuit today.
Dave, I've just come down to the back section for the first time today. I haven't made it down here previously. It's looking good. There's a ton of moisture in this back section. The rollers are definitely looking peaked up. The track crew have set these rollers up to where they are almost a set of whoops. Watching a few of the riders go through. There's a few lines being picked between that inside split lane and the outside line as well. A few riders are trying to skim them. I noticed Blake Bohannon coming through, lifting the front wheel high and trying to wheelie through the first 2 or 3 and then doubling his way out. On the way out, there is a fairly flat corner. It's really boggy and wet on the inside, so most of the riders are using the outside of that corner, wrapping around to the back tabletop, and then this huge sweeping left-hand bend. This corner is a ton of fun down here with the Motorcycle New South Wales banners on it, and it sets the guys up for a little bit of a double here, and then you got this hip kind of roller jump before you back onto that main straight. So this section, as we mentioned earlier, really changes the races over the day. Coming down from the start straight, setting up for this split lane, getting through the rollers, over the back tabletop and heading back up the hill, a lot can change in this small section of track.
Now, Russ, I'm just on a bit of a tangent here. I've been listening to you talk there about the bottom section being, probably the nicer part of the track at the moment in terms of the moisture and the line prep and how it's a bit whooped out down there with the roller section. Thinking some setup tips here for this morning, and obviously our circuit is very different from what we had in Canberra. And would there be any changes that you think we'd be making here? Like, I'm just thinking about maybe some gearing some gearing changes on sprockets to be getting better drive up the hill, but then also, we're at such a higher pace, I would think, average speed across this circuit. We're maybe going to have to go a few clicks in on compression on the bikes, but we're not talking scoop tyres, or at least I did see one this morning, but I don't think we're talking scoop tyres for today here at Lakes with this dirt that's going to get nice and hard pack. Anything else you're thinking here, Russ, for a setup side of things?
Look, I think the setup is completely different to Canberra. I think that there is a lot faster sections. I'm standing here at the bottom of what we would refer to as kind of that start straight. It crosses the start straight and then wraps around down the back of the canteen and heads into that back section. This is a really fast section of the track that develops a lot of braking bumps coming into this sweeping right-hand bend before the rear rollers or whoops. This is a section where if your setup isn't right, as in your suspension setup isn't right, the bike's going to become uncontrollable. It's bouncing around and moving a lot underneath you. So I think suspension here is critical because you are moving at such a higher pace than what we saw at Canberra. Also, going up these hills, we all refer to them as horsepower hills because you can see that the bikes that are pushing out a little bit more power, that's where they're going to be able to make those moves. You'll see riders swinging off the back. Their bum will be right back off the rear guard, throttle wide open and searching for grip and trying to push that rear tyre down into the ground. I don't think we're going to see too many scoop tyres out here today, mate, being that there is a hard pack base underneath Lakes and it's well known for that. But I think suspension for high speed stuff is going to be absolutely critical.
Yeah, those high speed bits, I'm wondering if some people might have, done a rear sprocket change, just one tooth or something to get a bit more top-end speed out of the bike. Maybe not. It's probably not too necessary depending on where they've set their bikes up. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Those hills yesterday doing that track preview, you basically turn the corner, pull the throttle to the stop and just start shifting gears until you reach the top, right? Like it is a fast circuit here. It's wide open spaces at times.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. There's going to be a lot of stretched throttle cables here today, I think. It's one of those ones where you can watch them going up the hill, just trying to get every tiny bit of horsepower that's left in these bikes out of them and into that rear tyre. Now, I believe tyre pressure is going to play into this as well. You're really looking for that grip because it's no good winding the bike wide open and that rear tyre spinning and you're not going anywhere. So you need the grip, you need the horsepower, and you need the suspension to be right.
Yeah, a lot of the crews will be probably making some adjustments after this first session to these machines to just get their riders a bit more comfortable. They're probably watching them closely to see where they're struggling at out on track, and then they'll make the appropriate adjustments to try and get them just a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more speed. But then they're probably going to have to do that across the day, and they'll be watching some of our coverage here to try and see what some of the other bikes out on circuit are struggling with as the day develops, and watch for lines and change their setup adjustments accordingly. Now I think this session here is just about to come to an end. We've got the checkered flag out. We're going to have our next ones coming out here shortly. Unfortunately, we don't have any timing set up on our screens at the moment, so I can't give you any information regarding who is getting top qualifying positions at this point. Apologise for that. We'll get our timing and stuff linked up here shortly, hopefully. But for the time being, just know that was the 12 and 14 years 85s out on track. And we will be going to what should be next would be our 14 to 16 years 85 cc's on track here very, very shortly as we just watch the rest of them wrap up. There's a 280 again on his Yamaha, Kai Sproul. I think we've got the number 2 there as well. Archie, no, that's not, wrong class, sorry, my bad. In terms of the calling there. That's Ethan Wolf going through there, Husqvarna mounted. So those two have been having a bit of battle. I think I've seen them pretty much stuck to each other's rear guard the whole time throughout this session this morning. So they're already getting a bit of a battle on. Maybe we'll see them close to each other battling here in the upcoming Moto 1s later today. Good overhead shots here this morning from our drone. It's nice and clear here, but it is overcast, a little bit higher up, and it is a fairly breezy here this morning. So temperature's a little bit cool. We've had that change of seasons really kick in yesterday and today. From that nice heat, we had, I think it was 36 or something somebody said on Wednesday, Thursday time. It's definitely not that way temperature-wise this morning here at Lake Macquarie. It's definitely cooled down, and that breeze is one of those ones we call a lazy breeze. It just goes straight through you. So our riders are out on track. Like I said, 14 to 16 year 85 class. Our competitors here in this one from Canberra that did really well. Our overall winner was the 215 of Oliver Rex. We'll be looking for the 18 of Kai Frezza, who was second down in Canberra. The 46 of Matthew Fraser was in third. And then, yeah, we've got a list of riders chasing them down, trying to get onto that top spot of the box across the weekend. Now, our top 3 competitors are all here as well. Just confirm that from our riders list. So they are here taking part. They're getting their first sighting lap in. We'll have a couple of laps under that yellow flag practice condition. And then we'll get the green flag, and it'll be qualifying time. And it is Oliver Rex who's coming past, the first man past the finish line there to get the session cranking.
think he was followed closely by the 171 of Luca Penman. You see our connection point there from the bottom of the circuit to the main part of our top section and the start intersection there. Our Lake Macquarie sign. That's our Dantia corner there that you can see, and then they come down, do Kennards, and they're going to go up and do Risen Unlimited. It's a nice snaky bit of the track, but all 180s. Plenty of passing opportunities in those, as we've been discussing already this morning. When this racing starts, there's going to be a lot of action in that section of track because they're going to come into there with a lot of speed. And everybody bunches up, so there'll be a lot of bumping, a lot of passing. Probably a couple of people will go down at different times. But that's where our action will be, particularly after that roller section as well, because that'll start to get a bit interesting and hairy, as they say, when there's more than one bike in a section at a time, as they are currently for their practice qualifying. So we've got Oliver Rex there, just going past the screen. I think that's Penman as well, like I said, following him around the circuit. Now in our coverage this morning, we might take a quick break here during our practice session. We've got a few more sessions yet of practice and qualifying to come, and then we'll get to our races. So we'll grab a chance to take a break here from Lake Macquarie, and we'll be back shortly with more action.
Frontier. Whole shot graphics. Kennards Hire. Risen Unlimited. National Motorcycle Alliance. Skywalker Studios. Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service. Black Dog Institute.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too, with the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Welcome back to Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. Round 2 action of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles is kicking off here. We're only very, very early in our program. We've got some qualifying sessions going on. We've got our timing up on screen now so we can give you the update that it is Oliver Rex, the man who won down in Canberra, currently leading this session as the fastest man on track, going at his low 147s I think it was, but the last lap time around he was doing a 147.9, so he's out front with a decent gap over second, which is the 171 machine of Luca Penman, and then we've got Archie Job in third. So plenty of action there going on, but Oliver picking up where he left off in Canberra. Now Russ, I believe you've found your way down into the back section of our starting area. You've got a little interesting piece. We're going to figure out what the dummy grid is, mate.
Mate, that's right. We had a few questions last time about the terminology that we use, and I guess it's a little difficult sometimes because there is lots of unique terminology that's used in this sport, isn't there, Dave? And if you've grown up around it, it just becomes part of the natural language.
Well, sometimes we create new ones on the spot too.
We do have a habit of doing that too. Look, I know for all those watching at home, there's a lot of grandparents and family members watching at home to see the young fellas racing today. But I just thought I'd explain what the dummy grid is. You'll hear us talk about the dummy grid over the next couple of days. Basically what it is it's a bunted off area where the next race that's up gets organised. So the riders are called up to the dummy grid. It is their time to get signed off by the event organisers and make sure they're in the right class, make sure they belong there. And then as far as gate pick 2 goes, this is where the gate pick guys get to choose which gate they get. Now that's based on the results from the last race. Obviously the winner gets to pick his gate first, and then it works its way down the path. So there's a little bit of organisation that has to happen before the riders move through the fenced area and go to the start gate itself. We refer to this area as the dummy grid, and this is the last place where the parents get to chat to the kids, prep the bikes, make sure everything's okay, make sure they got their gate picks correct, make any last-minute tweaks to the bikes they need, and then as they roll through and put them in front of the gate, that is the last opportunity that they have to prep themselves. So there's always a lot of action down here in the dummy grid. Sometimes there's a few panicked parents trying to make some last-minute changes. We've also seen bikes not wanting to start in the past, so this is a little area here where you can get all those little bits and pieces sorted out, make sure you're right to go before you lock in behind that gate.
It's good to see you down there with all your friends too, Russ. We just got a good shot of you. They've all left you and left you alone. They obviously were just heading out onto the circuit. You can see them all coming through the gates and they're out on track there. But yeah, Russ, nice little update there. I'm sure some of the grandparents and stuff out there would appreciate the understanding of what's going on and behind and pre-race for them. We've got to line up in their order there after qualifying as well. So just a nice little update for everybody. Now this session here on track 2, Oliver is going to get your fastest qualifying session, but it is coming to a close here because the checkered flag is out. And you're seeing our next one just there. Obviously the shots we got of the start grid area. Some of the parents are just walking off. They've got the kids out there. Some of the bikes getting revved up. I believe we're going to have I think it's the 7 to 10 to 65s, but let me double check our run order here. Yes, it should be the 7 to 10 65 class out on track. You see them all stretched across the start section there. A couple of bikes look like they need to be a bit more warmed up, still blowing a bit of two-stroke out the back. Now this is one of our bigger classes as well. This is one of our classes that actually is going to have 2 sessions out on track. We're going to have 2 groups of qualifying for this one because we're going to have an actual LCQ later in the session for their last chance qualifier, LCQ, last chance qualifier, to get into the main motos later today. So we've got probably half or thereabouts riders coming out for what will be Group 1, and then the second half of the riders will be Group 2, and they will all be combined in qualifying times to then make the top, what was it, top 30 I think it was, and then the last 10 or 15. Getting my math wrong here, Russ, and I don't know if we're doing any good with that, but yes, our top 15 from each qualifying will go straight into the main event, I believe. So we see them out on track now. Just making their way around for their first sight lap of the circuit. Bouncing the way through the rollers are these little 65s. Oh, nice little paddle there and dab of the foot for the number 8 of Finn Jarvis. Now Finn was our man on the moment at ACT, getting himself the win down there in this particular class. So he'll be trying to get himself nice and familiar with the Lake Macquarie circuit this morning. See if he can put together another winning day. You see those yellow flags out on track. That's just because it's our opening laps here, and it's an under yellow or a caution flag just while everyone gets sight of the track. Once they've done that once through the whole section, those yellow flags will disappear and you'll end up seeing a green flag on our finish line jump to indicate the fact that we are go for qualifying. Get a good look down there from our stationary camera in the bottom section of that bottom roller. Track looking in reasonable condition at the moment. Ruts starting to form up here. they don't develop as quickly on our Saturday programs with the littler bikes and the lesser powered bikes out on track, our 50s, our 65s. They don't have that horsepower to dig into the surface quite as quickly as our 450s do that'll be out here tomorrow. So the track will be in a bit of a slower development phase on a Saturday morning as it gets cut in by the little kids. They tend to also don't go exploring for second and third lines as quickly as the bigger guys do. So the track doesn't develop quite as bad in as many places. But the circuit does look very reasonable so far. I remember last year's circuit we had here for our Saturday. The kids got a very deep rutted circuit, and there was plenty of, there would have been 10 to 15 ruts coming down the hill from our National Motorcycle Alliance corner last year that were quite treacherous for everybody to deal with. We're looking at the top of our circuit now and just looking at that. This jump at the top there and that inside and outside option is going to be a very pivotal point. It's the last sort of passing option in your moto before this run down the hill where we've just gone past our finish line there. And that top of the corner there and that jump will play a factor in some of the results later today. Who will get a pass or a run through there cleanly will make a big difference on our last lap. Just bouncing through those rollers are the kids on the stationary cam here. These are the ones we're saying are a bit closer together. They're not as spaced and they're a bit taller and sharper in nature. So there's a very different technique required to go through those compared to the ones that you'll see just in a second that Finn will get to here. These are our second rollers. They're a bit more of a rolled out, spaced out, and a much nicer profile to them. Makes them easier to get through. Not as much technique required there, but like we'll talk about before, if you can do the pump track style push bike ride through there, use your legs, push the bike down in between them, keep the rear tyre in contact with the ground as much as you possibly can. The drive that you'll get through there will help you immensely just by using your legs a lot more. One of our young riders here sending the tabletop, the other one not quite sending it. It's all part of the learning process here in practice qualifying, as we see the 2:16 on screen there, that being Quade Seymour. And he's being followed, I think it's the 2:14. Maybe not, there's no 2:14 there, but it's 2:84, is it? I've just seen a pass there on screen. And yes, 2:84. It's Jackson Riley just making his way around in the qualifying. We see them jumping down the hill, some nice big tabletops there. That middle one on that run down the hill is actually a bit bigger than it looks. It's a little deceiving, and the way that the track falls away from you as you take these jumps takes the breath away at times when you hit them, because you think you're going to go out at a certain point and the track falls away from you. It's almost like that roller coaster where you hit the top of the hill and they're just about to drop you and your heart goes up and your stomach goes up. Same sort of feeling there in that middle tabletop. And here's the first corner off the start straight section that we cut across in our motos, and you can see there's that split line developing there as well with a bit of an inside rut that will help them create some passing opportunities for us later in the day. Now Lennox 188 has just gone fastest in this session to the top of our tree there with a 157, I think it was, before it switched off our screen. So he's getting Q1 at the moment is Lennox. Yeah, 157.5. Just, and I mean just in front of Finn Jarvis with a 157.5 as well, but a 0.8 versus very tight margins there at the top. So running order for the moment, Lennox from Finn Jarvis, from Jackson Riley, Cole Weir, Quade Seymour, Sam Akitiakano, Cade Manville, Jet Fordham is your top 8 in the program for the moment. Seeing some of the kids starting to explore that outside line there at the bottom of the inner hill to get this nice long run up and over the step up there. It's a bit of a floating jump, that one. Just basically stay on the gas all the way up the hill and you'll clear straight over the top of it. Now we watch these guys make all the tabletops down the hill from basically 65 up. They're going to jump every jump on this track. The 50s will get probably majority of them. Some of the faster kids will probably possibly get all of them, but they're going to have a bit more of a struggle if they get a line taken away from them. Oh, we're just seeing a rider down here in the end of our whoop section in the bottom part of our circuit there. Yellow flag waving. It means the riders have to be careful and give some space to the rider. But it looks like we are A-OK, going to get back up. I think that's the 56 of Madden Hagelberg. I can see that number plate on the angle there. Okay. Hopefully that was what I was looking at. Now 284 on screen again, Jackson Riley. He's on that Cobra there. Now we were sort of talking about this when I think we had a bit of a mic issue after our start of our program, but the Cobra guys have their big setup and their big transporter here this weekend with a few of their riders underneath it. So very nice setup for Cobra guys. They're in their 65s and 50 classes only, the Cobra bikes. And our man Russ has been doing some other interviews down here this morning for our social channels. He's back on comms. Russ, you are done with your side hustle?
Mate, done with the side hustle there. Been hassling a few riders, getting them to give me a bit of a rundown on their bike setup, a little bit of information on the track as well. I've just spoken to Lockie Neville. Now, you'll recognise that name. Lockie's a bit of a gun. This is his local track. He's grown up riding here on everything from 50s all the way through to the 250 class now. Interestingly enough, he is an absolute gun off the gate, off the start. He will be looking to claim a lot of hole shots over the day. There's some really cool videos of Lockie had in the past where he's out in front, down the main straight, on the back wheel and looking sideways across his competitors. So he's quite comfortable launching that FC250 off the gate. And him and Peter Wolf both basically said to me that the starts are going to be absolutely critical here today. So really interesting little bit of information there from a couple of our top riders and a couple of local boys that, have got a lot of track time here at Lakes.
Oh, look, I might push back a little bit on the critical part. I don't know if you recall, Russ, if you saw some of this stuff, because I don't think you were part of this one last year too much, but a certain Dylan Wills, who won the MX1 title last year, at this round went down in corner 1 on lap 1 off the start, ripped the grip off, blew out a fork seal, and still managed to pick it up and come back and win the moto. So,
I mean, we're talking about Wilsey though, mate. We're talking about Wilsey.
I'm just pointing out a case scenario that it could be done, you know? Like,
yeah, I mean, all right.
have evidence.
For those who don't know who Wilsey is a factory racer. That guy could have gone out on an 85 and probably still caught up with a few of the boys on 450s.
Now that I would have liked to have seen.
He is absolutely insane. When he's here, it is great to watch, though, to have that level of rider come here and ride these local tracks with all these guys is really, really cool, especially when he does those sorts of things, which just makes it so much better for entertainment, right? Like, it is so good to see a factory rider stuff it up on the first corner, blow his bike to bits, and have to work through the entire pack to come back. But, look, Willsy's on another planet for sure. I don't know if we've got that level of rider here this weekend, mate. I don't know. We've got any of the big factory boys here.
We do. Reese Budd's here again. So
on the Moto Coach team.
Yes, Moto Coach Honda. So he was one of our men challenging Jed Beaton last round for us down there in Canberra. But Jed obviously not here this weekend. But, yeah, Reese is. So looking forward to seeing Reese. So he's definitely on that level that we're just talking about. But other than that, yes, you are 100% correct about the start being a necessary thing here at the circuit. I just thought I'd just throw you off your game, mate.
No, I love it, mate. It's one of those things where I don't think that it gives you the total advantage for the lap itself, but I think as we get dusty, I think that start's going to become more critical because it's just going to get you out in front and give you a little bit of clear track. It doesn't mean that you're going to be able to hold everyone off. being that the track is wide, being that there's a lot of fast burned out corners, yeah, I don't think it's going to ensure that you win. I don't think it's going to ensure that you stay out in front, but it's certainly going to give you the best advantage for the first lap or two.
100%. It will make a difference in your overall result if you're at the front of this beginning of the race rather than the back end of it. Now, this session is coming to a close as well. Our checkered flag is flying, and I believe it's going to be the 188 of Lennox out in front, getting the fastest lap time of a 155.8. So he's done himself a fair effort there to get that first gate pick. He's done it over the top of our last round winner, the number 8 of Finn Jarvis. So Finn's obviously feeling it as well this morning, up there ready to go. And the 284 of Jackson Riley, who we saw on screen there for a fair part of that session, he's coming through in third. So that's your top three in the 7 to 10 65 qualifying. Now that's just session 1, because we've got session 2 of this class coming out. So we need to see if that 155.8 of Lennox matches up across the rest of this here. All right, while we get the chance and this session wraps up, we might take a quick break here on our coverage, and we'll come back with Group 2 here for the 65 class.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
I invite you to join me on a journey of prosperity in abundance. Lake Mac offers an enviable lifestyle, location and access to the greatest cities in Newcastle and Central Coast, all within 30 minutes drive. Sydney, Australia's largest market, is just a 90-minute drive, providing significant employment and commercial opportunity. Our focus is on our identity, investment, innovation and infrastructure. We are open for business for the future. Let's take a look.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de cane.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
We are back again, Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club, round 2, Motorcycling New South Wales State Motocross titles. We are in our second group of the 7 to 10 65cc's out on track, and our first session, or our Group 1 session, was a 188 of Lennox out front with a 155.8, but in this session, I think I saw the number 2 of Archie Blanchette doing a 153. But nobody else anywhere near Archie at that point. So he is going to top this combined session by the looks of it once they put these two groups together. But we are a bit of a ways off just yet, and this session being complete. Got a few names here that I'm noticing across this board that we're obviously going to have to combine into the main races later on. But one of the names, we've got Zio Kirch in there, we've got Sonny Newcomb. We're going to get Caden Teague there on the 288 as well. Spoke to Caden yesterday. He's ready for today. Looking for a big bounce back from ACT round that he had. Plenty of kids here giving it a massive effort to try and make it into this main moto aspect, because we've got LCQs coming up for this particular class earlier this morning. Seeing our buggy go through the screen there, trying to get to the top of our circuit. Something's going on up there. They're trying to get sorted out. Oh, we've got a red cross flag out here. That's what they're heading up the hill for. And hopefully that rider can get some attention and get the care they need. So we watch some of our riders right at the top of the circuit there, about to head down the hill. Now there's a nice shiny spot on that track there. It might be the sunlight, but it might also be the water they've got there onto that part. Seeing the 2-3-2, that's Willow Pascal. In a group of riders there is Willow. I think Willow's on the Cobra machine. Get a nice long shot. That's our start gates area. The crossover of the circuit from the top to the bottom during the main part of the race will get used there. And this is our bottom section. We've got our stationary cam here. That corner in the bottom there after the whoops looks a bit wet on the entry to the inside of that circuit, but it'll dry out quickly. With these rollers, you see that one just sort of clipping the top, trying to double through there. That was number 2 actually of Archie. Blanchette going through there nice and quickly. Noticed Archie's on that Yamaha. He's got the GYTR Junior Yamaha team support there, but he's also got the gold insulation taping put on the bottom side of the tank there. Makes the bike sort of stand out and pop on the side of the bike when he goes past. That insulation taping is just to keep the heat from the motor below, not affecting the fuel tank above. So, but it's a nice little feature piece that the Yamaha team does with the gold insulation stuff there. Seeing some of our riders navigate through this whole shot graphics berm. Couple of lines there. It's actually not really rutted up in that berm as such, so they can switch and cross through that corner there. They can turn down early, or they can run it right around the edge. You see him shooting up the hill here. This is our long run up, and then bit of a twitch there for the rider at the front of that pack on the exit of the rut. But then they got to shoot down the hill again. Heavy braking. You can see the braking bump starting to develop into that bottom corner there. They're all taking the outer run there, trying to sweep around the outside of that corner, get a clean run to get up and over this step up the hill there. You just got to float that step up. Just hold the power all the way off the top of it. There's Willow again. There's Archie coming into the back of this group as well. We see these group of riders here, the 5, 6 of them coming down past our start straight area. And Russ, I believe you're down on the start gates, mate, having a look at the track action from there.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. I'm standing down here on the start straight. I'm about 4 or 5 metres off the gate, exactly, just behind the junior girls here ready to go out for their practice session. I'm just having a good look at the dirt and how this start straight is starting to form up a little bit. From where everyone's been leaving on these practice sessions, there's no real deep ruts forming up as yet. It's staying fairly hard and staying fairly straight. So they're going to have a fairly good run. One of the areas that does tend to cause a few issues potentially is if the straight there where the 210 is going across, if that ruts up deep from the start straight, you're actually crossing all those ruts. So I don't think we're going to have too much of an issue today because it's going to be a fairly hard packed track. But interestingly enough, there's not a lot of tracks in the series where you're going across the straight like that. So it's an area where the bikes can get a little bit unsettled. And then you go into a small section there that is only used for the start before you sweep around that left into our whole shot corner there too. So bit of a different start straight here at Lakes, bit of a different setup. But gate positioning and gate choice is absolutely critical. From outside to inside, it's massively different running into that first sweeping left-hand bend. So whether you want to come right to the outside number 40 gate and sort of square up going into the risen hole shot, Dantia barriers over there, or whether you want to go on gate 1 and run up the inside, there's a few little options there for each of these riders.
All right, this Group 2 session is coming to a close. Checker flag is out. It's going to be still Archie Blanchette at the top of this group. We'll have to check out what the order ends up being as we see Archie just sending the finish line tabletop there, getting out of screen. We'll have to see what this order ends up being, but at the moment it's Blanchette from Jack Hughes, Axel Donovan, Zio Kirchen, Mason Little, and Jagger McKercher. Sorry. So that'll be that session. Like Russ just indicated there down on the start, we're going to get to our girls here as the next session out. So we might take a quick break while this group just gets their way off the track, and then we'll be back with our 12 to 16 years girls.
Looks Looks good, huh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said, Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
I invite you to join me on a journey of prosperity in abundance. Lake Mac offers an enviable lifestyle, location and access to the greatest cities in Newcastle and Central Coast, all within 30 minutes drive. Sydney, Australia's largest market, is just a 90-minute drive, providing significant employment and commercial opportunity. Our focus is on our identity, investment, innovation and infrastructure. We are open for business for the future. Let's take a look.
Welcome back to our practice qualifying footage here from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. We have our 12 to 16 years girls class. They're 85s and 125s out on circuit. Oh, sorry, 85s only, I think, this morning. We've got our riders on track now. They are from the Canberra round. We have our winner, the 608 of Layla White. She's on the circuit as well. The 67 of Chloe Hart. Just trying to work out if our rider who was third in our results at Canberra is back here, but at the moment I can't see her on our timing screen. It's the 474 of Olivia Hadjoud. Not sure if she's here with us today, but our next rider in that list is the 288 of Mia Cameron. She's definitely here. She was our whole shot artist at round one, so we'll have to see what she can do, if she's going to be another whole shot getter across the weekend. So plenty for these girls to be racing for. I think we just saw the Kawasaki mounted Holly Impey there at the back of the screen. Oh, sorry, no, that's Bonnie Aldridge as well there. Might have to check in and see what's happened with Olivia there, but she's not on our list this morning. So our third place in the championship, currently not on track. But at the moment, Delilah Watts has gone to the top of our times sheet with a 156.9 over Layla White, who's currently a 201.2. So early times in this session so far. We're only a couple of laps in here. So we see the bottom section there. There's our split lane, our little roller on the inside, or you can go to the outside and go around it to get onto the main part of the circuit. Now I'm hearing from Russ, you're down on the start line. You've got one of the crew members with you, mate.
Yeah, mate, that's right. I'm down here on the start straight with Matt Boyd from Boyd's Moto Surgery. He's got a full-on truck set up here with a bunch of riders that pit underneath that tent there. He preps a lot of these bikes. No one's going to be more across bike setup this weekend than this man here with me. Mate, good morning. Welcome to Lakes. You're a local here as well, so give me some info on bike setup and how this weekend's going to unfold, mate.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool track, a bit of a unique setup. I mean, the downhills mean that you need a bit more stiffer fork setup than anywhere else, and you got the ruts in the corners. It'll get hard and slippery, so yeah, you're going back and forward sag settings, trying to keep that pressure on the rear wheel to get drive, but keep the back end up enough to be able to turn in the rut. So it's a bit of a tricky place to set a bike up for, but I've been coming here for over 30 years now, so I should have it sorted by now, you'd reckon?
Mate, absolutely. We'll be judging your bikes the harshest, mate, just because of that history you've got with this place. No one knows this track better than you. What's going to be the secret for the riders to be successful here today? Is it going to be about getting that hole shot? Is it going to be about fitness? What's going through the riders' heads, and what's going to be the key for them to end up at the pointy end of these races, mate?
Oh, look, I think it'll probably change from the first moto to the second. Once the track roughs up and it gets rougher, it'll be a lot more fatiguing to hang onto a bike around here when you get those square edge holes and those chattery bumps. So they're long races. So it'll be a lot of just relaxing, let the race come to you, not trying to override the bike, override the track. Otherwise, the arms blow up, and when you got that arm pump, you can't do anything but slow down. So.
That's exactly right, mate. Now, is there anything else? You mentioned stiffer in the forks for these downhills. Is there any other setup trick to lakes, to nailing lakes? Is it about tyre setup? You mentioned the rear shock. Is there anything else that's super important and unique to lakes?
Yeah, so because you've got a lot of fast bumps around this track, you can't be too slow on your rebound. Otherwise, the rear shock starts to pack, and then you get that big boot in the back end when the shock just unloads on you. So it's tricky to navigate that. We've got some riders that really want a dead rear shock, and that doesn't work around here, and we've got to try and navigate them another way a little bit. So, yeah, it's managing that, working with that. And, yeah, it is a very unique track with these fast down hills, and it takes a big set of guts to be holding it wide open down these hills.
Yeah, absolutely it does, mate. Thank you very much, Matt, and best of luck this weekend, brother.
Nice to catch up with Matt Boyd there from Boyd's Moto Surgery, and like we said, he's got a stack of riders that he is supporting here. He's got their team, his new truck, or it's not new, it's a second-hand truck, but it's all painted up fresh and new for him. They're doing a nice service there for a bunch of the riders in New South Wales, and they're carrying them around to the state titles and to national events as well. But the rider that will be out on track for Matt that he's paying most attention to this morning in the MX3 is probably Riley Burgess, who was in front of that shot there, having a little warm-up wriggle at times as we were talking with Matt and Russ there on screen. But now, just to explain a little bit too further, like you heard Matt talk about a dead shock in the rear. And what does a dead shock mean? Well, it means it doesn't move too fast. As in, we say lively because it's bouncing around and getting through the stroke up and down quite often. Dead being that it's just slower, much slower moving, wants to stay down and slow. And that's what the difference is there in that little terminology. Again, some moto lingo being thrown around there, just to try and help explain it a little bit further for the viewers at home. All right, looks like so far in this session we've had a bit of a change at the front. Chloe Hart, the 67 machine, has found some pace. She's gone to the top of the charts for the moment. Only just 0.1 of a second over Delilah Watts. Still Layla White in third. Macy White there in fourth. Lily Lewis in fifth. Letty Seymour in sixth. Quinn Roach in seventh. We're back to the 15 of Addison Clerk in eighth. Bonnie Aldridge in ninth. Mia Cameron 10th. Holly Impey in 11th, and Aria Carmody in 12th. Now those girls are getting the checkered flag here. That'll probably be our running order. So Chloe's going to get that Q1 with that 158 1:08.2, or no, sorry, it'll be much faster than that. That was just her last lap pass, but Chloe will get that Q1 session there. So while this session wraps up before our MX3 gets on track, we will take our break. And we're going to be very close because this MX3 is our last crew on track for their practice qualifying. It will be into races, so plenty of action shortly to come here at Lake Macquarie.
Looks good, eh?
10 O's.
What was that, love?
I said 10 O's.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Looking good, eh?
Ken Oath, what do you think, Donna?
Gentlemen to the cane.
Hey, boss. Ken Oath sorted it. All good?
Ken Oath.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling. Ken Oath.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
believe balance is a big thing. So a little bit of trial skills. I've ridden trials before. So balance and standing up in ruts make a big difference to me, at least me anyway.
Definitely ruts and balance, I'd say, is a big key part in everything on a motorbike. If you have good balance, you can tackle any sort of thing you come to.
I reckon probably an odd one, but I think being mentally strong, because you can be really physically strong and be good at everything, but if you're not mentally there, then it's not going to work.
I think just your base technique, so like your stance, your knees behind your foot pegs when you're standing up, and then like the transition to sitting and how you corner. I think that's the most fundamental, the most important thing that you should learn is those fundamentals, because once you've got those down pat, you can learn more skills from there. You can build your speed from there. It's just, yeah, improving your safety first and then your speed coming later.
Learning how to get good starts. Start makes it a lot easier. But look, if you got good technique, you know, elbows up, standing up, it's just technique. Technique is key. And yeah, if you can have good technique and learn well, get good starts, you'll be ready to go.
I feel like the start's definitely the most important, because if you watch my last race, I got off to a good start and then it kind of led my whole race to be a good race.
Probably like technique, like you're coming into a deep rut, you need to be able to be steady on the bike, not off balance and stuff.
I'd probably say good body position and technique, so you can like keep the bike steady and yeah, flow into the ruts and all that.
Here with Lockie Neville. Lockie's been a local here. This has been his local track his entire life. He knows his track better than anyone. He's also a bit of a gun off the start. I won't be surprised if we see a few whole shots out of this guy today. Lockie, welcome to state titles round 2. Give me a rundown of the track, mate. How's the track looking? How's it feeling? And how are you feeling that today's going to go?
Yeah, not too bad. The track looks good. Last night it was a bit dry and dusty. Obviously waiting for the rain to come, but it never came. So I put a lot of water down. It looks good. Not many ruts on the inside, but they'll form up, alright? So yeah, but yeah, haven't been out yet, but about to go out for MX3 class.
Awesome, mate. So what do you think is going to be the difference? Like, who's going to win this? Is it going to be a horsepower thing? Is it going to be someone that can navigate those corners? What's going to be the key to winning here today?
Probably get a good start and probably whoever finds the smoothest line and hold it on long in corners and just take the car.
Absolutely, and I like what you said about a good start there, mate. I've seen some of your starts and they're usually on point, so best of luck, buddy.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Feeling a little cramped? Make your move to Lake Macquarie.
Welcome back to Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. It's our final session for our practice. Qualifying out on track at the moment, it's our MX3 class. And we've got some big names here. We've got Drew Kremer currently leading the way on the number 5 machine. He's turning the fastest lap time. Tyson Williams in second, Nate Ebick in third, Riley Burgess in fourth. But the list is pretty long here in terms of who's going to be able to get a whole shot, get a race win. But one name that should be up the front that's currently down low in the list is the number 26 of Cooper Bowman. And Russ, you were just mentioning off in our break that you saw a bit of an incident for Cooper down there in the bottom section of our circuit.
Mate, I did. I was standing down in the bottom section there looking at those rollers. I was actually having a quick bite to eat, mate. And while I stood there, he come around that sweeping right-hand bend, sent it into those rollers, got it wrong, and absolutely cartwheeled his brains out down that straight, mate. He was very, very lucky to walk away. The bike missed him very narrowly. But it's good to see him get straight back up and back onto the bike again. So those rear rollers, those little whoops, although they don't look that threatening when you're standing down there looking at them, I think they're going to play a huge role in how the races unfold today. There doesn't seem to be a clear favoured line through them. As I watched Riley Burgess, I watched Ebick, I watched a few of those boys come through and try different lines, try different setups. I didn't really see anything from any of them that looked terribly smooth or made them look, super comfortable on it. The only line choice I did see, one of the younger riders chose to double through those rollers. It seemed to be smooth, but it also looked fairly slow. So I think those rollers at the back are going to play a major role in how the races unfold today.
Yeah, there's plenty of parts of this circuit, but that's one that will be very much a challenging aspect for all across our race day. As we're keeping an eye on the 28, Peter Wolf on screen on his Husky, trying to get the drive to get that power down up the hill there. Plenty of action in this MX3 class. We're going to have another great race here later today in this class. This is one of my favourite ones from round 1 in ACT. Unfortunately, with few of the riders who are at the top of our list here from the ACT in the championship standings aren't actually a part of the race here. I was talking to Jack Devson, who was our overall winner from Canberra for this particular class, and he's not actually participating this weekend, although he did after that Canberra round. He went on to get the MX3 class win at the Wonthaggi for the Pro MX round. So obviously set him up in a good stead ahead of that round. Did his race at ACT, and he's carrying that form on, but he's not a part of the series today, unfortunately, here at Lakes. And same for Cooper Rowe, who was in second position in this class on the 25 machine. He's not on our list today as well. So probably they were just using that Canberra circuit because it's the next round of the Pro MX. So they were using it as a bit of a test run for themselves. But the checkered flag is out. Have noticed that Cooper Bowman has finally picked himself up off the bottom of the list. He's got up to 16th, I think it was, in the list there. But at the moment, it is Drew Kremer with a 150. Oh, that was his last lap. That's not what we want to be calling. He's 133.5 is his best lap at the moment. And I think Riley Burgess had jumped back up our list a little bit higher. We'll wait for that to scroll back around. And he has. He's got up into second. Tyson Williams is going to hold third for the moment. Nate Ebick, and then Justin McHugh in fifth. Raphael Rossiter's there in sixth as well. Richie Lawler, seventh. Ryan Jones, then Jake Taplin. Plenty of names here that can get a good result here. We see the 275 Riley Burgess on screen just floating up and over the step up there at the top of the hill. I think he's on a bit of a cruise lap here on this last lap because the checkered flag is out for this session. So we are only really moments away from our first gate drop here for round 2 of our state titles in New South Wales. As we see the riders making their way off the circuit there. The 264 Blake Smith just heading off. We see 28 of Peter Wolf getting off the circuit as well. You can see the riders there in the back of shot just getting prepped ready for the first moto of the day. There goes Riley Tung, I think it is, going off in the white and green fluorescent gear there. Richie Lawler. There's the 12. That's Jake Taplin. Here is our starting lineup for the first race of the day. All sitting there prepped, ready behind the gate. Action's about to get serious here ahead of round 2. Scoring coming into play. So this will be our 9 to 12 years 85cc class. And this is an LCQ for this class out on track. So that will mean that only our top few riders will qualify into the main event that will happen later in the program for Moto 1 and Moto 2, and then the ones that don't qualify will head to a non-qualifying moto, which is basically our last moto of the day. Russ, the revs are up, mate. We're about to go racing. Gates down, away we go. Race number 1 of our program here at Lake Macquarie. As they shoot into that first turn. Who's going to be the man getting, or girl, getting our whole shot here in this 9 to 12 years 85cc class? Trying to pick up a number. I think that might be an 818 of Jet Fordham out front on his KTM. As we see the pack there heading into the Risen Unlimited. He's had a look over, has Jet, trying to make sure he's got a bit of a gap here. Can he leave the door open into the whole shot graphics corner to take that wide ride around the top of the berm to make sure he can get the run up and over the center tabletop, and he does so. So that'll help him keep his lead going here early in this opening lap. He's followed closely by the 217 of Tate Murrell in second place. So at this point, Jet's got to stop having a look over. He's trying to check out the competition in every corner, it seems. Worry about going forward, Jet, as he floats up and over the step up at the top of the hill. Takes the wide line there, gets the jump. That's what I've been talking about this morning. If you go inside, you can't really get that jump. You go outside, you leave the door open, but you'll get that step over at the top. So Jet used the wide line, took a flow. He had a bit of a gap on second position there, so he was able to make the jumps and keep the run going. Fighting his way across the ruts there to get onto the main part of the circuit there, across the start straight, as we head down into the bottom part of our track for the first time under race conditions. Doubling his way through the whoops is Jet. Another look over the shoulder to check on the 217 of Tate. Murrell still holding down second. A bit of a cluster of riders there in third, fourth, fifth. So we're going to have to keep an eye on, I believe it'll be our 10th position on the circuit, will be our last position into the main events of the motos. We're watching the front two get through those rollers. Got to basically just bounce their way through. They don't have enough drive on these smaller machines to get over them. At least not in this qualifying race, they haven't so far. Maybe later in the day, once the lines develop a bit more, they'll get a better drive out of the corner. But they're up and over the center tabletop, absolutely A-OK. I'm trying to pick up who was our third rider on track because our timing screen's just a little bit condensed at the minute, but I think it might be a Mason or a Lewis in there, but we'll see. We'll get that timing fixed up here shortly. But it continues to be the 818 Jet Fordham leading this moto. He's at the very top of our circuit. Going to drop down, make the run all the way down the hill past the finish scorers building. No troubles with any of those jumps for Jet. Easily done. As he sweeps wide. Going to drop onto the start line section. Crossover. We're just getting an update here. I think it is the 355 of Joby Purcell in third currently in our running order. So we've got Fordham from Murrell, from Purcell, from Mason Little, Ted Smith in fifth, Aidan Nault in sixth, Ryder Osborne, Toby Edwards, Ollie Bolchin. And I just missed our 10th position there, who was going to be the one on the bubble for the LCQ qualifying positions. And 10th is Tate Thompson. And so 11th, Nate Gomez on the outside, trying to look in there. A few seconds back, but is Nate. So maybe Tate will hold on to that 10th position. We've got a decent length moto here. I believe this one is 12 plus a lap, 12 minutes plus a lap. And I'll just double check that for us. It is 12 minutes plus a lap. So plenty of opportunity to be qualifying here through. Plenty of time to make up any gaps. The 818's doing a great job at the front of our pack at the moment, pulling away from the rest of the field. Seems to have stopped having such big lookovers at the moment, but we'll see if he has a check later on in the moto. As our front view there, you see in the drone shot, got a bit of a gap, so that's about top 6 or so. So we just lose Jet there on the edge of screen as he goes through. Looks like he's getting hard on that gas on the landing from that first tabletop. Make sure he clears the middle one. That's the big one of the three coming down the hill. On the gas hard across the start straight, trying to get a good run all the way down here. Now he's using the inside of our split options there. Once we get to the bottom section of the circuit, just rolling awkwardly through the rollers down the bottom was Jet Fordham that time through. Bit of a wider line there for the 217 machine of Tate Murrell in the line, in the rollers there. Probably found a bit of a better option for him into the corner entry there for that next corner after the rollers. We see them taking their run up the hill towards our Dantia berm. You've got a big inside or an outside option there, but you'll also be able to make some good passes in that berm later in the day if you cut to the middle, take a line away. You'll have to keep an eye on some action in that one. So we see Jet just make a bit of a pivot there, slide the rear into that berm there. pivoted out earlier than he probably was initially thinking. Lands got a big horsepower run here. He's got to get on the rear end of the bike there, get all the drive to that rear tyre. And let's see how the braking bumps are developing. Got a nice kick there, actually. He's trying to run the wide line here, but he got a kick in one of those bumps coming down the hill. He sort of changed lines just enough to be on the angle, and it just sent him into a bit of a bounce position. Jet just now big gap there you can see on between our leader and our second position of Tate Murrell. Tate doing a just nice clean job through the rollers down there. There's third, fourth, but they're pretty tight in their battle. I think fourth position I saw on the screen was purple, meaning that they'd just done the fastest lap of the race so far. So they're on the move, which when we update, yeah, Aiden Nault there. Purple, 153.7. Good time for Aiden there on the 7:15 machine. Trying to make his way further up the field, get a better gate pick for the main motos here to come up shortly. Oh, those two riders just collected, and at the back of the screen, they've gone down. The bike's upside down out of the Dantia corner there. You see him there on the track, getting the bike sorted out. The marshals having to get the bike there. Riders just a bit further down the hill. I think that might have been our fourth position rider as well. We'll have to see. It is the 7:15. That was our fastest man on track. The rider in front just came across his line as they were going down the hill, and they've just sort of tagged rear and front wheels. And unfortunately there for Aiden Nault, he's got the worst end of that stick and gone down. So I don't think he's going to be getting up and getting himself into a qualifying position in this one. So hopefully he's okay. But he was the man on the move, but now he's unfortunately just on the side of the track getting some attention. All right, there's Jet Fordham, 818. Our leader in this one. This is the 9 to 12.85s qualifying LCQ Moto. We are got a few minutes still to go before they're going to see the last lap board in this one. So quite a long moto here for a last chance qualifier. They're getting plenty of track time in this one. Bit of a nicer run. He actually doubled through there quite nicely, did Jet that time in our bottom rollers. There goes Tate Murrell in second. And there's our third position now. Unfortunately, Ted Smith all by himself. No Aiden Nault yet in fourth position anymore. So we've had a change in the order, which we'll update here shortly once that screen comes back around. But it is there, yeah, and you can still see Aiden there getting some treatment. So it's Fordham from Murrell, from Ted Smith, Mason Little now in fourth, Ollie Bolchin in fifth, Ryder Osborne sixth, Sam Makitiakano in seventh. Sam's doing well because I saw him much further down the order. He must have had a first turn issue or maybe an opening lap issue because he was much further down the list. But he's now up to seventh, doing much quicker times as well by the looks of it than some of the riders around him. Toby Edwards in 8th, Axel Donovan 9th. So those riders are going to be through into the main moto later in our day. So we see our second position, that's the 217 of Tate Murrell, just getting the power down up the horsepower hill. There's our leader coming down into our next corner, braking bumps all the way on the outside of that corner there. But they're using that outside for the maximum amount of radius of that corner and maximum amount of run up the hill to get to that next step up at the top there. As we see him pitch around and drop down our hill. He's going to tick over another lap, but he's still got a minute to go before he would see that last lap board. So we're about 2 laps to go here in this qualifying moto. 9 to 12.85cc. There's second position, Tate Murrell. Keeping Jet not too far in front of him. He's in sight for him. But honestly, at this point, qualifying is the main aim in this particular moto, to be in the main show. So Tate's doing all he has to do here. Jet with that 5.3 second gap at the front. Got plenty of room to move here if he needs to. He can probably back it off for this last lap in a bit. Has a look over again. Does Jet Fordham. Couple of nice ruts there on the exit of Kennard's high corner. Passed our down rider there, unfortunately, but those ruts are quite developed already in that particular corner. Still quite smooth in other sections of our track early in our day. Nice run over the center tabletop for Jet. Time to put the power down, head up the hill. Bit of a head shake there. Woof. A lot of head shake going up the hill there for Jet. Back of the bike probably getting a little low as he's trying to accelerate there. Might need a bit more suspension work and a bit more control on the head there. Might be just a small body there as well. Maybe not as strong to hold the bike down as he's trying to get the power down. Now when he comes down this time past the scoring, the last lap board is going to be in the screen. So yeah, you see it. There's the last lap board. 1 to go for Jet Fordham. And he will qualify first into the motos from this LCQ. And he will join the other 30 riders who have already qualified out of the qualifying sessions this morning to make a full 40 gate here at Lake Macquarie for this 9 to 12.85 class. It's awesome to see the amount of riders that have joined in many of these classes across the weekend, having the point that we actually do have LCQs to form up part of our program. It's awesome to have this almost supercross format in terms of motos and LCQs here. It gives the riders plenty of chance to understand what it's about to be in pressure situations. As we watch a bunch of riders here all grouped together trying to get down the hill here into our whole shot berm. One rider's missing a peak there. Wonder what, we'll try and pick up the number there. It's a 355. That's Job Purcell. Now, I think Job was up there early in our moto, if I'm not mistaken. I thought he was in third. So he's gone down at some point, lost the visor. He's trying to make his way back through the pack, but he's in. Oh, look, Job's a fair way down. He's listed as 21st now. So a lot of work for Job to do, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it here in this last lap of this moto. Oh, completely sideways trying to get the power down and make a move was Job. But I think he's going to miss out on qualifying here unless something dramatic happens. A rider down there on the inside probably spun up the rear trying to get up and out of that corner to get the run at that step over. So a few riders here going to miss out unfortunately, but our list, Fordham, Murrell, that's your top two. They're looking for the checkered flag here. We're not quite there yet. These riders got 1 lap to go still. So Fordham hasn't quite got to the checkers, but he has now. There it is. The LCQ win for Jet Fordham. Tate Murrell in second. Currently running third. Well, there goes Tate. We're looking for our next rider over. A little no-footer there from, I think that was our third placed rider. It was Ted Smith. We're looking for Mason Little to come through, Ollie Balchin, Ryder Osborne, Sam Kitakano, Toby Edwards, Axel Donovan, and Tate Thompson. Looks like he's going to be the last man through in 10th. If he can keep that here on our last lap as they come through. I think that was our 25 machine just coming over the line there. That's 4th of Mason Little. So a few riders still to go here. And they'll be qualified through to the main motos later in the day. The rest will go to our non-qualifying moto at the end of our program. All right, so that's Moto 1 of our program here. We've got plenty of motos to go. Next up will be our 125 class of the 15 to 17 years. So we'll take a quick break here on our coverage and we'll come back with that class and their first moto of the day.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
Alright, we are back with our next race on the grid here, which will be our 15 to 17 years 125cc class. And Russ, we can just see your back. If you turn a little to our right, you'll look straight down the barrel of a camera and you can get the hype going here for our next moto on track. Russ, what's going on?
Mate, I do like being the hype man. I'm very excited to be here at Lakes. Practice sessions have been filled with drama. There's been bikes going all over the place. There's been a few peaks lost. There's been a few panels lost. We saw a huge cartwheel as well in those back rollers. So it has been drama filled from the start of the day, which is what we expected here at Lakes. Pretty unique track, pretty unique crowd. We're going to get stuck into the first race of the day. It's going to be an unreal day here, and we're really looking forward to some serious racing action. The track crew and organisers from Motocycle New South Wales are just doing their last couple of final checks on the entire track so we can go green lights. There's one last rider coming over for the checkered flag, and I can see now the marshal has gone a 15-second board up. The riders are all looking. 5-second board is there. Revs come up. Heads down. Gate drop at our first race here at New South Wales State Titles, Lake Macquarie. Round the first bend, and is the rider 169, I believe, has grabbed the whole shot there.
Tyson Williams with a great start, but he's followed closely by the 27 of Richie Lawler, who's making a move there ahead of the rollers. I can see the 259 trying to jump in the back of screen as well, and that is the Joshua McCloskey. So good start for Williams, but he's dropped into second position now with Lawler taking that lead.
A little bit of drama up there at the Risen banner, mate. Two riders have come together there, fallen on top of each other. Looks like they've sorted themselves out, fired the bikes up, and going again. But straight away, they are at a huge disadvantage with a little bit of a coming together there at the top of the Risen banner.
All right, as we're watching him, Lawler's trying to make a run for it here early in this moto. Took the inside rut. He did that so well at the bottom of the hill there. Smoothly through it, ripped it out all the way up the hill, up and over the step up. He's trying to check out. Here's Richie Lawler. He's on that Car Brothers gas. Tyson still holding second on the Yamaha. McCloskey in third as they're going to come over and complete the first lap here. We'll get an update on the running order a bit further down. So it's Ebic in fourth, Neil in fifth, the 257, Jonathan McGregor in sixth, the number 6 of Travis Barker in seventh, Thomas Smith in eighth, Cooper Reed in ninth, and William Oborn is your top 10 in this moto. So early days here. This moto is going to go on for a little bit here. This is a 12-minute plus a lap moto. So there'll be plenty of action here. But like I said, Lawler trying to streak away here. Tyson seems to have kept him in check just a little bit here towards the second half of that lap. It's maybe even closing back in a little bit is Tyson Williams on the 169. Gaps at just under 2 seconds. As we see the 999 there, that's Nate Ebic. I got told yesterday that Nate had a pretty good run here a couple of weeks ago at a Lakes Club Day, showing everybody a clean pair of heels, but it's a bit different on a club day compared to state titles. But Nate should be pretty strong here. He's a local, so look for him to come on in these motos. He's currently running fourth in this one.
Yeah, Nate knows his track really well, mate. There are going to be no surprises for him today. He's ridden this track in all kinds of conditions over the years, from dry and dusty to wet and boggy. The last club day here at Lakes, it was an absolute perler. Probably the best conditions this track has seen in a very, very long time. I don't think that's going to quite be the case today, as the track already starts to look like it's drying out. But Ebic is going to bring local knowledge to today, and he's going to use that advantage all day long, put himself in a really good position. as the boys are coming down over the start straight now, flying down. Lawler still holding that lead as they head down into the back section. Ebic looks to be coming up on second position now, trying to get himself in a position where he can make some sort of a move there and move up into that second position.
Yeah, so McCloskey has dropped out of that third position. Ebic has taken it from him with the fastest lap as well. He's gone purple. He's gone to 137.2, has Nate Ebic. So that local knowledge we're mentioning is obviously starting to show through. He's getting comfortable. Will he be able to run down our front two here later in this moto? As we see Lawler in that inside deep right. Oh, fighting his way out of it too. The front climbed out of it. He got all sorts of squirrely on the exit. Still holding the lead. He is the 27 of Richie Lawler, but he's going to have to start trying to find some better lines or a better completion of the lines, I should say, as well, as he runs around that Whole Shot Graphics berm. There's a nice hole in that Whole Shot Graphics bannering now because one of the riders at the end of our previous moto just went straight through it. As we see the boys, horsepower hill they are. You can see Ebic ducking his head from the roost. The roost around here, we're talking about it, Russ, it's probably going to hurt a bit today. There's a fair bit of mulch, so there's a bit of like wood chip in it, but there's some also decent sized rocks at times in this surface. So the roost would hurt up those horsepower hills.
Mate, absolutely. Lakes is renowned for the roost being fairly brutal. I was just saying earlier that it wasn't that long ago I was here for a club round and Bella Arnott had gone out. I was keeping an eye on her as she was ripping in, riding with the seniors there. And she came in to the gate here to pull off the track. I couldn't work out what was going on. As she got closer, I noticed that there was blood all the way down the front of her jersey, and it was from a bit of roost. A rock or something had come through into a helmet and somehow hit her on the top lip between the goggles and the helmet, which is very, very unlucky. But it just goes to show that the roost here at Lakes is absolutely brutal. If you're stuck behind a big bike, a 250 or a 450, and getting peppered, doesn't feel good, mate. It is absolutely brutal.
Well, our front three are going to start feeling that roost because they are closing up on top of each other. Lawler again with that inside rut and getting a little bit squirrely on the exit before the rollers. But our overhead shots here, you can tell how close these three riders are together. Throw a blanket over them, they're right there. As they head down the hill, Ebic's trying to get onto the back of Tyson Williams. Ebic, as I said, with that 136.4, he's the fastest man on track at the moment. So he's closing this gap up here to the front two. I dare say by the end of this lap, he's going to have tried to show Tyson Williams a wheel or two as they head down the hill. Couple of braking bumps, different lines here. Watching Tyson over the top of the hill there in second position. Lawler down the hill, throwing it sideways, trying to keep the bike low, get back to the ground as quick as he possibly can to try and keep this 1.5 second gap that he's got at the front. Williams is starting to come under fire, as I mentioned, from Ebic. Ebic's closing that gap quickly here. The 999 is the man to watch at the moment. But even in saying that, they're all closing in on Richie Lawler now after having a bit of a tiptoe moment through that corner after the rollers in the bottom of our circuit. But this drone shot, I love it when they catch him in that left-hand elbow before they run back up the hill. They're all railing that outside as hard as they possibly can. Great shots there from our drone in that particular section of the circuit. All three riders in one frame at the moment on camera, Russ. It's crazy, these guys out front.
Mate, that's exactly right. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast that we're going to see some awesome battles, and Lakes is renowned for awesome battles, and we're seeing it here, race one of the day. Lawler is not able to drop these boys. They're hanging with him. They're sitting right behind him as he goes up over centre and has a look back to see how much space he actually has, but it's not a lot. The boys are got him under pressure right now as they all dive to the inside line, make their way down this hill into some serious braking bumps and get ready for another horsepower hill as they drag race up the top. See who can make a move. It looks like Ebic has dropped off there. A little bit of a gap opening up now.
I think he might have just made a little mistake in one of our corners trying to get some drive out of it. He's also having a bit of a play with his goggles. I think he might have had a little issue there. So I thought I saw something flapping on the side of his helmet at one point. So maybe something there, maybe not, but he looks like he's okay now. Maybe he's just taking a breather from the roost as well. So we are sort of in that maybe just past halfway moment of our moto. We've got 4 minutes plus a lap to go, so it would be the chance now to take a quick breather and reset and have another charge here later in our moto as they come through the very bottom of the circuit. That's the part I'm talking about. See the roost coming off the bikes as they're flying around that left-hand corner. Before that step over, you see Richie is going to go, oh, the kick that Richie just got as he entered the Dantia berm. Wow, that thing was sideways at pace. That was not cool.
Those are those big moments, mate, that are going to freak you out and unsettle you as a rider. So it's good to see he managed to get that back in. That could have gone sideways on him, mate. That could have been an absolute huge crash. He's managed to keep it all together. Good bike setup, I would imagine, plays a huge part in that. As he, again, heads up over centre. Seems to be unfazed by it at this stage, but it's those little mistakes that are going to come into play as the race goes on.
Look, if you end up getting to speak to him at some point today, I want to ask him about that one, because I reckon that one would have been a bit of at least a heart rate spike, if not a change of the pants after the moto moment, because that thing was fully sideways after that kick. So anyway, Richie's out there still going from the front. He's one of those riders on the Boyd's Moto Surgery prepared machines as well. He's pitting out of that big Boyd's truck setup. So Boyd will be out here, checking out what Richie's up to. I know they were talking about some setup things that they've done differently since Canberra, and it's clearly working for him at the moment in this particular class. So let's see how Richie goes as this moto deepens. Is the fitness on point for Richie Lawler? This is the one we had a bit of a tiptoe last time around, but he's got a little different line that time, so maybe he's adjusted accordingly, trying to find a better way through that section. As we head back up the hill, over that little inside single goes Richie. Let's see if he hits this bump again. Oh, he kept the bike straight that time, so I'm sure there was something there that just kicked him sideways. He's managed to find a better way through the Dantia berm that time. But he's having a massive struggle out of the rut there before the rollers. He's trying to, the front's going out of it. I don't know if he's trying to exit it too early or what he's doing there, but it's definitely not coming out smoothly. And he's losing a little bit of ground each time through that exit of the corner. But a lap rider, you saw the blue flag flying there. There's a lap rider in the way for Richie, so that rider's got to get to the side of the track, let the leaders through. We have sort of calmed down a little bit. We've spaced back out between our top three. They got very, very close there for a second, but now they've all just we've got about a 2-second gap between each of them now, and it's calmed into the last part of this moto.
It's interesting, Dave, because Lawler is making a few mistakes, and unfortunately the boys behind him don't seem to be able to be in a position to capitalise on those mistakes. So it's going really well for him in that would normally be where the rider behind you sets up to make a move, but he's managing to hold on to this lead. So that's working out really good for Lawler, but the boys behind him, I think they're missing a few opportunities.
Yeah, I think for the moment, where Richie has made some of those mistakes haven't been in sort of those critical moments or points on the track where, horsepower up the next section is key. He's sort of done it in the points where he's not at the bottom of the big horsepower hills, so he hasn't lost too much drive and hasn't had anyone sneak up on top of him. So probably lucky for the moment, but we're just seeing the guys, the top three, make their way through some lap traffic, having to find some different lines to get through these sections. But our running order remains Lawler from Williams, from Evick. McCloskey, who was up there on the podium position, is now in the 4th. Neal still in 5th. Jonathan McGregor in 6th. Travis Barker in 7th. Thomas Smith, 8th. William Oborn in 9th. And Archie Job is your top 10 in this 15 to 17 years 125cc moto. So we're watching Lawler come up the hill there. He's actually opened that gap up even just a fraction more over Tyson Williams. Tyson maybe got hung up with one of those lap riders a little bit, I think, as they were coming across the start line section there on the previous lap. So that might have just helped Lawler here just a tiny bit, as he just throws it a little bit sideways over the step up at the top of the hill. Has a look over, does Lawler, just checking the gap at the moment. He's going to come down the hill now past our scorers section, and he's going to get the last lap board. So 1 to go for Lawler. Carr Brothers, Gas that Lawler is riding is going really well at the moment. Boyd's Moto Surgery preparing that really well. Making this first moto look like it's a job done so far, but he's got half a lap to go here Williams and Ebic are tightening up for second and third. Ebic is all over the back of Tyson Williams as they come out of the rollers at the bottom of the circuit. Have to see what he can do as he comes up into the main. Will he be able to show him a wheel and make a move here on this last lap? So they come back up onto the main section. It's horsepower plenty here. Can Ebic get to the wheel and make a move? That was one of the opportunities he's had, but he had to follow through that rut. Now Ebic's still following here. They've taken the same line before the rollers. Can he get a better drive? They're not really making anything here now. So we see Williams actually just scoot back away a little bit on the exit and that run down to Whole Shot Graphics berm. Oh, Lawler's having a look down at his bike over the centre tabletop. I hope everything's okay there, or whether he's just trying to look under the arm and look backwards. I'm not sure. But Lawler is sort of just in front of Williams now. The gap that he had is sort of starting to evaporate a little bit. Maybe there is something to this. But Ebic has dropped off Williams. Williams might actually have the bit between the teeth because you can see our leader here in the last stages, but this is sort of the last chance to make a pass is the top of the track here. So all going well for Lawler. He's just got to make it down the hill now. And he's on a B here. Lawler looks over, but it's going to be the 27. Richie Lawler taking our moto win from Tyson Williams and Nate Ebic in third position on that 999 machine. Good race here. Good opening moto for the 15 to 17 years 125cc category. We'll take a break from our action here. We're going to come back with our next moto on track, which will be our 50cc 6 to 9 years. We'll be back with more action here.
Good. All right, I'm here with Peter Wolf, the number 28. He's gone out and done a little bit of checking out on the track, mate. How is the track looking? How's the prep looking? And how has your setup changed from Canberra?
The track, I reckon, going to form a pretty hard back track, but we're doing it. I'm not going to form it's going to be pretty fast and pretty racy. It's going to be pretty good racing and battling, so you're definitely going to need a good start. And the setup's pretty similar from Canberra, just make some few slight changes, but yeah, it could be good.
Have we done anything about the gearing? Dave and I were chatting about this. This is a fast track with big, long hills. Was there any changing of the rear sprocket, front sprocket? Was there anything like that to get a bit more top in out of the bike, or not so much?
No, we've kept the gearing the same. The bike's been on pretty good thanks to Raceline Performance. They've got it going really good.
Mate, these Raceline Performance bikes, you're on the teed-up team. They are an absolute weapon of a machine. They look really great out there, and they've been super reliable for you guys. So it's great to see that you guys are here, you're doing really well. What's going to be the secret to winning today for you? What is your game plan?
Get off to a good start. Definitely a good start. I can come pretty well line, and then just ride myself. Work on it, coach myself through the motor, and yeah.
Awesome, mate. Well, I'll be looking forward to seeing you nail some of those whole shots, mate, and break that in front. Best of luck today.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we are back on the gate. 50cc 6 to 9 years about to hit the gate drop. Russ, what do you see down there, mate?
Mate, what I'm seeing is a full gate of young riders. The gate has dropped and off they go. It looks like everyone got off fairly clean. Here they come into the first corner. Looks like the 284 has got the whole shot on his Cobra machine there. But the good news is that everyone is through safe in that first corner for these young junior riders as they head up into that Dantia barricaded corner there and down into the second corner. There are some yellow flags out, so there might have been a bit of a tip over. But
there is a big tip over. There's about 4 or 5 riders there all patched together, but it is the 284 Jackson Riley with that whole shot, and he's running away with it at the moment. It looks like our couple of down riders are getting themselves back on track, so there's no injuries there. It's good to see. Just a bit of a unfortunate tangled mess there on the opening lap, as so often happens. All right, so with the 284 out front, he was currently third in our championship in ACT at our opening round, so he will be looking to try and make up some points here on the riders in front of him, which I did see the 43 of Lucas Nielsen just a bit buried in our pack there as they came through some of the middle parts of our circuit. So he was second in our championship at the opening round. So Jackson's doing a good job here to try and make up some points, but looks like the championship leader, the 472, might be running around in second. We'll see this here as we come down past the finish line for the first time and get an update on our running order. So there goes through Jackson. No, it's the 900 machine of Bentley Phillips currently running in second. Jagger McKercher is going to be your third on track. Tyson Lupton fourth. And then Levi Jones is in fifth. So
Dave, it is just Cobra City down here, mate. I don't know if you're noticing that from where you are, mate, but it is just, it's Cobra, Cobra, Cobra. As the 284 comes past me on his Cobra machine, I think we've got a Husqvarna behind him, and then the rest of the pack just about behind him is Cobras. So Cobra's out here dominating today, mate, so far in the 50 classes. It seems to be the brand to have. These machines are highly tuned, and the kids are absolutely ripping around on them. So it's got to be the top 10, top 15 riders are all on Cobras.
yeah, it's a bike of choice, it seems, in this particular class. But there was a Cobra rider. Didn't quite catch the number down at the end of our bottom rollers. So they're up and going now while we're on screen there. But yeah, look, the 284 machine is flying and just put that 50 over the center tabletop like it wasn't even there. So nice work to the 284 of Jackson Riley. He is ripping at Lake Macquarie today so far early here in this moto. Got a decent looking gap to second position as well as he comes down the hill, using a wide line there, trying to stay out of that inside deeper rut. Probably a good move there on the small wheeled 50cc machine.
Dave, I can't imagine what it takes to get a 50 over that centre jump, mate. That is so super impressive to come around out of that corner and be able to launch that thing. That's absolutely incredible. These bikes are fast, but not a ton of torque in them. So being able to come in that corner and clear that jump, yeah, we can see what it's doing for him. It's really putting him out in front, dominating lead already as he comes down the straight here towards me. I'll watch him as he comes into the big braking bumps here that are starting to form, but mate, his technique looks really good. He's looking really comfortable as he heads into those back rollers. And yeah, he looks like he's just enjoying the bike setup, enjoying the track, and I think he's going to let this race come to him.
He was definitely trying to stretch that throttle cable as he went past you when he was on screen. He had the elbow cocked right down low as he comes up the hill now. Probably doing the same thing right about now as he lands off that roller, trying to get some power down. He also hit all three of the tabletops down this final section of the track too, so there's no problem with his power in that Cobra, or the mentality on top of the machine to send it down that hill.
Absolutely. Now, there, mate, there is a down rider in a really tricky position, basically right on the start straight. He's come around that corner. I didn't see it. I'd imagine it's a bit of a high side. That's usually what happens there. But he's laying on the track and not getting up right now, mate. So the yellow flags are out. The Red Cross flag is out as well. The position that he's in is a fairly dangerous spot. So we've got the medical team rushing over to get him sorted. Red Cross flag is out, which basically means that all riders have to slow right down and keep that area clear to let the medical team in. So the rider has not gotten up yet, but hopefully he's going to get the attention he needs, and he should be okay, hopefully. So we'll see how we go with this one. Could be a bit of an interesting spot to have a crash there.
Yeah, the crew's doing a good job here. The officials are just sort of making them go nice and wide around there. So when we get to here very shortly with our leader, who a few leaders here are on the screen, we'll see that section and we'll get, obviously, understand what Ross has been just talking about. But we're seeing the 43 machine trying to make a move on the inside here. The 43 is our second position in the championship, Lucas Nilsson. He's trying to make a move further up the pack here to get into second position. So he's about to make that pass on Jagger, and he does right on the finish line. And here's where we're talking about. There's our red crosses. They're going right around. They're actually not sure what they're supposed to be doing here, unfortunately, guys. Just going nice and steady. The kids have all slowed down, which is a good job. They're going around our down rider, and then they can get back to racing. Once they clear those red crosses, they can continue on back to race pace. So we've had a change in that running order, like we said. We've now got Jackson Riley from Lucas Nilsson and Jagger McKercher currently in third position.
Yeah, it's good to see the team out there sorting that young rider out. For those watching at home that may not be familiar with the flag system, you will see some yellow flags out. Yellow flags are a cautionary flag. It doesn't really mean the riders have to change too much of the behaviour. They just need to be aware that there is some sort of incident happening. The red cross flag, however, does mean that there is a medical emergency. There is something going on that really requires you to slow down and stay clear of an area. It also means that two wheels have to stay on the ground if you're going through a roller section or a jump section, just so everyone is able to stay as safe as possible. So it looks as though they're clearing the bike now, but yeah, this could be a decent little crash here for this young rider. Hopefully he's okay, but it is great to see all the other riders really respecting the flags, understanding how they work, and just showing some respect to the down rider by slowing right down and keeping the area clear.
All right, we're seeing our leader back on screen. Good description from Russ about our flags too, for the people that might not understand all of them, because we do get to see, at some of the club days you might not see all these flags because they don't necessarily need to come out, but on a race day like this you'll end up seeing pretty much every single one of them at some point. So it's good to understand what each one of them means, but they are clearing that rider now well out of the race line, which is a good thing, and they'll be able to take those red cross flags down, as we're just seeing right now on those riders coming down past our finish line section. So alright, so we're just keeping an eye on our riders now. I think we've just lost position of where we're up to here on the screen, but we've got a couple of riders just making their way across. A pass being made there down across the start straight. Must be a lapped rider getting taken there by a couple of riders. So we're just hearing that it was the 27 machine that was down, and that's Ziggy Rogers, but he's got the medical attention that he needs. So hopefully Ziggy is okay, but he's now transported off our circuit. So best wishes to the 27 machine of Ziggy Rogers. All right, a move being made there at the bottom of the hill too. Just taking the inside line, passing the rider on the outside of the track. Can't quite tell who that is from our distance here, but we're watching them at afar. I think I see the number 3 there, Oliver Single. And that might be is that the 395? Is that our third position there, I think, on the white machine? I think it is. So that's the 395. That's Jagger McKercher making his way. Jagger making his way up through those rollers. And then jumping down the hill. You get some speed up coming down this hill here, and that's actually a 2-stage tabletop down there. As he heads into this whole shot graphics berm. Now he needs to carry a lot of speed to get up and over that tabletop, and Jagger doesn't quite make the down ramp there. Probably could radius that corner out a bit further and get a better run at it. Probably get himself much closer to making the entire tabletop. So we're seeing the watering system going through there. The guys on the hoses trying to keep some moisture in this track. The wind is picking up, unfortunately, here at Lake Macquarie. So we're fighting a battle here with the water and the moisture in the track, because the wind is going to dry it out really quickly, that surface level stuff. So the guys and girls here on the watering crew, they're going to have their work cut out for them today.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. The wind is the biggest enemy here. We can deal with the sun, we can deal with the heat, but the wind is the biggest enemy. Basically, it dries off that top layer of the track really quickly, and as the riders are coming through, they're stirring the track up, and then the wind is drying every bit that they stir up. So basically, it just accelerates the drying process really, really quickly, and is essentially the biggest enemy to the track crew. So I'm standing down here in the back section of the track. The trees are blowing. There is a good stiff breeze going on here, mate. So yeah, I think we know where this is going to end up. It's going to be a dry and dusty track by lunchtime, I would say. It'll be very interesting to see what happens overnight tonight and what the weather brings us tomorrow for seniors. I'd imagine the track crew is going to re-rip the track and re-prep it tonight. So my guess would be they're going to be putting a whole lot of moisture into it overnight.
Yes, I would say that will be the case. All right, we are on our last lap for this moto. This is our 6 to 950cc. It is the 284 of Jackson Riley still leading this one at the front. Got a massive gap on the field of 16.7 seconds has Jackson. We see the 43 machine there on screen. That's second position. That's Lucas Nielsen. Getting the power down, leaning right over the back tyre. There is Lucas. Trying to drive that Cobra up the hill. He's going to make a pass on one of the lap riders here. The lapper there is the 1:15 of Chase Collins. Chase going to the wide line. Lucas takes the inside to make that move. Plenty of drive. Oh, look at the power of that Cobra. Pulling a wheelie up the hill. As he gets up and over the step up at the top there. So we've got the checkered flag out. The 284 has just come across the line. So Jackson Riley is your winner in this class. As we watch the 43 come down the hill to take second position in this opening moto. Good start there. And then it should be the 395. No, we've had a change, sorry. We've had 472 of Cole Weir pop up. Our championship leader popped up into the fray right at the very end there to grab third position. So it's, a bit of a change there in the running order on that last lap. All right, that was our 6 to 9 years 50cc moto. We've got more action coming up here, but we're going to take a break on our coverage, and we'll get back with our next moto very shortly.
Looks good, eh?
Ken,
What was that, love?
I said, Ken,
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
All right, we are back for our next moto. This should be our 65cc 10 to 12 years.
It is indeed, Dave. I've just noticed a hand up there on the gate. Again, another full gate, which is really cool to see. All 40 positions taken up there, which is just amazing. There is a dad standing down there helping a child with a bike there with his hand up in the air. So basically what he's doing, he's signaling that there is some sort of problem going on, and he's asking for a few more minutes of time. You know, one of the marshals has gone over there and given him a bit of a hand, sorted that out, and got him out of there. So our race controller has just walked out, giving everyone the point, and the 15-second board is now up. That'll flip over to a 5-second board. The heads will go down. Oh, there's a quick gate drop. It happened really fast. One of the riders has already gone off the track. But as far as whole shot goes, it looks like it's the 282 of Kale that are going to do it. But Figlio is right behind there as he dives to the inside of that number 23 machine. And they come around into the Kennards higher corner. Dave, what are you seeing from your angle, mate?
I saw the 23 getting really loose out of the corner before the rollers there, but he's trying to make a move now. Is the 23 of Magnafiglio. Trying to chase down Kale here, but Kale, what a start from Kale. That drive he got initially, he was ready for that quick gate drop, that's for sure.
Yeah, wasn't he ever, mate? We actually heard a few riders complaining about a long hold or a slow gate drop in Canberra, so it's interesting to see them playing around with some extremely fast ones here this weekend. But the way it works is that it is totally up to the marshals as to when to drop the gate after that 5-second board goes down. The idea of it is that that the riders will not be fully ready for when it drops, right? So the idea is the riders have to go head down, stare at that gate, and the second it drops, away they go. But it is not a set amount of time. It could be instant and it could be 10, 15 seconds in. So interesting to see them playing around with that. And if you take a bit of notice over the day, you will see different times from when that 5-second board goes up to when the gate actually drops.
All right, so we've had a change for the lead, but we did get a pass done by Magnafiglio. So the 23 machine is now your leader over the 282 of Ollie Kale. So we've had that change. Now we've got the third place there running around, which I think might be Sonny Jarvis, if I'm not mistaken, on the 256, but I'll check that when our timing screen just ticks back around, because we've got almost a full gate here. We've got 38 riders on the thing, so we've got 3 scrolls coming up on my timing screen as we watch the riders head back up the hill. So yes, it is Sonny Jarvis in third, and Hudson Francis is in fourth. Levi Bittick in fifth, so that's your top 5 here. But there's Magdafiglio, Kale in second. Magdafiglio getting a nice run, getting over the back, getting the front high through those rollers, trying to drive the little Husky 65 through that section. Now, Ryder won both motos at Canberra in this class, so he is on a run here at the moment. He's trying to make it 3 from 3 if he can pull this one off. Throwing some style over that tabletop too before he heads up the hill. Just for some good camera action. He must have known that he was on the screen then. As he shoots down the hill. Now he's going to take the inside rut. Now that is starting to develop, but also there's 3 ways into that inside rut as well that are all got different amounts of braking bumps developing. But Ryder is doing a good job here. He's actually starting to gap Ollie Kale early in this moto. He's able to run that wide line too, go up and over the step up on the top, so he didn't have to bounce through and worry about braking traction at the top of the hill there as they all shoot down past the finish line and drop back onto the start straight there, trying to stretch the throttle cables to get as maximum speed as they can to get down and across there. All right, overhead drone shots, checking out the bottom of our circuit. Just noticing Flynn Burgess has moved up the list a little bit. He's just onto the back of Hudson Gould there. That's 10th and 11th on our timing scoring. I see Stella's in the list as well. She's in 9th, so she's a little bit further back there, the 268 of Stella Harding. So she hasn't got a good start in this one. She was one of our moto podiums, and she actually got 2nd overall down in Canberra. So not a good start so far for Stella here at Lake Macquarie, but hopefully she can make some passes early in this moto and get herself into the action. As we're watching our third place there, 256 Sonny Jarvis. We're getting loose out of that rut and onto the landing of that first tabletop. That's not how you want to do it again, Sonny. But he gets up and over that tabletop much better. Bit straighter. Keep an eye. There's Ollie going down the hill. Sonny getting that rut on the way exit as well. I think Sonny just found a nice inside line there in that corner at the bottom, in the inner part of the hill there. Found a bit smoother run. Now the top 3 have just spread out a bit here. The action has just sort of died off a little bit from that opening lap here. But Magdafiglio is doing a good job out front on his Husqvarna. It's Raceline Australia. T-Dub supported machine that is for Ryder. You see him taking a nice wide line there through the rollers and entry into that next corner. And they all sort of follow suit there, the top 3. Our overhead shots there, getting the run up the hill. And now Dantia, Berm are the top 3. Probably a couple of seconds on the climbing scoring. It's about 2.5 seconds between each of the riders here. So, Sonny having a moment there. Almost dropped it in the Kennards Hire inside rut there, did Sonny Jarvis, but he's managed to somehow keep it going. But he's dropped right off now, and he's actually under fire from 4th position in our running order. So now 4th is Hudson Francis, the 4:09 machine. We're hearing there's another rider that's gone down in the Risen corner, which we've just come out of. So not sure who that is, but riders unfortunately going down here. Looks like Hudson's trying to make a pass on Sonny for 3rd. Not able to get it done there. But he's going to go the long way around at the bottom of the hill here. Bit of a rough run exit. He's actually going to potentially lose out. I think Levi Bittick just behind him in 5th was having us think that he might be able to get a run on him up the hill here. And Hudson's had to guard that inside at the top of the hill, so he wasn't able to get that jump. So
great battle between those boys, mate. And I know that'll be one to watch because those two boys train together. So that should be pretty interesting to see how they go exchanging back and forth. They ride a lot together. They have the same coach with Craig Anderson. So should be pretty interesting to see how those two go banging bars today.
It's always handy when you've got your training partner nearby because you know what they're going to do. Or at least you should know what they're going to do based on the fact you've been on track with them quite often. So it also gives you a little bit more incentive because you usually want to beat the people you're familiar with. As we see their run. So 3rd, 4th, 5th on screen there. Making their run up the hill. Couple of different lines there. We're going to see, I think Levi is going to go all the way around the Dantia berm because Hudson cut to the inside and Levi changed his mind. So he didn't want to follow, which is a great idea. And trying to just stay out of the roost probably too there as well. But they're tightening up this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. I'm not sure whether 4th is going to go to 3rd or 4th is going to go to 5th here. They're that close in their order at the moment. As we see Levi, I think he's going to try and dive a little bit inside. I know he's run up to the top of the berm there. They all need to get over this center tabletop because if they want to stay in touch with each other, they need to make that jump happen before the horsepower hill aspect here. So they have to funnel in the whole shot graphics corner. You see Hudson just sort of dabbing the foot, trying to get the bike to stay upright through the exit of that corner there. I think Hudson's picked up on that little inside line there that our 3rd position man has been running. Very close here at the top of the circuit. Sonny Jarvis still holding down that 3rd position. Only just, but there's a lap rider in front of him and they're actually going to get to the last lap board here. So this is where the action will pay. Can they do anything? Will they change position or will they finish exactly where they are? 1 to go for the 3rd, 4th, 5th on track. Jarvis, Francis, Bittick. All there through the rollers. Our man at the front, but Sonny Ryder Magnifiglio has got a 10-second gap on the field now. So big lead for him. It's actually 2nd, 3rd, 4th. I've just noticed the list has changed there. That these riders are battling over. So Sonny holding down 2nd. Oh, 3 different lines there by the 3 riders. And they all got to come out almost even through the rollers. These 3 kids, they're going everywhere, trying to get through each other, through the lap rider that was in the way as well. As they come down to our whole shot graphics, oh, lap rider in the way there. I thought Levi might have made a move on Hudson, but I think the lap rider blocked his path there as they head up the hill. 3 abreast they run. Oh, look, we've had a massive change now. Francis and Bittick have gone past Sonny Jarvis. So Sonny's dropped off the podium now, unfortunately. But Francis is now holding down 2nd. 3rd place is going to be Levi Bittick, and 4th is going to be Sonny. And Sonny's just losing a bit of power there up the hill. I'm not sure if he's got a bit of an issue there, but he didn't have the drive going that time up the hill, so he's dropped right off. But we have had our leader come over. Ryder Magnifiglio has won this one. And it's going to be Hudson Francis in 2nd. Levi Bittick's got to pick up 3rd place. And Sonny Jarvis, despite holding down that 2nd position for a lot of that moto, thought he was in 2nd. I thought he was in 3rd, but we must have lost the rider or something there. Or I've just got my order mixed up. But he's going to drop off the podium and end up 4th in that particular moto. So nice exciting finish there for our 65cc 10 to 12 years age group for this opening moto at round 2 for them at Lake Macquarie. Let's take a break on our coverage. We've got plenty more action still to come here. We'll be back shortly.
Ooh, what a view, look at you click, click, zoom.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de cane.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Keno.
12 to 14 age bracket for the 85 class here for their first race of the day at the Motocycle New South Wales State Championships for round 2 here at the beautiful Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. Just waiting for the last couple of riders to clear the track and the track crew to do their checks. Another full gate. Looks like there's only a few empty gates at the very end there. The vast majority of riders have chosen to shuffle down towards the end there. You'll see the first 5 or so gates have been left, and the rest have been filled up. So we're getting ready here. The sun is out. The track has still got some moisture in it, and it's looking great. We're thinking that we're going to see a fair bit of a dusty, dry track later on. But right now, it is looking really, really good. So the track crew doing their final checks, making sure that everything is safe, ready to get into this next session. I'm down here on the very first corner looking for our whole shot rider. Basically, as they come into the first sweeping left-hand bend here with the whole shot Kennards and Dantia graphics, we're going to call the whole shot. So basically, whoever gets first on the line, gets that early lead, is going to be our whole shot winner. That takes us around into turn 2, which is up there by the Dantia barriers. That is a fast sweeping left-hand corner that riders can really start to make a move on. There is a high line and an inside line, and then they come down through the Kennards High banner as well. So it does really change how the riders go dependent on this start straight. There's a ton of grip. There's some really good lines forming up. So they are going to be, the start is going to be absolutely critical to the race here this morning.
Now, Russ, I'm going to jump in quick. I'm going to play Nostradamus while we've got a second here. I'm going to call a 262 for a whole shot.
262 for a whole shot, mate.
Yeah, Blake Bohannon, mate. You can't go wrong.
Look, it's not a very exciting bet there, mate. I think that's a fairly easy one to go for. Blake has been absolutely dominating these classes from round 1 and now into round 2 as well. So I think your money's fairly safe there, mate. The odds you'd be given on that one would be fairly low, I reckon.
Yeah, they're in my favour for a good result here. So let's see. There he is on screen at the moment as they just pan across our start line. You see the 29. I think that's Maxie Harris. As he goes past, we're going to see a bunch of them here. There's the 86 as well, so I'm going to keep an eye on Archie Black. Just getting a good shot of all the riders just sitting here getting prepped. A couple of little nervous twitches. Fix of the gloves. Adjust the goggles there as well from the 280. That's Kai Sproul. All the 27's trying to get pumped up. Who's the 27? Cade Hodges giving himself the full, business there.
Now, Cade Hodges is another local rider here, mate. This is his local track. He trains here pretty regularly, races here all the time. His dad owns Nova Coast. They do garage doors and stuff like that. They are a huge sponsor of the local club here. So awesome to see him here racing. Another one of those committed race families, mate. I believe there's another one from that family. Addie, she's racing in one of the classes here as well today. So another great local race family and a great supporter of this awesome club.
All right, we're just having a little bit of a hold here. I'm hearing that we're getting some track maintenance aspects done. So we're getting some things sorted out here. The guys are sitting there. You can see the marshal just in front of the gate. So until that guy moves back into the doghouse that we call it, which is where they drop the gate from, we will still be under the officials awaiting. So you can see our buggy just cruising around here.
Mate, that is the Power Sports Central sponsored buggy there, mate. Just make sure you get that right there.
Do you know a thing or two about that place?
I know a thing or two about that place, mate. There is 2 Yamaha Vikings here and yeah, the crew at Powersport Central and Yamaha Australia, pretty proud to help the club with those machines here. They are a vital part of running a successful club and a successful weekend. Those buggies are used for emergencies. We saw them already today carting damaged bikes or dead bikes off the track. They are also used to carry injured riders off the track down to where the ambulance crew can get them safely as well. And right now it's doing one of the most important jobs you can possibly do with the buggy, which is delivering lunch to all the track crew and flaggies, mate. So
a little bit early for lunch, isn't it?
Yeah, look, maybe it is, mate. I'm not too sure about the schedule itself, but we certainly can't have any of our volunteers falling over here, mate. So very grateful that they're getting fed and watered and keeping the hydration up.
Well, I just saw the wind-up from our officials, so we're going to get this thing underway here very, very shortly.
Our start board, Marshall, mate, is giving the riders the point, checking that everyone's got their helmets done up, making sure that they're all ready. He looks like he's about to step out on the start straight with that 15-second board, mate.
Here it goes. Its 15-second board is up.
5-second board, heads down, revs come up. Long hold on the gate. Down we go. Looks like Blake Bohannon's got a great inside line there on the 262 Yamaha GYTR machine and easily takes that whole shot as he gets up into turn 2 there around the down tier barriers and down into the Kennar tyre. He gets through clean and he's going to break away. And I'm going to guess that could be the last time anyone sees Blake Bohannon.
It is quite possible with the history that he's put together recently. So that was an awesome start. I'll take that gamble to the bank that I just put out there for the whole shot. So I'm happy with that. But it's the number 2 machine that's sitting there in second. I think that's Ethan Wolf. He's got a covered up number, so I think he's adjusted his numbers for this one. But he is second in the championship as well, Ethan. So good start for him. And I think I saw the 26 of Liam Millard up there early trying to battle with Blake into that first corner as well. So good start for Liam as well. But there is Bohannon on that Yamaha Motor Australia bike heading up the hill, trying to sneak himself away early in this one. He's gone to the inside there. Interesting choice. He still managed to just get that step up at the top of the hill. So no problems with power on that bike. As they come down past our finish line area for the first time, we'll get a complete update on our running order here, and it is Bohannon from Wolf, from Millard, from Ollie Chandler, Archie Black, Duke Sharonbone, Jai Lees, Maxie Harris, and then I missed the rest as we cut through our running order here. I do notice the 280 of Kai Sproul just down in 18th, so a bad start for Kai in this moto. As the pack heads into the bottom of the circuit, Blake getting it, throwing it flat off that little roller back onto the main section of the track there. Throwing that 85 around, or the big wheel 85 around there. Heads up through the rollers. It is still Wolf there on the number 2 from Millard on the 26. Those second and third positions are fairly tight on track. They're stretching out that tabletop down the hill. Wolf throwing it sideways. So too Millard going the opposite direction. Picking their runs up the hill. Now that run down into this corner here is pretty smooth for the moment. It's going to develop into more braking bumps. Now there's a yellow flag out on track, so there might be a rider down in the centre of the circuit. Hopefully they're getting up. Oh no, it's at the top of the circuit there. We just saw the Husqvarna getting picked up and restarted. So not sure who that is, but I did see that Blake Bohannon has just gone purple on the screen, meaning that lap he's just done is the fastest so far of this race. And it makes sense because he is gone at the front of this field. Oh, Wolf just getting out of shape into that right-hander after the start straight. Bike stepped sideways. He missed the inside rut. Had to regather himself and have a second go at that corner.
Yeah, it's cost him a bit of time, mate. Blake Bohannon is definitely breaking away and giving himself a big, healthy gap back to Peter Wolf there. And he's just absolutely sending it on that bike, trying to catch him. But second and third seem to be fairly close. A little bit of pressure from fourth. But Blake Bohannon on his Yamaha GYTR machine is just breaking away. And as per usual, looking pretty calm and smooth out there, not looking panicked, riding really, really well. Looks like he's controlling his breathing, looks like he's just hitting his own marks, not under any kind of pressure at all.
You know what I think I want to see for the next moto, Russ, with Blake?
What's that?
I think I want to see like a delayed drop on his gate only, just to see how he goes when he has to battle through the pack, because he gets to the front super easy and just disappears, so he's got the speed. Let's make it a bit interesting for him, eh?
Mate, absolutely. I'm all for it. I think that we should just leave his gate up for a few seconds longer.
Yeah, can you just stand there maybe and just block his track, and then you can let everybody go, and then you go, all right, now it's your turn. All right, now I'll step sideways, yeah?
See how he goes coming through the pack. Or maybe we just leave him on the 85 and put him in the next class up, mate. Let's just stick him in the 125 class.
That could work too.
And see how he goes. But a little bit of homework for you, mate. I reckon it would be really interesting to overlap his lap times on this bike to the 125 class and kind of see where he's sitting with that, because he's just out on his own, mate. He's gone.
He's got a 138.658 in this moto so far, so I'll write that down and we'll keep a track of it for later in the day and see how he compares. But
what was your time that you did on a perfectly prepped, unridden track the other day, Dave? Did you run a stopwatch, mate?
Look, they forgot to put the transponder on, and it's probably a good thing because it wouldn't have actually registered because it was so fast.
Right. Yep. That makes a lot of sense.
It was a Yamaha Motor Australia powered effort, so that does make complete sense.
Just beyond any kind of timing ability.
Look, when warp speed engages, you can't time it. As we see Ethan Wolff and Liam Millard going through the rollers, these two have got really tight here in this battle for second and third. Millard's trying to make some moves, but just can't seem to find a line to get level with Ethan here. But he's keeping the distance fairly tight. So, Ethan Wolff's had a good look over and gone, what are you doing so close to me? As they go up and over those center tabletops. So the battle's on for second and third, that's for sure. Can Millard do anything about it? He's tried a different line there to get a bit of a better flow down the hill. But he's got a couple of minutes yet, plus a lap, still to see if he can creep up and find space to make a move, does Liam Millard. Both riders top of the circuit. Oh, there's a rider just up at the top of the circuit there with the officials. Must have had an issue there. As we see the riders shoot down the hill. A couple of nasty looking ruts as they drop off that finish line area onto the start straight. Might be a bit of a treacherous area. That spot of the track always develops in a bit of a nasty manner. And we do see some accidents. We've already seen one there earlier today, but we do see some regularly there across this event. So we'll have to see how that keeps going, because might need some touch-up later in the day. But Bohannon's got a nearly 10-second gap on second place, the number 2 of Ethan Wolff. As Millard, again, closes right to the back wheel as they head into that Dantia berm. Not too much that either rider does differently through this section. They just got to try and keep themselves together here. There's one line sort of at the moment, and if Millard takes a wider line, he's going to lose a little bit of time. So he's just trying to stick to him. Not able to pass, but just stay with him. These two might be a case of whoever gets the start over the other and track position early that will change who wins, beats the other in these situations, because they look very similar in speed at the moment in this Moto 1 for this 12 to 14 85cc class. Oh, Wolff with a bit of an issue. This could be Millard's opening. Can he get the drive up the hill? No. Wolff just stepped out of the rut, had to regather down a gear, carry himself on, and he just was able to hold on to that second position. Millard just far enough back that he couldn't take advantage of the mistake. So running order stays the same despite the little bit of a moment there.
Yeah, that's an opportunity missed for sure, mate. And that's where it's so important for these riders to be in that position, ready to make a move, holding pressure on that rider in front of them. So if there is a mistake, they're in a great position to pounce and to get around them, make it stick as well. So a little bit of a learning moment there. But it is just about making sure you're in a good position to be able to make that move. Now, as I look over the other back section of the track, mate, Bohannon dealing with a little bit of lap traffic. So is Wolff as well. right into the lap traffic now, trying to make their way through. Blue flags are out, alerting those riders that the leaders are coming through.
Just making a move on that Cowie there. I think it is of, it's listed as a gas, but it's very green. Rusty Hatton on the 25 going a lap down.
That would definitely be the greenest gas I've ever seen, mate.
Maybe they've got some fancy plastics put on or something, or a kit. But anyway, moving on. As we see another rider kind of go a lap down here. Ethan trying to get to the inside to avoid that roost off the lap rider's rear tyre. I think that's the 274. Addison Leach just getting a lap down as Millard goes around the outside, wolfing around the inside of that rider. Wolf with a better run that time out of that corner, took a slightly different rut, didn't mess it up, so no chance for Millard that time around. As we drop down the hill again, 3 tables, and then we're going to get this nasty little section that's developing across to drop onto the start line. There's some nasty ruts in there, and they're trying to go a little bit wider, both riders there, to try and avoid that. But I think they're just going to make some of those other ones get into a nasty situation as well. But Wolf doubled, but Millard blitzed that section of the bottom whoops there, Russ. Just did a nice job. He closed right to the back, did Millard.
If you can blitz them, it's definitely the fastest way through there. Like I was mentioning earlier, the double would be the safest, smoothest line. But if you can blitz it, you're going to gain a lot of time. It's also going to set you up for that rear corner. And something we probably haven't seen on camera yet is the inside of that rear corner after those little whoops is very wet and boggy. It's one of the few spots of the track that is basically permanently underneath shade. So the moisture is staying there. The inside of that corner is basically unusable. So everyone's funneling towards the outside. So if you can hold a lot of pace through those whoops, it's going to set you up really well to come out of that bottom section in a strong position.
Yeah, nobody's been brave enough to go inside there just yet, I'd say, so that hasn't developed a nice rut to go there. Too wet for everybody. But Wolf just having a bit of a struggle on the exit of some of these ruts again. Trying to probably get on the gas just maybe a little too hard. His body position's not in the right spot to keep the rear wheel behind the front wheel, as they say. They're not in the same line. But he's still holding down second for the moment, but definitely getting a little loose on exit of some of his corners. Millard's still just tracking along behind him. It's a 0.8 of a second gap between second and third, but it's 16.5 seconds from second to first. So that gap for Bohannon at the front, he could stop and have a picnic, I reckon.
Yeah, we've seen that before from this Bohannon kid, haven't we, mate? Where he could literally pull over and just have a little drink stop, maybe, have a little picnic, check a few things out, and pick the bike up and keep going again. So he's just at that point in his career where he's really starting to make a breakaway. I really hope that there is some sort of opportunities for him coming from overseas, because I really think that's the level that he's at and the direction that he needs to go. So when any rider starts to just really break away from any level of racing here in Australia, whether it's local club, state level or national level, that's when the overseas discussions have to start coming about, whether it's Europe or the States. Their level is up there, and that's kind of where they need to go. So I'm really excited to see what opportunities come Bohannon's way. Being that he's already tied in with Yamaha and GYTR, I think the pathway is going to be pretty clear for him, and I think a lot of opportunities are going to come his way.
Yeah, well, look, hopefully, I was just sitting here thinking, like, as you're saying that, maybe something like EMX 85 or 125 in Europe might be a couple of things to, go and do the outdoor side of thing on. Maybe some point this year, but he's just got the last lap board, has the 262 of Blake Bohannon. So he is well and truly on his way for this moto, and hopefully he'll be on his way to bigger and better things, as we're just discussing, at some point in the near future. As we've got the number 2 back on screen just to come past, there's the last lap board, so he will be in second position and trying to make his way past a couple of lappers on this last lap. Millard's just dropped off a little bit off the back wheel of Ethan Wolf. Still close, but not quite as close as he was a lap or so earlier. 4th is still Ollie Chandler. 5th is Archie Black. So that's your top 5 here at the moment in our 12 to 14's 85 on the last lap here We're just keeping an eye on some of the riders coming up the hill. They're all tending to go over that big inside roller. Not many sweeping around the outside to stay low. They're all trying to take that and scrub that roller. As we see Wolf make a pass on another lap rider there. I think that's a 7.24 of Brody Manning. Millard to the inside to take that rider as well. Into the whole shot graphics goes Ethan Wolf. Has a look over just to check the gap that he's got on Millard. He's got a bit more breathing room than he has had in the last few laps at least. Probably a good time to have that chance. Have that space is the last lap, if any of the laps. But he's still on it, giving it all down that hill there. You can see that right elbow just cocked right down, getting on the throttle. And there goes Blake Bohannon with the win for this 12 to 14 years 85 moto. As we wait probably a little while, because it was 16 seconds at one point before we see the number 2 machine pop into our screen, and there he went through. So number 2, Ethan Wolf, the 26 of Liam Millard, that is your top 3 for this moto. But congratulations to Blake Bohannon. Great hole shot, awesome moto win. All right, as these riders come across the line here, we'll take the opportunity to have a break on our coverage. We'll be back with more action from round 2 of the motocross state titles for New South Wales.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Donna?
Gentlemen to the cane.
Hey, boss. Can I sorted it? All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs.
5-second board has gone down. Gate drop here. Oh, and a rider has looped out straight off the gate. This is the LCQ for the 65s, the last chance qualifier to make it into the main race later on. And 2 riders have been left on the gate. The 426 has made his way out, but one of the young riders looped it out. Big whiskey throttle right out of the start gate. A little bit too much power coming out of that KTM machine there.
So we've just seen, I think it's the 20 that's got the lead here. It is the 20 that's got our whole shot and lead. It's Wilco Cox out front. So Wilco making a good start to this LCQ moto, making sure he's going to get himself into the main show later in the day. But I think he's going to be battling here. He is with... He's going to be battling now. I can't quite pick up who the second position is at the moment, but I think it might be the 713, if I can see that correctly. It might be Kobe Wright. And it is. And then our third place rider is the 15 machine of Rigby Job. So that's our top 3. They're battling it out there, trying to get around this circuit. They've got to make sure they're getting the top 10 in this moto to make their way into the main program later in the day. Remaining riders will get a non-qualifying moto at the very end of our session. You're just steadily watching those riders. A few tucking to the inside. Most of the riders opting to go all the way down the outside of that corner there, trying to avoid the braking bumps, but I'd say that outside run's getting a bit rough too by now. As we see the 713 trying to chase down the 20 here. Wilco just coming up a little bit short there on the 20 machine and bouncing off the end of that tabletop as well. These guys not quite getting the distance on some of these bigger jumps down the hill on these smaller 65cc machines. All right, the riders are getting tight there. The top three very close together as they come out of the rollers. They're still battling there. I think the 713 is trying to make a move. Kobe Wright's trying to get around Wilco Cox on the 20, but hasn't quite succeeded just yet. Going to have to run a different line up the hill here. We're getting a good shot of all of the riders come up from our drone. You can see the gap there. I think that might be Wilco Cox just dropped back to second now. It is. So the 713 of Kobe Wright has taken over the lead here in our LCQ Moto. Obviously got a good drive and a good run around the Dantia corner there. And he's going to try and gap out here. Now he's got clear track. Kobe should be able to get a little gap here. Just keep things together. Keep it on two wheels. The aim of the game in this moto is to qualify out. Don't need to throw it away after taking over the lead. You only need the top 10 here. You can see how far the riders have spread out over the track early in this one. Only on to lap 2 here. So we see Wilco Cox go down. There's the 15. Just behind Wilco now. So the 15 is Rigby. Rigby job. These kids working hard through some of these acceleration bumps up that hill. The other bikes have started to develop the track, and the little 65's just getting the rough end of the deal there with the smaller wheels. Kobe just jumping down, not quite getting this tabletop. Probably won't get that one. He's going to bounce off the end of it. It's never a good feeling when you bounce the end of a tabletop. As they all go wide around to miss some of those ruts that have developed on the inside of that last corner before they drop onto the start straight section. Kobe taking the inside line before the rollers, going to roll right through them there. Wilco going to bounce his way, and Rigby's going to try and make a move here. It might be a block pass opportunity. Backed out of it at the last minute, did Rigby. Saw an opening, didn't quite get there. As the riders are coming along, trying to pick up some of our other riders. Now in 10th is Mace Purcell, and 11th is Madden on the 56 machine. So that's the bubble point, is the 11th position there of Madden on that 56. Madden Hagelberg. And Madden's got the spot-on excavation supporting their ride. But he's going to have to put in a bit of effort here because it's a bit of a gap to 10th position, and he's going to miss out, is Madden, at this stage if he doesn't get moving here quickly for this LCQ. But the 713's definitely made a gap at the front, has Kobe Wright. Got that move done over the 20 of Wilco. And he's now definitely cleared out at the front of this field. So obviously Wilco was a little bit slower than the pace that Kobe has. So Kobe doing a good job. I think, oh, there's the 15 trying to go the inside. Got hung up in a rut. Rigby trying to make another move on Wilco. Didn't get it done again. These ruts are a bit treacherous for these guys on the 65. You see the power lines in our shot there below the drone. It's a feature here at Lake Macquarie. The power lines runs right through the venue. Down the hill they go. Couple of tabletops. All these riders sort of just not quite getting there. They're bouncing off the ends of them. A little more gas and they'll get that done. But they're taking that wide line to avoid those ruts that you can see in that shot now. Rigby still trying to chase down that second position. Rigby on that 15 machine, the KTM there. Following Wilco through the rollers, bounce. Can he get a drive and go? He does take that little bit inner line there. But nobody wants a piece of that inside corner after the rollers down the bottom. It's still too wet, as Russ was indicating there just a little while ago. But not so wet down there. You can see how white that dirt is on the exit of that corner before they run up the hill. It's definitely dry out a lot in that section of track. But it's still your leader, Kobe Wright, on the 7.13 with a 7.6 second gap in this LCQ over the 20 of Wilco Cox. 15 is Rigby Job, running in third. Fourth place isn't too far back there, so they're doing a good job. That's Levi Jones on the 6.83 machine. Wilco doing a good job here. Elbows up as he's in those braking zone. Trying to keep the body in the right position to absorb the bumps and make the corner work. Trying to send those tabletops. They're a long way on those small bikes.
Dave, not to throw any more shade at you, mate, but did you manage to clear all them on the 250 yesterday?
Look, I'm glad you've watched our coverage, Russ, and you would understand that I did. But in some of the footage that we used, it wasn't always the ones that I'd got around, because I think they used the first lap. I'm going to have to speak to the boys.
Ah, so you're saying a bit of fake news there, mate. Bit of fake news, bit of editing going on.
I'm going to have to. We're going to have to start using the third lap, I think, because that's the one where I get it all down pat. But,
okay.
Yeah, I'm just hearing James in the truck go, we use the second lap. Oh, hold on. He's not on comms. We need to get James in. He's throwing more shade in the background. Hold on. I'm going to have to defend myself here. Anyway, moving on. Thanks, Russ. All right, we're on the last lap, but this LCQ moto. So Kobe Wright still out front. 8.8 seconds now out in front of Wilco in second. Rigby in third. Levi Jones fourth. Reed Wallace in fifth. So that's your top five as they run here. Now, only a few riders are going to miss out in this moto in terms of getting into our main events later on. So Harley Valick is now in 10th on the list, but that might update because it's got a lap down there. So we'll wait and see where that one's going to fall. So last lap, you can see that's second, third, and fourth, all in the one shot as they head into the Dantia berm. Rigby's still trying to make a move on Wilco. He's been trying to do that the whole moto, but maybe it's going to be the 6.83 sneak into the back of picture. Levi Jones getting maybe potentially, yeah, he's going to try and take Rigby here. He has, so he's moved in the third. Maybe he's going to steal second here away shortly. We'll have to keep an eye on him. Levi's the man on the move here on this final lap of this moto for the 7 to 10 65cc's. Wonder if the 20 of Wilco is going to realise that it's not Rigby anymore, because it's changed the order here. But all of them at this point, as long as they stay up on two wheels, they're all going to qualify into the main moto programs that are going to come up here in a little bit time in our program. But yeah, look at that. The 6.83 is going to make the move on Wilco. So Levi Jones, now in your second position. Takes the wide line there to get the drive up the hill. So stealing away the second position in this moto late. Doing a good job, the 6.83, Levi Jones. So the final run down the hill, the checkered flag is out. Kobe Wright's going to win this one on that 7.13. We're going to get the 6.83 across in second, Levi. And then it looks like the 20 of Wilco's just going to sneak out the 15 of Rigby at the very end of that one there. So good finish to that moto, our LCQ moto for the 7 to 10s. Now we're going to take a quick break before we get to our next motos here, and we're going to have a guest here in the booth when we get back after our break.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Yeah. All right, we're back on track. We've got the 14 to 16s, 85 coming up here next to have their gate drop. And Russ, I think you're down near the doghouse, mate. You're right in the thick of the action. We're going to be able to hear you.
Mate, that's exactly right. I'm down here at the doghouse with the starting marshal, keeping an eye on him and seeing what he's up to, mate. Looking at a few of the setups, looking at some starting blocks, some gate choices. There's a lot of action down here as the boys and girls get all ready for this next race. The doghouse is a really interesting spot to be. It splits up the gates, 20 on that side and 20 on this side, and choosing your gate either inside or outside the doghouse can be a real advantage as well. But I thought I'd just hang out here, mate, and get the full experience of what it's like from this side of the starting gate as we kick off on this next race. Starting marshal has just given the thumbs up, so the 15-second board is up. I'm going to hop in the gate now with the boys. Here we go, revs are up. Gates are down and away the riders go. The doghouse gets absolutely peppered by rocks and roost as the riders shoot off. And I'm a little too far away to see the whole shot. Dave, did you get that rider number?
Yeah, well, I think we're looking at the 2-1-5, if I'm not mistaken, of Oliver Rex getting a good start there halfway down that main straight. He was on the back wheel, putting the front up in the air high, trying to keep that drive going, and he got there in the end. So the whole shot does go to Oliver Rex. So he's doing a good job. He was our championship leader coming into the round. He's going to look for another solid day here, get some more points in the bag. And I think we're going to see a pass in the second from the 171 just out of screen there. That's Luca Penman. Yeah, he is. He's going to put the move here on the 287. That's Zayden. Oh, wait, we've had Luca go down. The Penman trying to make that move there. He lost it on the exit of the corner. He's back on the bike butt. So he's got to make up a few spots here now. As we see another move happening here. So a bit of a block pass going on there. Ran him wide. I can't pick up who that Husky rider is. But it is the 287 just regathering back in there. Zayden. Okay, holding on the second for the moment. I think that might be the 18 of Kai Frezza trying to make the move in the second, who was our second place at the opening round. So I've mentioned before the break, we're going to have a special guest join us here for this moto, and maybe a bit longer. We'll see how we go. But he's the manager of our New South Wales Tail Whips team. It's going to go to the National Championships later on in the year. It's Lyndon Heffernan. Lyndon, you're back in the booth. We had you in Canberra. Welcome back, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. It's much more pleasant to be sitting here than this time last year, or round one last year. I remember driving out of here in the afternoon and it was like 45 degrees. So now we've got the jackets on, mate. So from one extreme to the other, but yeah, ideal temperature for racing. So yeah, looking forward to the action.
You here all day checking out all our juniors for the team selections?
Yeah, that's it. Just having a look at what's going on, and looking for obviously most of the riders that were at the titles last year. A lot of familiar names performing well, but some new talent emerging, and yeah, just getting a bit of a feel for what's going on, and with view to looking at the results after round 5 and the training camps before the AJMX and the MXGP.
You got training camps coming on for this as well, have you?
Yeah, so we did it last year. We did a 2-day training camp. I actually used a friend of mine's private property that's pretty amazing. And I'm sure the kids got a lot out of it. I think the parents got a lot out of it too. And I was pretty pleased because everyone really handled the Darwin event well, even though it was hot as all get out. Everyone stayed hydrated, no one had headaches, no one had cramps, so we managed the fatigue and the hydration really well, and we performed well. And then, we had a fantastic performance at the AJMX where we won the Interstate Challenge, so I think the camp worked really well.
So when is that camp going to happen this year? Is it a couple of weeks away, or what are you...
Yeah, well, fortunately, the titles finishes a little bit earlier this year, the 5 rounds, so we've got a little bit more time. So we're just we've got a couple of potential dates that we're going to run camps, just sort of trying to decide whether we split them into big bikes and little bikes.
Oh, yeah.
There's value in doing it either way. So, yeah, once we sort all that out, we'll be planning those camps, and yeah, I've got access to a couple of really good facilities, my own 360-acre facility, which is pretty well set up, and then I've got another really good friend that's kids are into bikes, and they've got a fantastic farm that we used last year. So, yeah, it's not a problem to get a good facility, just getting dates suited and sorting out the format. So it was quite hard last year because we did have a few 50s and 65s, and then we had some MX3 guys on 250Fs.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference in speed. So it was a little bit hard to manage, but I got some ideas, and one thing's for sure, we'll do the very best we can with the time available.
Do you guys get to focus on maybe just technique, or do you do a bit of off-the-bike stuff as well? What's your focus when you go to those sorts of training camps ahead of the event?
Yeah, look, to be honest, the younger riders need more technique stuff, and the older riders, you know, if they've come top 3 in the state titles, they know how to ride a bike. So it's a little bit less about the technique, maybe some specific stuff for different styles of circuits or different surfaces or different obstacles we worked with. There was quite a few things I picked up. But yeah, that's kind of the younger guys, girls need a bit more direction with technique, and the older guys, it's definitely more off the bike stuff, and a bit more about the mental aspect and confidence, and you know, how to shake off injuries and how to recover quicker, you know, both from a crash or, you know, after the race. So yeah, just that, yeah, just the older kids, it's definitely more off the bike stuff.
Yeah, interesting. It's obviously given them a good perspective of all sorts of aspects too. They can learn from other sides of things. Now, just an update as this race continues on in our 14 to 16 85 class. Oliver Rex continues to lead this one. He's got an 8.8 second gap at the front. It's a new name here in the second part of this, in second position. Well, not a new name, but just a name that's featuring higher up than previously at the opening round. And it's the 287 of Zayden. And then Kai Frezer's right on Zayden's rear wheel there, in third on the 18 machine. Archie Job in fourth. Luca Penman, who had that crash, he was trying to make that move for second on the opening lap there, went down. He's managed to work his way back to fifth at the moment, so a bit of work to do. He's right behind Archie there in fourth, so maybe another position to come through just yet. And then we've got Deegan Harry sixth, Matthew Fraser, Blake Johnson, Axton King, and Parker on the 25 machine there is your top 10. In the 287. That's Zayden on screen at the moment, doing a good job. He's listed at the moment from a championship side of things down in sixth position, so not a great opening round, but showing a better set of heels here, getting a reasonable result here. So maybe he's a bit more familiar or comfortable on a hard pack surface.
Yeah, I mean, you do get your guys that ride this local area where it's, you know, predominantly hard packed. There is some loamy tracks around here, but they don't seem, you know, they're not race tracks. A lot of private practice tracks that are loamy. But yeah, definitely the guys up here seem to specialise in the hard packed tracks. And you know, realistically, overall, New South Wales doesn't have a lot of soft terrain. I know there was a bit of a culture shock last weekend at Wonthaggi, which is you know, not even really a sand track. Not as sandy as Terralgan or some of the other tracks in Gippsland, and the guys said, yeah, they did well, but it was a real eye opener for them with bike setup, and then, you know, some different techniques, and just they were buggered basically because the track was so choppy and rough. So definitely that eastern side of Victoria always has been loamier, and, you know, the guys down there, when they come north to Canberra and Dubbo and places like this, they struggle a little bit. And you know, it's a little bit about bike setup, but definitely a lot about the technique you need to get to work either circuit. So Oliver Rex definitely had a good round in Canberra, and he's showing a pretty good set of heels in this one here to stretch that lead out. It's looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he's got this one on control, that's for sure. 10-second gap now. He's stretching it out. Still got 4 minutes plus a lap to go. But nobody really challenging him, even the start. He got the start really easily and just left the field. So he's obviously quite comfortable on his Husky. and particularly on this circuit, may be familiar with this one. I'm not sure where Oliver is from as such, but he's doing a good job today so far. So he will keep himself running nicely here. Yeah, just wanted to see what he did through that roller section at the bottom. He just sort of bounced through. Didn't have a... wasn't anything spectacular going on there. I was just curious what he did. I haven't seen that one just yet. So we had a few different techniques in that one. We've got with the two roller sets here, Lyndon. There's two different techniques because one's a bit shorter and sharper. The other one's got a bit more rolled out and spaced out as well. So two different sections of track and two different techniques that were sort of required.
Yeah, the one that's right in front of our commentary position here, you know, you've got to turn that corner, which is only sort of half a rut. If you take the middle or the outside, you get a bit more speed towards it. But the inside rut leads all the way to the first roller. And then, you know, that gets a really big square edge kicker on that thing. So, you know, late in the day, it's a fairly technical obstacle to get right. It's got lack of traction and then the big kicker across the face. So a lot of the passes are done in that section, especially, you know, late in the races when people get tired. It's really easy to make a mistake there. So yeah, they definitely add a different dimension to the racing.
I was saying that set too. It's more like a pump track almost, where you've got to get the bike up and down and like trying to push it back in between the middle of them to keep driving it, to keep getting further forward and over the next one.
Yeah, if you can't clear him, you sort of got to pump him a little bit, and then maybe try and double out over the last one into the corner, and then that next corner, you know, if you can get a wide line into that inside line and keep it neat and tidy, it seems to be better. But, you know, that all changes through the day, as you know, and some of those inside ruts get really choppy on the way out, and you feel like you're going fast because the bike's moving around everywhere, but you're actually not accelerating.
Nowhere. So going nowhere, the bike's just skipping along.
Yeah. So, you know, even though this track doesn't look like it changes that much, in some of the key areas, it actually varies quite a bit from the morning to the afternoon.
Yeah, as we see Oliver, he just went through the bottom set of those whoops, and he's coming back up the circuit now. Carrying good speed as he goes over that high inside roller. Now he's got the opportunity, with the gap that he's got, he's now 16 seconds over the field, so he's definitely comfortably out front, but he's got the opportunity to just pick and choose the smooth lines if he wants to.
Yep, that's it. Once you've got that sort of a gap, you just manage it from there. And, you know, it's interesting, this class, because it's, you know, the older groups of 85s, and you see the kids last year, they were, you know, like maybe 4 or 5 inches, you know, 150 millimetres shorter, and they fit it on these bikes really good, and then 8 months goes by and they've put on some weight and some size, and, you know, then they get a little bit too big for these 85s, and they're not quite big enough to throw a 125 around, and there's that transition period. And, you know, a lot of the riders continue to do both classes as they develop, and, yeah, it's good to see them make that transition, but certainly it can get to a point in a short space of time where they're actually a little bit too big for these bikes, and they start, you know, smashing wheels and frames and getting a bit uncomfortable on them, because they're just there's too much leverage with a taller rider, and if they put on weight, you know, it just smacks the bike about. So
I'd say watching Oliver, like, he's probably not far off that point that you're talking about, like getting just a little bit larger on this 85cc frame. He does, when he stands up, there's a lot of him, and so he's getting to that point where he's maybe outgrown this bike, but he's going to be obviously on it for the series. He's doing absolutely really well on it, so there's no reason to get off, and he's obviously within the age bracket. But yeah, just the body's going to continue to grow for him. It might be even a bit worse by the time we get to round 5 later in a month or two's time.
Yeah, they're at that age where they can just sprout up and put on, you know, they go up and then they're skinny, and then they just pack on the beef. And yeah, sometimes, you know, they hang on to the smaller bike a little bit too long. But, you know, it's a bit of a step up from the 85, and especially if they go straight to 250F, which I don't think is a good thing. If you've got a really big, solid, strong, you know, guy or girl that can handle it, that's no problem. But I think the 125, going to the 125 class, is just such a good stepping stone. I'm so glad that still exists, and there's still manufacturers selling the 125s. I just think it's such an important step that they go to a bike that's physically bigger, but, you know, has the same characteristics with the engine, and it's just a great stepping stone.
Just an update on our running order. I noticed that Luca Penman has made that move on Archie Job, so he's gone from 5th to 4th. So not quite where he was when he went down trying to make that move for 2nd, but he's definitely climbing his way back towards the front of this pack is the 171 of Luca Penman. Notice the 11 as well, just going a lap down there, which was Reed Gray in our shot a minute ago. And we see in the 287, that's Zayden on screen at the moment. That's our 2nd position. Now we are getting the last lap board out here, so this one's almost done. As Zayden's just coming down the hill here. Past our last lap board, so 1 to go for him. Over the start line there. That section, that ruts onto the start line there from that drop down section are quite nasty on the inside. We've already developed a lot in that area. As we see the 214 just making way there. That's Carter Beach for our 2nd position rider, just getting out of the way. Good job, Carter. Oliver's still stretching this out. He's almost to 20 seconds at the front of this pack after that last lap time past the finish line there. So I'd be keen to see what Oliver's doing if he's on. I can't remember if he's in one of the 125 classes or not, but I'd be keen to see what he's doing on that bike as well, because he's definitely doing well on this one.
Yeah, not a lot of competition in this one. Just like you said, just got the good gap and just been maintaining it, which is always the way to do it. But yeah, Luca Penman certainly come through the pack pretty well after that, recovered from that first lap crash. So
he might have just lost the position here. He might have actually gone down again or something, but he's come through just behind Archie. So they're having a little battle there for 4th and 5th, it seems, late in this moto. As we're just keeping an eye on the 18 on screen there. That's our 3rd position. That's Kai Frezza making a pass on one of the lap riders.
Yeah, so Oliver just got the checker.
Yeah, I just noticed the checker flag out there. I was like, has he already got there? He has. So
yep.
Our
bit
winner,
of daylight back to 2nd, but
yeah. So Oliver Rex gets the moto win, and he's going to get it handedly over the 287 of Zayden by about 21.5 seconds. So quite the gap there at the front. And we're looking for the 18, and there he is. That's Kai Frezza coming over in 3rd position. So Rex from Zayden, from Kai Frezza, that's your top 3 in the 14 to 16 85cc class.
And Lucas looks like he's
he's dropped again.
Maybe dropped a lap, so he must have had an issue late in that race. He's gone missing from the results and just dropping down the field. So
not the way he wanted his Lake Macquarie round 2 to start, because he was up there and then he wasn't. So anyway, while these last couple of riders make their way to the finish line, we'll take a quick break before our next gate drop. We'll be back with more action from round 2.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
Nine to 12, 85s, ripping off the start. We've got to ride it down early there in turn 1. Not sure what number that was, but that was not where you want to be going down at the front of the field on the opening turn. But it's the 23 out front. That will be rider Magnifiglio getting the lead here. As he heads off down the hill, there's a KTM just behind him in 2nd. Our rider who's gone down in that opening turn is up and moving, so that's a good sign. But it's Magnifiglio at the front as we see the pack of riders coming through our whole shot graphics corner here on the opening lap. Spotted the 20 of Ollie Balchin going through. There's the 25. That's Mason Little going through. Magnifiglio heading up the hill. Should be familiar with this track. He's just won the 65 class a couple of motos before this one. So should know the bumps, be pretty familiar with them at this point. As they come across the line, we'll get an update on your running order.
Yeah, the number 23 of Ryder Matafiglio, he's been very good the last 6 months, and we've done well at Canberra, so he got a decent start, but he's already made his way to the front.
Just trying to get our lap timing to scroll back around so I can see what we're talking about here and who's running second. But there we go. Zach Peters is in second, Hudson Francis third, Cooper Nielsen fourth, and Stella Harding in fifth. So good to see Stella up there in the 85 class.
Yeah, just stepped up to the bigger bike, and she's one that has put on a little bit of height, but she's still fairly lean. She's a bit of an athlete, Stella. She apparently plays a lot of other sports, so keeps herself very fit, and great to see her out there, and she certainly is right up the pointy end of this race.
Now, I think she might have just lost the position there to the number 4 machine in that last corner. Cooper Nielsen might have made the move, but we'll check that as they come through in a little bit. But great to see Stella on a Yamaha up in this battle here. I actually think she might have dropped another position, but it looks like there'll be another KTM in between her now and where Nielsen is. But the 296 doing a good job there in second. Zach Peters. He's got Hudson Francis trying to go around the outside here, make a run. Will Hudson get it done? Looks like he might, but I think Zach's going to be able to close him out. No, Zach wasn't able to make that top jump. We've lost the rider at the top of the hill. I think that rider at the top might be the rider who went down in our first corner, actually. Just having another issue there at the very top of our circuit. So it's still Magnifiglio from Francis. And the 296 of Peters is your top 3 as they come across the line for the second lap. Nielsen, Bittick is up to 5th, and Harding is back to 6th.
Yeah, this should be a good battle with Hudson Francis and Ryder Matafiglio, both very much on the pace at a national level. And to have Stella Harding anywhere near those guys is really good. She's, yeah, just getting better and better on that 85.
It's a big step, you know, from 65 to 85. There's a lot more machine to move around, and obviously the class gets a bit deeper as well at that point. So Stella's got a bit of a learning curve at this year probably, and maybe next year's the year you see a sort of step, or maybe towards the end of this year you see sort of getting some better results on the 85 as well.
Yeah, definitely, you know, and just the, you know, the physicality of the bike, and, you know, just going that couple of seconds faster than on the 65, and you got to manhandle it, and then, yeah, it's all part of the challenge, but she's rising to the challenge. She's right up there with the pointy end, and lap times look good. She's not dropping at all, and you know, as this track gets rougher too, that adds another dimension.
Yeah, the ruts down that hill that we're just seeing on the screen are starting to get a bit nasty. But the 4 machine seems to be moving forward. Cooper Nielsen's doing a good job there. He's getting a little under fire from the KTM mounted rider behind him. I think that's Bittick.
And Hudson Francis is definitely keeping Ryder honest. And actually that gap back to 5th, 6th place is fairly consistent.
There's not too much space between that top 6, is there? The top 2 are just starting to get away, but Francis has gone purple on the screen at a 147.8. Just a slight bit quicker than Magnifiglio that last lap around. Oh, we've got a rider down on screen as well. Not sure who that one is. That actually might be Zach Peters, who was up there early in this moto. Gone down from probably about 3rd or 4th, I think it was. So not good timing for Zach, but it happens. As we see before of Nielsen, but I think that's going to be Bittick trying to go around the outside of him and then shut him off on the inside, and he does. Jumps to the inside of that rut there, ahead of the rollers, takes the position away, so that will be Levi Bittick moving up into what should be third now in the running order, seeing as I think that was Zach Peters that dropped off. So good moto going here for Levi. Running well and strong on his KTM 85.
And young Archie Black right up there as well. Missed him before, but he's right in the thick of this battle. The top 5. Good ding-dong battle with this group.
Yeah, you just see Archie at the back of our shot as they're coming down the hill there. So he's in 5th, I think it'll be now in the running order with Peters dropping off. Or is it...
Yeah, Archie's going off the scoring. He's disappeared and dropped a few positions back in that 17th, but he was right up there in the top 5. Must have had a little mishap on that last lap.
So I think I see Sonny Jarvis on that list there as well at some point. About 6th, 7th, so trying to catch up with our running order. It's a bit hard when there's 40-odd bikes going around and there's 3-4 scrolls of the list here. But yes, we have Nielsen, Jarvis, and then Cooper, and then Stella Harding now 7th. So a little bit of a change in our running order there, just a little bit. And they're starting to space out from sort of 5th back.
Yeah, and Levi Bittick just rattled off a fast lap time too, and he's sort of making his way to the front. He's just posted the fastest lap of the race. And that same gap between our 1 and 2 position. So this could go all the way to the checkered flag. But Levi Bittick's on a bit of a mission.
Yeah, he's closing, isn't he? So he's probably half a second quicker than the guys in front of him, but there is a little bit of a gap between 2nd and 3rd on track space. So he's got a little bit to make up, but if he keeps running that pace, I'm sure he'll get there. I think that's Jarvis on screen heading down to our whole shot graphics corner. Yeah, it is a 256 Jarvis. But Magnifiglio and Francis were tightening up there at the front of the battle as well, so we'll have to keep an eye on them as they make their way through. We'll check our overhead shots here.
Hudson's right on the back of him now. I think he's looking like he's going to maybe have a bit of a crack at him in these last few minutes of the race. Right on the back wheel.
Levi Bittick's closing in still, like we said. He's looking a bit closer in physical distance. He went faster again that lap, 145, yeah. So he's definitely on a tear. All right, there's our leaders. There's 1 and 2 on track, and they're both in the same shot, and they're pretty much in the same space on the track. As they come down into the Kennards high corner, they're going to follow. No, they're going to take slightly different lines there. Francis went a little bit wider, but just in the back of that shot as well, Bittick is closing in. Here he comes on the shot. So we're going to have a 3-way battle for this win here as this moto closes out. 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go. Magnifiglio from Francis, from Bittick. Plenty of action in this one. 9 to 12, 85s.
Yeah, that's a great ride from Bittick. He's really stretched away from the battle further back and caught these leaders, which is no mean feat.
We'll have to see if he keeps that pace. Now that he's closed onto them, will he be able to keep that same running, that same speed differential he's had? Because usually that means he's now going to start copping some roosts. He might have to take slightly different lines to avoid some of the riders in front of him. So I have to see if he can keep that same speed that he's been going, but he's been going at quite the clip right through these last few laps.
Yeah, as they come over the finish line here, there's pretty much throw a blanket over the 3 of them, so they're very bunched up. And now Hudson's got to attack and defend. So,
well, I said about Levi still going faster. He went faster again. He went a 145.1.
Wow.
So he's almost a second quicker than his last lap, which was already the fastest of the moto. So he is going for it, trying to get this moto win. But now that he's on to the 2 leaders, he's got to battle with them and then get past them. So he's done the hard work to catch them. What can he do from here in the last probably 2 laps of this race? As they head up the hill. Magnifiglio, Francis, Bittick. Bittick right to the Dantia bannering there on that berm. 3 different lines for all 3 riders there in that corner before the rollers. Who's going to make a move? Can any of them make a move? Well, they're going to have to follow through that section there. Risen Unlimited corner. Only one rut looked like they all wanted the same one.
Yeah, Levi went for the inside up to the rollers and actually lost a bit of ground. It's pretty slippery coming out of that turn now because they've put a little bit of track water down to keep the dust down, and he lost a bit of time there. So he'll be learning that as these laps wind down. Their last lap board is getting prepared now. So he hasn't got much time, but he's certainly got the speed.
Couple of lap riders in the way going down that hill there. Just sort of threw a few of the lines off that the top 3 wanted to take, but they're all clear of them now. But there are just a little gap between the top 3 now. They've spaced just enough that Magnifiglio's probably got a little bit of breathing room here as he heads down for that last lap board. There it is now,
Okay.
1 to go. Got to clear that lap rider, he does. I don't know if these guys are close enough, Lyndon, to do anything at this point now. They've gapped out.
Yeah, I think he just did lose a lot of time coming up to those rollers, to the uphill rollers. He went to the inside and he lost a lot of ground. So that little bit of track water can make a big difference. So yeah, he's still got 2/3 of a lap to mount an attack, but he's definitely lost a couple of bike lengths there.
Yeah, well, Levi was doing, like I said, 145s and low 145s. So that last lap round was a 148, so a big difference in that time for what happened there. So as we see, Magnifiglio got a couple of lap riders to deal with here in the Kennard's high corner. Has to take the deep inside rut, but so did Francis as well. Can he get through them cleanly here?
Oh, there's a rider down on the inside after the rollers, but they've all got round him.
Just making it difficult for everybody there, the rider in that inside rut. They definitely hit the traffic at this point of the moto.
Francis is trying hard. He's got a little bit of a gap from 3rd now from Levi Bittick, but he's definitely going to have a go at trying to make the pass on our race leader.
I think Levi Bittick's got the worst end of the lappers here in these last few laps here, because he's definitely dropped off the back. Maybe his fitness too from pushing so hard to catch him is paying out here. But it's Magnifiglio from Francis as they head up the hill. I think that might be the running order as we finish here, because there's not too many spaces to make a pass once they go around this last left here. So I think Ryder's got it from here. 2 jumps to go. Magnifiglio on board the number 23 machine is going to take the win. Does so with a little no-footer over the finish line from Francis. And Bittick, solid ride there. A lot of fast laps in the middle of the moto. He's going to come through in 3rd.
Yeah, no, good performance again from Ryder, and great to see Hudson Francis pushing him along. Those 2 guys will be going head-to-head all year, I get the feeling. And, yeah, young Levi Bittick, that wasn't got to be happy with that performance. So, and Stella Harding comes across the line, and that was a great performance to run 7th there. You got Cooper Nilsson in 4th as well. That was a good performance. Didn't quite stay with the leading bunch, but great performance nonetheless.
Yeah, now I'm hearing Russ is down, maybe got a couple of riders to have a little chat with, so we might check in with Russ. You there, buddy?
Yeah, mate, I'm down here in the noisy section, just in front of the dummy grid, in front of our media wall here, and I've just pulled aside Levi Bittick. He put in an absolute ripper of a ride in there. Levi, well done, mate. That was an unreal ride. Massive effort from you, mate. Tell me about coming from further back in the pack all the way up to the leaders.
Yeah, it was pretty hard, but I ended up doing it. I ended up catching the leaders, but a few lappers got in the way, so hopefully do better next moto.
So what could have made the difference for you then, mate? Was that about a start, or what could have put you in a better position to not just catch the leaders, but maybe become one of the leaders?
Definitely start, but also my vision. I didn't see the lappers coming, so yeah, definitely vision as well.
Awesome, mate. That's really good insight. Well done. I can't wait to see you rip it in the rest of the day. Congratulations, buddy. All right, I've also got the number 23 down here, mate. And he has been absolutely dominating so far. Ryder, mate, congratulations on your day so far, mate. It's going really well. You're dominating the field out there. Tell me a little bit about how the track is starting to form up.
The track's, like, I love it right now, but, like, I know Lakes has been here a few times. At the end of the day, it just gets really rough, square edgy. Right now, it's a sick track. Like, still got a little bit of square edges, but, like, yeah, it's sick, yeah.
Awesome, buddy. And what's it going to take for you to finish the day on top?
Probably I'll just work on my roll speed and just do what I've been doing.
Mate, well, whatever you're doing seems to be working really well. Congratulations on that race, and we can't wait to see you for the rest of the day. Well done.
All right, we're back to racing action. We've got the 12 to 16 years girls out on track, and it's the 67 of Chloe Hart with a great start. She's going to be leading this one. Layla White's right behind her. So they're going to resume their battle from the opening round in Canberra here at Lake Macquarie now. And just catching the end of that interview there with Russ, I love how aware these kids are these days. Ryder Magnifico talking about improving his roll speed in these corners for the next moto. How aware is that of their technique?
Yeah, that, you know, like once they got past the where to sit, where to stand, where to brake, how to throttle, whatever, you know, and they can start to focus on the finer points, you know, the track changes and you know, track position and line strategy and then the next level is when they start to understand the bike more and they can say, yeah, we need to go faster on the rebound or slower on the rebound, or front end's dropping a bit too much in the corners, let's go a little bit harder. And then that's the next level again. So that's where you find your MX3 guys are starting to get really aware about the bike. But yeah, great to see that maturity level coming from these riders at that age where they're really focusing on the track and trying to milk every little, you know, tenth of a second out of every section of the track, and that shows great maturity.
Yeah, no, it's just impressive. Some of the content that comes out at times. Some of the kids, some are better than others in terms of their speaking on camera and stuff. But like Levi just then and Ryder as well, very good job in terms of their race, but also their post-race interviews. So well done, boys.
Yeah, it's all part of it. I mean, you know, you got to be the whole package, and you know, the public speaking and the professionalism and, you know, media savviness and all that stuff. It all comes to fore as they get older, and you know, they start getting contracted rides, and you know, they're basically paid performers, and you've got to be able to hide their emotions and show a bit of character, and that's another whole level again. And yeah, some people you know, don't enjoy doing that, but they get good at it because they have to, and other people are just supernatural in front of the camera and are on the microphone, and it's a big asset as they get further and further into their careers.
Definitely is. It's all part of the package to get to the top level of the sport. Great battle going on here in our girls class race. We've got three riders all battling it out here. Now, I said Chloe Hart's leading this one and Layla White's in second there, but we've got a new contender here that wasn't a part of our opening race at Canberra. Delilah Watts is getting involved here. She's in third there, and she's keeping the front two right in check. So it's a three-way battle for the lead here. But as I say that, Delilah just having a bit of an issue in that corner. But the girls seem to have had a bit of an issue. They've got maybe the worst track conditions because there's a fair bit of fresh water been thrown down in a couple of these sections and just making them tiptoe down the hill there.
Yeah, when the track is baked hard and you throw water on it, it's certainly a little treacherous, you know, especially Exeter corner and up ramps and down ramps. So they'll definitely need to be careful. But it's good to see a couple of new names in this field, and certainly these three have got a big gap back to the fourth place rider. So they're looks like they're pushing pretty hard.
Oh, Layla White getting a little bit squirrely there, got cross-rutted on the eggs. Well, and she's gone down, actually, as I was saying that. She's had two cross-rut moments, so she's got to get that bike up, which she does. But she's going to drop from second position there, Layla White. She's getting it started. But like you were just saying about that gap to fourth, she's managed to hold on to third for now. But she's definitely dropped out of the mix. Big moment there for Layla White on the exit of the corner after the rollers. Chloe Hart continuing to lead, but Delilah's trying to get in there. Good battle with these two at the front. I wonder if that extra, with Layla now not being in the way, will Delilah have a better run to try and make a move on Chloe Hart here?
He's certainly all over the back of her, that is for sure. So was a three-way battle, now a two-way battle.
Just had Layla White on screen there, so she's up and running, well in the third position again, but she's got a fair bit of ground to make up, and I don't know that she'd be able to do that in this moto. The pace is pretty even between the front two now and her. Have to see the lap times as we go. As I think we're going to see a move here, are we? Or is Chloe going to sweep the outside and keep the position? No. We've had a change for the lead. So it is now Delilah Watts taking over the front position. Chloe Hart's dropped to second. Chloe just went a little wide into that corner, had to sort of just tiptoe around the outside and didn't have the run up the hill, but she's trying to get level with her. She's going to be on the outside as they come to go down and cross back onto the start straight, but Delilah runs a little bit wide and closes off the line as they head across the start straight. Good action there from the girls at the front. It's a bit of a battle there.
Yeah, it's good to see, and certainly, good, clean but hard racing, covering the lines well, and made the pass, and then having to force the issue to make it stick. So that's what it's all about.
It's racecraft at its finest there. She knew where Chloe was, and she knew what she needed to do.
I think we've got a little bit. Second place riders just lost a fair bit of turn over the back. I think the exit of that U-turn over the back there must be really tricky now with square edge bumps and those long taily ruts that come out of there. A lot of riders are struggling with that down in the shade behind the pit area there.
Yeah, that's where Layla went down, so definitely looks like Chloe's had an issue in that spot because she has dropped right off. She was right next to her, obviously, as we're talking about on the start straight section there. But you can see the track crew, there's plenty of water going down on the shot there. So it's just changing the conditions in some of the sections as they arrive as well. So they've got to be aware that it's going on. But Delilah doing a good job here now out the front. She's got a nice handy gap here. She can control this one from the front.
Yeah, definitely showing a good pace, and the 154 lap time is pretty respectable as well. So
yeah, definitely fastest
showing
lap.
a clean pair of heels. So yeah, it's always hard when they have to water the track during the race. It's just one of those things. It's
necessary evil, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they're doing a good job of just watering the bits that they can and trying to keep track conditions as moist as possible. And it's just a factor you have to be aware of when you're out there. You're going to pluck a few more tear-offs, and you're just going to have to be a little bit more careful on the throttle control and the brakes in and out of your turns. And then sometimes you spin on the up ramps of the jumps, and so you just got to be a little bit aware of that. But it's unnecessary evil to have to water the track.
Now, I'm sure we've all been sitting there on the start line saying, why couldn't you water it after my moto? But it's all just, if they do that, then it gets further and further gone. So it's part of it, unfortunately. But yeah, here we are. We're watching that corner exit, and there is a few different lines on the exit of it that we think is, well, one caught Layla White out, but we think it might have caught Chloe Hart at 1.2, and she's taking a very wide run there to try and avoid the inner parts that are a bit darker in soil type there as well in the shade. So just maybe changing up where she went, where she potentially lost most of that ground last time around. But Delilah doing a good job, getting through that inside rut there, not too bad. Leg was nice and high, trying to stay out of the, not drag it through the corner. Just run through our running order here. So we've got Delilah Watts in the lead. Chloe Hart is second. Lily Lewis is showing us third now. So Layla's maybe dropped down just a tiny bit further after that crash. Maybe she's dealing with something there. So Layla White fourth. Macy White in fifth. Letty Seymour in sixth. Mia Cameron in seventh. Quinn Roach in eighth. Bonnie Aldridge in ninth. Addison Clark in 10th. Ara Carmody in 11th, and Holly Impey in 12th. So 12 to 16 years girls, 85 class is what's on track. Nice job there from Delilah getting up and over the step up there at the top of the hill. Had to get the front up just a bit higher to make that one just then, and she did a good job to navigate it. Good fast run down the hill here. Just keeping an eye on Delilah from the overhead shots.
Probably getting close to the last lap board next time around, so got a nice gap she's managing. and certainly no pressure at the moment.
Yeah,
Well, Dave, I might leave you to the commentary booth and go and get a jumper on.
The wind is a bit cold, right?
It is a bit
still.
chilly, yeah. So I'll but thanks for the time slot and your support and I will be at Dubbo, but unfortunately I won't be at Bega, which is a shame because it's pretty close to my house. But I've got some pre-existing commitment. But then I'll be at the final round at Cessnock. So that'll be good. That track is similar to this, a little bit softer, as you probably know.
Yep.
And that place gets rough, very square edgy.
Yeah, it does get rough out there. So that'll be fun.
It'll be a fitting final round for these guys and a good prep as they get ready for the big AJMX later in the year down in Victoria.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm sure you'll be keeping a close eye on all those results even when you're not at the track. So
yeah, absolutely.
Got to make the choices for these tail whips teams positions. So
yeah.
No, thanks for joining us, Lyndon.
Not
Appreciate
a problem.
it.
Pleasure as always.
All right, Delilah still just making her way past a couple of the lapped riders here as this moto closes out. Yeah. So Delilah heading up the hill. Big change in the colour of the dirt just there on that face of the step up. They're obviously not watering that just to keep it so you can keep that good drive. As we see her around the top of the circuit, just keeping an eye on a couple of the other riders there. That's the 13 going through. That's Aria Carmody. So she's probably about to go a lap down. Just enjoying the overhead shots here from our drone footage. Just getting an update that I'm maybe pronouncing a name incorrectly. Apologies, Holly. It's Impey, not Impey. My terrible English skills there. Apologies, Holly.
Mate, we need to do the disclaimer again for the names, don't we?
Well,
I think we did it this morning.
We did it this morning in a preparation speech, but maybe it is a good time to bring it up. But look, I blame the parents, and look, obviously you can't pick your surname, so you can't, that's not part of the problem here. But some of the other first names, I do blame the parents. John and Russ and David, they're pretty straightforward names. But yes, we're always going to stumble on the surnames, mate.
Absolutely, especially when there is so many too. We've got, 400 plus riders here this weekend, mate. That's a lot of first names, a lot of last names, a lot of confusing ones. So, we do apologise to the families that hear us butchering their names. No disrespect meant at all. There's just a lot to try and remember and pronounce correctly.
And look, I said this at ACT too. If you're listening and I'm saying something wrong, dumb, or incorrectly, feel free to come up and find me and tell me how it should be done. And we can make that adjustment.
All right, I'm on my way up right now, mate.
Oh, good. Yeah, sweet.
Yeah. Sort you out.
Yeah, thank you. All right, last lap board is out. So we are in the final stages of this 12 to 16 years 85cc girls class race. Delilah Watts continues to lead this one. She's now got a almost 20-second gap over second position of Chloe Hart. And we've had a bit of a change again in the third place. Layla White has got herself back up into that third position. So she was up there, she went back down, then she's got back herself there after that crash early when she was running second in the moto. So good recovery from Layla White. And you can see, I think that's her there on screen now, just making her way past one of the lapped riders. So the moto has gapped out a bit here in terms of the positions on track. We were nice and tight at the beginning, but after a crash and a little moment there for Chloe losing some ground on Delilah, it seems that Delilah's got this one on lock. Just see her head up the hill. Look at the bumps and the braking bumps that she's battling through there. They're only going to get bigger as these motos continue on. A little bit loose in the rear there. She tried to brake for that corner. Here we go, good drive up the hill. She's going to clear this step over. No pressure on Delilah at this point of the moto. She did a good job. She didn't get the whole shot. She came through from third position, made the pass for the lead, and she's going to take the moto win here. So the 467 Delilah Watts with the win in the opening moto here for the 12 to 16 years 85cc girls class. Chloe Hart's going to come across in second. She's some 20 seconds down. Layla White's a further 15 seconds back of Chloe. So that'll be your top three in the order. Just seeing some of the other riders come through. That was Quinn Roach, and I believe that was Bonnie Aldridge. There's our second position, Chloe Hart. Chloe was, or is, your points leader, or tie points leader. So, and we're hearing that Russ has picked up our race winner. So we've got Delilah with Russ. Go ahead, mate.
Delilah Watts, congratulations. That was an awesome race. Give me a little bit of information on how the track's forming up and how you're feeling out there.
I feel good today. The track's a bit gotten a lot rougher since practice, but yeah, I feel good.
Awesome. Well, you're doing a great job out there. What do you think it's going to take for you to win over this whole day today? Is it going to be starts? Is it going to be fitness? What's the main thing that's going to get you on top of the box for today?
I think starts and my mindset probably. I just got to think that I'm the best, because I know I've got the speed.
Awesome, that's exactly right. I love to hear that the mental side is such a focus for you. That's really, really cool. Congratulations, and we'll see you on the next one. Well done.
Just getting a look at this big full grid of 7 to 10, 65cc, ready for their first moto of the day. Massive grid of riders here. This was one of our classes that had our LCQ go on. Well, maybe not quite our LCQ. Yes, it was our LCQ race. So this is a massive field here about to get out on track. And their moto is an 8+1, the 15-second board, 5 seconds down. Gate drop, we're away. A couple of riders having an issue there, popping the front up. And that rider has gone down. Now the rider out in front, I think that's the number 2 machine. We've got a couple of riders down on the first corner as well, but it is the number 2 machine out in front, getting the whole shot there. They work their way through those rollers. So it's Archie Blanchette out front. Good start for Archie. Jumps that whole thing all the way down the hill, that extension and everything. Second place we're seeing, I think that's the number 8 of Finn Jarvis. It is. So good start for Finn. He was our Canberra round winner and current championship points leader. So I have to see if Finn can catch on to the back of Archie here, because Archie's looking pretty good early in this moto here. So I'm hearing that the rider that went down in our first turn is the number 174, and that's Frankie Nesbitt. And Frankie's getting some attention on the start straight there. So hopefully okay. We've got some red cross flags out, so we'll have to see how that goes as they come around the first time. But the riders are at the top of the hill, making their way down past our finish line. So we're going to get a running order. It's Blanchette from Jarvis. Zio Kirchen is in third on that 210 machine. So we see Archie jump through, Finn closely behind him, jumping through the rollers. Now as they come up the hill here, this is where we're going to get the red cross flags. So they're going to have to slow down as they go past our downed rider. We're just watching the field go through the rollers. There's our red cross flags. They're going to have to make their way slowly past. Oh, now Finn's just crept up onto the back of Archie through that section. Not sure that was a good idea, but anyway, here he is. He's right to the back wheel of Archie Blanchette now. So we're back racing. Once you pass that last red cross flag, you can go back to full pace. So Archie back on the money now. Making a run, trying to gap that back out over Finn. Now Archie got second in both motos in Canberra to Finn. So this is going to be a bit of a role reversal if they stay the way they are. Archie start eating back into some of those points that he lost to Finn in the opening round if he gets this moto win. He's doing a good job so far. Up and around the top of our circuit goes our top two. Still quite close together. Probably only a 2-second gap in it, but our rider is still getting some attention, so they will probably still have red cross flags out when they get to that section of the track, which will probably be in about 20 seconds time. So they jump through those rollers. Trying to cut across some of the ruts there are the front two in that corner after the rollers. Now we have cleared the track, it seems, so we are able to race the entire way through. Hopefully our man 174 Frankie is doing okay. But the front two have got a decent gap over third on track, which should still be Zio. But there is a bit of a battle there, third, fourth, fifth, not too far apart. So we see Finn. Finn obviously doing well on this bottom and front section of the track because he closed back in again on Archie. But Archie seems to work better on these hills. On the hillside of the track because he seemed to gap them out as before they went into the bottom section. So we'll have to see if that plays out again in this moto. Got to fight the traction there on the exit of that corner to get up the hill. Hearing we've got a bike that might have expired just in the center of the circuit somewhere. So hopefully that one can get out of track or get it rerunning. We'll see what happens with that one. But our running order, so Finn was the fastest on that previous lap, but it is Lennox on the 188 now into third, Jax Hughes on the 24, and Zio Kirchen in fifth now after running on in third in that opening lap. So a little bit of change in the running order. So we see some of those braking bumps coming down off the main section to the bottom of the track there. Everyone seeming to opt for that inside line at the moment in this particular class. A lot of different track, like colours to the track at the moment, with the water being applied and drying out in other sections.
Dave, you're right about the track conditions, mate. I'm down here at the start straight, basically where they cross between the two sections of track, and it's quite interesting to notice that this really hasn't formed up in any significant way at all over the course of the day today. When there's a little more moisture around, this section where I'm standing now will rut up. There'll be some big ruts that you can lean into and push into. That last rider that went down on the start was probably looking for some grip, was probably looking for a rut to be able to put his wheels in to get around that corner. There really is nothing here. The track is fairly flat. That first sweep and left-hand bend, fairly flat. There's nothing really there to bounce off at all. So the track conditions are go in the direction we thought they would, which would be a fast, slippery track that's really going to rely on throttle control.
I'm hoping that adjustment that they've made for this track today, like in terms of the prep, is much in line with what happened last year, where the guys, like this day last year, ended up being the more deeper, rutted, ripped section of track, which probably didn't work out well for the littler bikes. So I'm hoping they've flipped this around, and maybe tonight they're going to rip this deep for the big bikes tomorrow. We'll have to see.
Look, I would imagine that would be the game plan. I'll see if I can chat to some of the track crew, mate, and get a bit of a heads up on that. But I reckon that's what they're going to do. There was a bit of a storm front coming up the coast yesterday that they thought may hit. It turns out it didn't. But I know that they were prepping the track to have too much water, so therefore they left it fairly dry. Because that storm front didn't happen, obviously we've got the conditions we've got now. So I think what they're going to do this evening, if I was to take a guess, is they would get the machinery out, they're going to rip this thing deep, and they're going to get the hoses and the sprinklers going all night long, I would imagine. Really put some moisture into it.
They're going to empty that dam. They're going to empty that dam.
That dam will be down very, very low tomorrow morning would be my guess.
Let's see what they do. But at least I think for the bikes we've got on track today, the sizes we've got, I think the prep is actually really good. It's giving the kids a chance to move around on track, make some passes, not just be stuck in a rut and make a pass because of a mistake as such. So we're getting some good racing for these kids out here. All right, we've got 2 laps to go in this 7 to 10 65cc moto. Not too much longer left as we keep an eye on all of these guys out and girls out here making their way around our circuit. Now Archie continues to lead. He's got a 2-second gap over Finn Jarvis, but still the 188 of Lennox in 3rd position. But he is a bit further down from our lead 2. Good to see some of the other names here that are coming up from the 50s as well. We've got Cole Weir in this one. I think I saw Keaton Teagan in there as well. Caden Teagan, sorry, not Keaton. We've got Zio Kirchen, obviously, he's running out in 5th. Jackson Riley's in here as well, he's running 8th as well. So a few double duties going on here. Lucas Nielsen. Yeah, Caden Teague's in there as well, 26th currently running on that 288 machine. There's our leader, the number 2 machine. Got a little bit of breathing room over 2nd position, does Archie at the moment. Looking good is Archie as he comes down the hill. Made his way past a few lap riders. Got another one to deal with here in this corner. That's the 45 of CJ Saville that he's just made his way past, putting him a lap down. So Archie doing a good job late in this moto on the last lap. Going to turn the fortunes around from round 1 where he got a pair of 2nd places. He's going to open round 2, most likely with a win here. Start eating back into that championship lead that Finn Jarvis gained in Canberra. Couple of riders there racing down into the bottom section of the circuit. And there goes Archie over the finish line. Got the checkers, got the win. Finn Jarvis about to pop over as well. There he goes, 2nd position. Just in this screenshot there. So then we're looking for our 3rd place rider. It should be the 188. And it is, he's just come through as well. So that is your top 3 in the 7 to 10 65cc class. Good job to the number 2 machine of Archie Blanchett taking that win there on his GYTR Yamaha Junior Racing supported ride. All right, we'll take a break here. We're going to come back. I think it's going to be our MX3. It's our big class here. Looking forward to this one. So take a quick break and we'll be back with more action real soon.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Welcome back to Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. This is our final moto of our Moto 1 segment of the day. It's MX3 class. This is going to be ding-dong battle here. We've got a bunch of riders that are capable of winning this one. We're going to have to keep an eye out on a few riders here. We're going to look for Cooper Bowman, Riley Burgess, Justin McHugh, Nate Ebick, Richie Lawler, Corey Eisel, Jake Taplin, Raphael Rossiter, Drew Kremer. There's heaps of names in this one. Russ, what are you seeing down on the start, mate?
Mate, what I'm seeing is a battle that is shaping up to be one of the great races of the day, mate. These boys don't mind banging bars, pushing each other around and making some serious move. The track has gotten seriously fast, and I think it's going to suit these boys down to a T. The 5-second board has gone up, the revs come up, heads are down, staring at those gates. Here we go. Gate drop. Everyone's off the gate fast at number 5. Looks really good at Drew Kremer as they go into the start. Looks like Drew absolutely nails the whole shot there as he runs up into the Dantia barrier there and down into the Kennards. Turn 3. Great jump from the number 5 there.
So it's Kremer from Burgess in second position at the moment. Now both of these boys are somewhat local to this area. Drew Kremer's supported by Newcastle KTM. So he's familiar with this area. He only lives down the road in Cameron Park, suburb of Newcastle. So he's been here quite a few times and he's obviously familiar and showing him the way around the track. Burgess there in second. He also not far from here. I can't quite pick up who's there in third. It's a Triumph, I believe. But we'll grab that one when we can. So the 264, I think it is. It's Blake Smith. Yeah, it's a Triumph. Blake Smith. So good start from Blake Smith. But I think he's got the 299 of Ryan Jones all over the back of him there in fourth as they come over the finish line area. Nate Ebick's currently running in fifth, so keep an eye on Nate. He's a local as well. Should be trying to make his way forward here shortly. Now these guys are going to get through that roller section in quite a different manner than some of these littler bikes. They're all wheeling in through the first couple of rollers there and then just sort of bouncing through the last couple at pace. And not even these guys are going to the inside of that corner after the rollers, Russ.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Choosing a few different lines there as the boys come up for the first set of rollers. Let's see how they both choose to go through. There's a little bit of wheelie and a little bit of double E, a bit of a combination. But both leader and second position choose to dive to the inside, use that inside rut as they come down over the triple and set up for centre. So similar lines in a few different areas, and we're going to see if Burgess can move up on Kremer. But I think they're settling in for a long race and a long battle.
Yeah, so this race will be one of the longer ones of the day in terms of time for the moto, which it'll be a 15 plus 1 minute lap as they head up the hill. Kremer and Burgess have started to put a gap in the third position here. Pulling away just a little bit at the front are these lead two. Now Kremer didn't have the greatest of opening rounds. A bit further down in our points, he's currently 6th in the championship. But I've seen these sorts of rides from Drew previously and I was expecting more at Canberra, but he's shown us what he's capable of here in Moto 1 for MX3. Burgess trying to keep him in sight. Ebick trying to make the move there on Blake Smith for fourth. So that battle's still going there for 3rd, 4th, 5th. As Kremer takes the inside rut there in the Dantia corner. I think I see Burgess just creeping in a little bit closer in the shot. He is. He's starting to close that gap up just a little bit. So we might have a battle here shortly for 1st and 2nd.
Mate, Burgess just took an absolute of a ripper line up through those rollers. I'm not sure if you noticed, but he wheelied the first 2 and then doubled out, and it looked really smooth. I don't know if it moved him up any closer, but it looked really smooth and calm, which, look, even if it's not faster, if it saves him a little bit of energy over this longer race, that could be a really good move.
Yeah, anything like that would make the bike be a bit more settled and not as much energy sapping. So, yeah, definitely. And even just to have the pace to be able to drive through there like that to hit those doubles is a bit of a challenge in itself. So, yeah, nice work. Oh, what's Riley looking over the back for? Why did he have a look over then? I'm not sure what he did then, but he was doing something he shouldn't have been. So, Burgess still continuing on in 2nd there. Now, both these boys at the front have been to the Nationals Pro MX last week with Wonthaggi. They both had the round down there. Now, Burgess had the better round of the 2, getting a 3rd in one of the motos. He was actually up there in the 2nd moto as well, but went down, ended up 6th in that particular moto. So Riley Burgess had a good weekend down there in Wonthaggi, and he'll be looking to build on it. Drew, not quite as good of a weekend, but still respectable. But they're both having a good run here. Now, this is our battle 3rd, 4th, 5th. And I think Ebbig's trying to get this move done. He's going to dive to the inside here on Blake Smith and see if he can cut him off on the exit, which he can't. Pulls a couple of roll-offs there to try and get his vision clear because he's obviously taken on some roost. Ryan Jones is still holding down that 3rd position. He's not really getting away from them. He's maybe even just a little bit of a... They're all at the same pace, but I wouldn't say roadblock, but they're just basically pacing each other. But I think Ebbig's got some speed here, and he just can't find a way through. And if he could get clear, maybe he'd be able to start bridging the gap to the front 2. But for the moment, Ebbig's got the work to do. He's got to find a way around. Can he do it there? No. If Ebbig had ran that line a bit wider, he might have been able to block Blake Smith's exit of that corner, and that might have been all he needed to take that position away. As we see Smith just blocking the inside line there. Ebbig going to the outside. He's pulling more roll-offs, is Ebbig. He's taken on a lot of roost here. Now, Rush, you've ventured out further on the track, mate. Where are you at now?
Mate, I'm down here ready for the back section of the track, and our 2 race leaders have just come through here. Really interesting to see the lines that they're choosing. Both of them took the inside on this split lane, and both of them faded from the middle towards the inside of the rear whoops down here. And they both did a similar thing, wheeling through the first couple and then tried to double their way out. Burgess definitely did it smoother than Drew Kremer. And both, interestingly, went to the inside line where it is a little bit boggier. But a few of the big bikes have gone through there and blasted some lines in now. So that back corner is starting to be usable from the inside to the outside now. So that's going to form up as we go throughout the day and give the riders a bunch more options. And I think some moves are going to be made down here.
Well, talking about moves being made, Ebbig has finally made the move on Blake Smith and taken away that 4th position. It's only taken him 2 or 3 laps to get that done, but he's cleared one of the riders. Now he's got to go to work on Ryan Jones, who's currently holding 3rd. Right, so Ebbig trying to take a run up the hill on Jones. Jones blocking that inside line, just protecting the position. So they're shooting down. Now Blake Smith's starting to drop off the pace a little bit after that position's been taken away from him. So Ebbig to the inside, takes on all those ruts there. Probably not the best line coming down, but he didn't want to follow and probably take on more roost from the rear wheel of Jones. As they're navigating a couple of lapped riders. Jones just trying to find his way past that one. But Kramer continues to lead with just under 3-second gap over Burgess. And then back to this battle of Jones and Ebic. So that rider, oh, it looks like Ebic's got the move done. We've missed that in the bottom section of the track. Ebic is now up to third. So he's gotten past Ryan Jones. And as you'd expect, Ebic has then taken a look up. Just hearing from Russ through the comms. What was that, Russ? You can say that one because I think that was on your work, mate. What's going on?
Mate, I saw a black flag being waved furiously out there by Beachy. Now, the black flag basically indicates to a rider something is seriously wrong. What I've seen come back right now from Adam Morgan, the club president, he's just run across the track with a header pipe in his hand and a radiator shroud. So we've seen bits and pieces come off bikes over the years, mate. It's not uncommon to lose a panel every now and then, maybe a grip. But I have never seen a header pipe come off a bike and end up on the ground.
Well, there's two things to this story. One, how brave was he to pick that thing up? Because you'd expect it to be really, really hot. And two, is dad or mum going to get thrown under the bus for not putting Loctite on the putting the bolts in properly on the header pipe when they get back to the pit?
Yeah, mate, I'm not too sure. I'm not seeing anyone laying on the ground or any major incidents. So yeah, I think bolts might have backed out, springs are gone, but I should be able to see a bike miss the header pipe. It should be fairly obvious.
You'd think you'd hear it.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best to try and see who it is. It actually looked like a Honda pipe, but yeah, that's a new one.
That's definitely a different one. Now we're just having a bit of a change for position again. Ryan Jones is getting passed by Justin McHugh and Tyson Williams. So Jones, after running strongly early in this moto, he's just not being able to hold pace. He's dropping off. But McHugh and Williams moving forward, doing a good job here. So they should be up to like 4th and 5th. 4th, 5th they'll move to. So the running order will change to Kremer, Burgess, Ebic, McHugh, Williams, then Jones, then Smith, who was running up front early, and then Taplin's back there, and I think that's 9th at that point. So very competitive class, this MX3 class. As you see, Williams carry the front wheel all the way up Horsepower Hill, trying to get the drive to get a run on Justin McHugh. And he's got to the inside here, but I think McHugh's going to be able to sweep around the outside. But they're level as they go down towards the finish line jump. Williams is going to take the line away as they head to that last corner. McHugh switches to the inside. They're drag racing across the start line. It's on as they head into the bottom section of our track, but it looks like Williams is going to take control of that 4th position on track. McHugh still battling him as they head through there, but Jones and Smith have definitely dropped off after running so strong early. Maybe just that early race pace is starting to eat into their energy reserves here later into this moto. So Williams now, right around the top of the Dancia berm there, throwing Roost up the bannering. You can clean that off later, Tyson. He gets through the rollers. So two slightly different inner lines there as they're coming down the hill towards our whole shot graphics berm. Plenty of pace here from these guys, plenty of style as well, as you see him throwing it sideways off these tabletops. Trying to keep the bikes low, get the wheel back to the ground and get more power out of it. Now I think that's just, yeah it is, it's Ebic in the front of screen there. You see him in that bright coloured gear. He's just in front of this screen of Williams here. So Williams being in 4th, he's got a sniff here at a podium if Ebic doesn't be careful. We've still got a few minutes to go, plus a lap in this moto. McHugh coming down the hill. You see all the fans there on the fence line, all the crews watching this moto. This is the one to watch today. We're all getting out there, checking out everybody's action. So we see him coming out from the bottom section of the circuit. There's Ebic. That's third position on track. The 999 machine. Having a pretty good run in this moto. Had to come through with a few passes here. Didn't get the best of starts. But making the most of it now later in this moto. Just getting roosted from the rider going past me here in the commentary box. That was a faceful that I just got, and I'm not even on the track. Tyson Williams riding strongly today in this MX3 class. Making moves, coming through. Also not the best of starts, but he's done well enough now to work his way through. Mentioned this last time, these are new bikes for Tyson this year. He's moved away from KTMs and he's over on the Yamaha side of things. So he's starting to get more familiar. Also the first time I've seen him in the MX3 class. Last year I believe he was only on the 125 and the 85. So he's making a step up, getting more comfortable, putting in a good run here. Starting to get the feel for these YZs is Tyson Williams. Currently running fourth. So the running order remains Kremer, Burgess, Ebic, Williams, McHugh, Smith, Taplin's moved forward. Peter Wolf is up there now. Ryan Jones has dropped down a few more. And 10th is Cooper Bowman. So that's your top 10 as we run in this MX3 moto. Now, I'm not sure where on track our leader is at the moment, but we're about to be getting to the point of a lap to go. But the gap at the front is massively extended out, so I'm not sure what's happened to Burgess, but he's dropped off the pace here. The gap is 13 seconds that Kremer has. So Drew Kremer putting together a beautiful moto here for Moto 1 of MX3, and he's just got that last lap board. So he's just crossing the line. There is our leader on screen now. Look at the pace that he's got, the position. He's doing a really good job in this moto. Smoothly through that inside corner. Oh, decent job through the rollers too. So the number 5 machine, Drew Kremer on the gas. Got a decent gap here. Can probably have a look over the shoulder and take a breath here on this last lap. Make sure he gets it home in one piece. But this is how you want to start your day. Good start, good qualifying, good start. Moto win. This will get him back into the points for this MX3 class, that's for sure. He's a bit further down after Canberra. Like I said, not the best result for him. But definitely having a good run here today at Lake so far. Just trying to navigate his way past a couple of these lap riders on this final lap for him. He's taking a nice steady run there. Not overly aggressive with these riders. He knows the gap that he's got because it's out to 16 seconds now. So Drew Kremer's going to be the one that everyone's chasing and heading into Moto 2 here. They're going to have to find some pace, maybe get a better start. You're going to have to start in front of him if you're going to want to beat him. Oh, and Russ, I think I've worked out who that header pipe belongs to, and I'm going to have a chat to him later, but I think it might be the 23 machine of Corey Eisel, because he's got a DQ on the board here, and he's riding a Honda, so that might be why that header pipe was there. But Drew Kremer's over the finish line, gets the moto win in MX3 with a massive gap, so well done, Drew Kremer. Second place is going to be the 2.75 of Riley Burgess. And here he comes. So Riley's got some work to do for Moto 2 to try and keep up with Kremer. Going to have to get in front of him off the start, I'd say. And we're looking for the 999. Here he comes, Nate Ebic, over the finish line in third position. So that is your MX3 podium for Moto 1. Nice result there for Drew Kremer. Russ, have you got him down there on the finish line, or where are you?
I do, mate. Drew Kremer pulling in hot on his KTM. Sorry, I shouldn't say KTM Newcastle. We're all programmed to say that, aren't we? He's a Newcastle Power Sports gas machine. Drew, you absolutely sent it in that round, mate. You had a huge lead, in control of the race the whole time. Tell me a little bit about how that race went for you, mate.
I just got off to a really good start. I think I got second off the start. got around first place quick and just tried to put in some hot laps, but Riley was keeping it with me. And then we kind of got about halfway and I seen he was starting to back off a bit, and I knew I just had to get some laps in just to get away, get a bit of a gap, and then, yeah, just rode my race from there.
Mate, how important is fitness at a track like Lakes, where it's a fairly high-speed track? How important is fitness to you to get out in front and stay out in front?
Yeah, your fitness is definitely a big thing for sure around here. You're just trying to hold on for dear life, just holding the throttle on as fast as you can go, but man, it's pretty sketchy, but nah, your fitness definitely has to be on point, but especially like the 15+ one. They're not too long, but they're long enough to where you need that fitness to be good.
Well, congratulations, mate. Awesome ride, and we'll see you out there later on today.
We are straight back into action for our next moto. 9 to 12, 85s hitting the track. As the pack runs into that second corner there, the Dantia berm. The 275 is going to get on the inside there, but it's a Yamaha leading it at the moment. But I think the 275 is going to go around the outside and get a run down the hill here. 275 Flynn Burgess, so he's going to tuck back into second position, but the third place is going to try and run an inside line on him. Going to have to watch that inside and block the door there, Flynn. Just saw the 125 machine go through there as well. Blake Teague getting some camera time. But it's the Yamaha out front early here. I think it'll be the 409 of Hudson Francis, but we'll check that as they come across the stripe the first time. Now we should be looking for the 23 in some point in this moto, because he was our Moto 1 winner, but we haven't seen him yet on the charts. But it is Francis from Burgess, from Blade Regan, Zach Peters, Ollie Kale, Levi Bittick, Cooper Bennett, Stella Harding, Mason Ryan, Sonny Jarvis, Ryder Magnificulo, our first moto winner, all the way down in 11th at the moment. So not a good start for Ryder in this second moto here in the 9 to 12 85s. So Francis is going to have to try and use this little advantage that he's got at the front of the pack to get some points back on Magnifiglio. The championship here is going to heat up between the two of them. Flynn Burgess is also in the mix for this as well, but he's got to get some points back on both of them, so he needs to get himself in front of Hudson if he can. But he's doing a good job currently in second there, battling that bike through some bumps down the hill there and the braking bumps. There goes Kale past the screen. The 482 went past as well. That's Cooper Bennett. So Burgess putting together a nice little ride here in second. Got to watch that watered area there as they exit that corner. Kale right behind him. Oh, Burgess lighting up the rear tyre there, trying to get out of that rut early. Still managed to pull up the hill okay. Blocking the inside line. Kale's trying to have a look here on Burgess. He's creeping up to the back wheel is Ollie Kale. As they go down across that start straight, you see him getting on the gas as hard as possible. Couple of riders jumping into the early section and then trying to double through of that rollers there. Stella Harding having a decent run here in 8th in this moto as well. The gap at the front starting to extend. I think it's out to 2.7 seconds. Francis over Burgess. That inside rut there, and the Dantia berm just standing up second and third as they tried to exit it. Burgess trying to extend the front over one of those rollers there midway through. think some of these kids are finding it a little bit difficult to hold the bike down in the ruts as they're exiting the corners. I think we've had a change in the position for third as well, I think. Kale has dropped down a position. So we'll have to see where if that's change has occurred. I think I'm noticing too that our Moto 1 winner, Magdafiglio, has actually gone further back down the list. I think I saw him in 18th as that flashed through. But it looks like it is Blade Regan making the move into third position over Ollie Kale. Watching the field come through, that on screen there was Levi Bittick. There's Kale and there is Regan. Track crew still trying to put some water down there on screen. Burgess, Regan, Kale, Bittick all make their way through that section. Now, good to see that Flynn Burgess is having a bit better day today than he did at the start of Canberra. Had a few bike issues down in Canberra, did poor Flynn. But managed to get himself together. He still managed to get himself on the podium in this class after all those issues in Canberra, but he's having a bit of a smoother day, it seems, so far. We haven't at least caught anything on camera this time around. We're watching Francis go down the hill here, leading the way on that Yamaha GYTR junior team. Throwing some style over the tabletops, getting the power down. He might have had a bit of an issue there with his front plate because it looks like it's about to bounce out. I think the only thing holding that on might be the little strap that goes around the front brake line because it's bouncing around on an angle. Not sure what's happened there. Maybe he's just had a bit of a hard landing somewhere and popped something free. He's doing a good job at the front of this one. Nothing's affecting him here. He's going to get a good haul of points. We'll try and check out where Magdafiglio is, but Francis is the fastest on track as well last time around, 146.0 as he came over the line there. So he is doing great times, getting it up. We're just trying to see where Magdafiglio is. Can't see him. I can see Tate Murrell in 17th and so Magdafiglio is listed in 15th at present. So that's not going to get the job done for the points that he wants for this championship. Notice Stella Harding's had a few places drop down. She's down in 11th now, so not a great run in this second motor for her. Blake Teague's just come over the line in 18th. Those rollers up the hill there have dried out significantly on our overhead shot. So not a lot of water in this section of track that you can see as they come down the hill either. It's getting quite dusty with the wind as well in our commentary section here. It's a 256 on screen there. That's Sonny Jarvis having a bit of a run through the rollers. Sonny's had a fair bit of TV time today. I've called his name quite a few times, so obviously doing good things.
Mate, he's riding really, really well. It's been interesting to see how he's been progressing across the last little while, but looking comfortable today, riding great, a ton of confidence. It's good to see from Sonny.
I gather, I think you said that this was on the 85 side of things. He's only recently onto it because he does look a little bit small on this bike and obviously still getting some strength to throw it around a bit.
Yeah, that's right. He hasn't long been on that size bike, and like you were mentioning earlier, it is a big difference coming off a 65 going to an 85. My young fella at home, mate, is about to make that same move, and if you're on the shorter side, which my young guy is, I'm not sure Sonny is. He probably is by looking at him. It's a big jump. The bike is significantly bigger. Even if you do go to the smaller wheels, it is quite a big jump up in bike size. So if you're also fairly lightweight, so some of these kids are, 25, 30 kilos ringing wet, mate. So
yeah, featherweights.
Featherweights, absolutely. And it just makes things a little bit complicated. You don't have the weight to throw the bike around. If it starts kicking left and right, your weight doesn't control the bike. It doesn't force it back down to the ground. And then suspension becomes a little bit tricky too, trying to get a big bike to work underneath a very lightweight rider.
Well, we contrast what we're just talking about with Sonny there with the man on screen at the moment, Hudson Francis, who when he stands up, there's, he looks appropriate size for the bike, but Sonny, when he stands up, there's maybe, an inch or two from his butt to the seat. So he's obviously just still growing into that machine, but Hudson Francis definitely the right size, doing the right thing on this bike. Somehow the front plate is still holding on to that bike too. Going to have to get Tomo onto the spanners and fix up that plate for the rest of the day. There's a yellow flag up the top here, so there must be a rider down that Hudson's about to navigate his way past. Hearing it's the 248, and that will be Lucas Soper. And I think we said the 17, maybe Trey Riley as well involved in that too. So maybe a couple of riders down up the top of the hill, but we're watching Hudson just make a move on one of the lap riders there. Looking solid out in front is Francis. So a second in Moto 1 for Hudson. This one's going to likely be a win if it carries on the way it is, and that's going to get him some nice points over Magnifiglio, who is sort of moving forward, but not massively. He's up to 13th in our list, just behind Stella Harding, who's dropped down another position. She's in 12th now. So we'll have to see if Magnifiglio can climb any higher up, but he's going to give up a lot of points here to Hudson Francis in this particular moto. There's Hudson just getting the bounce through those rollers. Wouldn't be surprised if they were the culprit for bouncing out that front plate at one point in this moto from the hitch point at the bottom of the guard there. Good drive up the hill. All on his own is Hudson Francis at this point at the moment. He's going to make a move on this lap rider, but there's nobody around him either side after that. So plenty of space to have a look around. Only a couple of seconds. When he comes down the hill here, I'd say he'll get the last lap board, or maybe he just misses it. We'll have to see how the timing goes. If he cruises past this lap down rider, he'll be okay. Yep. So coming past, are they going to give him the board or are they not? They are not. Well, they're putting it out after the fact. So anyway, maybe he is meant to get that last lap board. Just seeing one of our very established officials walk past. Give us a wave. Hi, Margaret. We're watching the riders through the rollers there. A few different techniques. A couple getting a good run, a couple getting a bad run as they make their way through that section. All right, some of those ruts, there's about 3 ruts on the entry to the inside of that Dantia corner there. Hudson Francis navigating him, no problems whatsoever. Got plenty of time to spare at the moment at the front, has Hudson. Ooh, bit of a moment there trying to get out of that rut, but all good. So Hudson Francis, half a lap to go here. Nice style off the middle tabletop there. Throwing it sideways just for the fans. Maybe going to clip that later and put it on the gram. Maybe his parents will do it because he's probably not old enough to have an Instagram account these days. Oh, the lap rider who's just going past just decides to kiss the barricade on the inside of the corner there. Hopefully he's okay. Wouldn't advise making out with one of those barricades. Now Hudson just past the riders. Unfortunately, these riders are still down at the top of the hill, so they're getting attention. But Hudson Francis is going to come down the hill here for the final time. He's going to get the checkered flag. He's going to be your winner in this Moto 2 here for the 85cc 9 to 12 years. Nice gap on the field for Hudson. Our second place is the 275 of Flynn Burgess. And we'll just get our timing, the scoring to roll back around so we can just confirm who was third there. And third is definitely the 26 of Levi Bittick, followed by Ollie Kale and Blade Regan in fifth. So that's your top 5 here for the 9 to 12s. We'll take a break on our coverage and we're going to come back with more Moto 2 action.
Final lap here for this current group and a Welcome back to Motorcycle New South Wales State Titles Round 2 here at the beautiful Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. One of our junior riders is getting a little bit of a hand there off one of the stewards. Dropped his bike on an awkward spot there on top of the famous centre tabletop here at Lakes. Last few riders clearing. The Yamaha Viking has exited the track at the very, very top of the hill there, bringing off some riders and bikes that had a little bit of a tangle early on. And we have our MX2 riders on the gate, ready to go here as we enter into the afternoon section of our program. It's been an absolutely epic day here at Lakes for Juniors Day. Tomorrow will be the seniors, but it has been drama from start to finish. Awesome entertainment and awesome racing. The track conditions have changed a whole heap over the entire day. We've seen deep, loamy conditions and then turn it into dry and dusty conditions fairly quickly. Lakes is known as a fairly dry, hard-packed track, so no surprises there that we're starting to see some dust and some blue grooves starting to show up. But the track crew are doing the best they can to get the conditions as prime as we possibly can for our riders. There'll be some track prep going on tonight, ready for the seniors tomorrow. I dare say they're going to rip the track, open it right up and get some moisture in there. Yamaha Viking buggy coming across the track here, bringing one of the riders back to the medical team to make sure they are all A-OK. We're blessed with an amazing medical team here this weekend, and those Yamaha buggies have been an absolute lifesaver here all weekend and every weekend. The 15-second board is up, drops to the 5-second board. You'll hear the revs come up. You'll watch the heads go down. Everyone's down at the gate. And here we go, MX2. It looks like Lawler straight to the front, absolutely nails the whole shot as he leads the pack around into the Dantia turn 2 and down into the Kennards Hire turn 3 here at Lakes MBC this weekend. Up into those rollers. These are getting really tricky as they bake in the sun. You'll start to see some bikes moving left and right, sliding around, down over the triple. Richie Lawler leading the pack out here as he comes up over centre. Lawler's been pretty dominant all day here today, and I don't think anything's going to change in the next 20 minutes. He's been well composed, he's been relaxed, and he's been leading from the front all day long. So Lawler bringing the crew around that whole shot corner, up the horsepower hill. You'll see the colour change on the dirt of that up ramp there. Really, really dried out and baked here in the sun. We had a fair bit of wind this morning as well, which added to the challenging track conditions. Down over the finish jump for the first lap here for Richie Lawler. Huge crash over the finish jump there. Can't quite see the rider that's gone down, but he has basically ended up in Dave's commentator's booth.
Yeah, that's the 998. I just literally touched the bike. It's right next to me. It literally almost ended up in the commentary box, so that's how close we just got.
I'm looking at it, mate. It is touching the commentary box. That is amazing. The rider did walk away. He looks like he's in a little bit of pain, but he has walked away and sat down on the fence. So Morgs and the medical crew are shooting over there in the Yamaha Viking right now to check him out, and that bike is still upside down up against your commentary booth, mate. Do you want to go flip it over there and fire it up?
I can assist. You know, it's right, literally right here. I just walked back in, and the bike tried to join me. So, yeah, that was. I'm not sure how he ended up in that position, but he got here. So,
yeah, I'd like to see an action replay for that one, mate. I'm not sure if he's spun off the up ramp or what's going on, but that's a high-speed part of the track. So I'm real happy to see that he doesn't look too injured from my vantage point here.
Yeah, he's getting some attention right now, so hopefully he's okay. But it is the, what was that, the 998, Ayrton Neal. So hopefully Ayrton will be okay. Bike is still upside down, but we'll carry on with the racing. So Richie Lawler has just gone fastest lap, 1:39. He's leading the way from McCloskey, Ebic in third, McHugh, Jonathan McGregor, sorry, Jonathan in fourth, and Travis Barker in fifth. As we just watch, I'm just sitting here enjoying some of the action right in front of me of everybody trying to clean up the motorcycle that tried to venture off the track as Richie comes through, throwing some style on that 27 machine just because at the front of the pack. That's what you do when you lead, right, Ross?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. When you're in the lead, you can do those sorts of things, but it's good to see that rider up and walking past you now, mate. That's a pretty scary crash. That's a pretty scary spot to throw your bike. So good to see he's up and well and able to walk off the track.
Yeah, no, he's doing all right. So he's going to get a ride back in the buggy, and that might be day done for him. But so, yeah, not where you want to end up. But Richie is doing a great job out here. He's obviously enjoying this 125 class, is Richie Lawler. Obviously suiting this machine and the track conditions because he's absolutely ripping at the moment.
Yeah, he just came down past me absolutely wide open, mate. He's basically hovering above all the bumps down here in the far sections. He's handling them really well. The bike seems really quite balanced and doesn't seem to be fighting him. So that basically means that he's comfortable and he can hold the thing wide open.
Now, as we say that about Richie, he's done another fastest lap of a 1:38 flat, so he is feeling it in this class for sure. And that's even with some of the big whips he's been throwing. So he's definitely carrying some good speed. The 259's not too far back from him, and same with Ebic. So the front three not too far back of the leader. Williams in fourth is also within reach there. There's Lawler on screen. Just having I don't know if anyone noticed, but he just had a sneaky look back as he came out of that corner. He didn't really move his head, but you could tell that his eye line was looking back up the track where he'd just come to see the gap that he's got on second, third, and fourth. As we see him just shoot past the finish line, down onto the start straight. He's running that nice wide line there to carry his speed, and then he doesn't shut it off. He's just carried it all the way down the hill there. Nice little bend. It's a very slow bounce line he just took through that bottom roller section, but it was effective. Ebic getting into that corner well. Williams taking a higher line there to jump in to start with into the rollers. So that's your top four. We've got Lawler back on screen. Pretty much whenever this bike is pointing out of a corner, that elbow is down to the ground as on the throttle side, because he is trying to put all that 125 cc's into the turf.
Yeah, the 125s are an interesting class, aren't they, Dave, where they are a big bike. If they're sitting next to a 250 and 450, you'd be hard up telling the difference as far as seat height, wheel size, all that sort of stuff. They are essentially, you know, same size as what we refer to as a big bike. But being a two-stroke, they just don't seem to have the same sort of torque as the big four-strokes, right? So you have to ride them a little bit differently. There's a bit more clutch involved, a bit more high-end revving, and that's why, you know, I continue to mention young Blake Bohannon, because he seems to ride it differently to others. But yeah, it's a different bike to ride, isn't it, Dave?
It's a very different bike to ride, and when you say a bit more clutch, I think the word you're looking for was a hell of a lot more clutch to get it going out of corners sometimes, and just to pick it back up in the rev range, because it needs to be in that range where it will actually produce power. When it's at the bottom of its RPM level, it's not going anywhere in a hurry.
That's right. It really has no torque at all, right? It's basically, we refer to it as being on the pipe, but that just means that when it's up in the revs, it's creating horsepower. It's feeling like it's moving forward, whereas at the bottom of the revs, there's just not a lot there. So you'll see, to go to the extreme, you'll see some of the riders on the 450s. They can take an inside line very, very slow and basically sit down on their seat and still launch, maybe center from the inside and still clear it, because that bike just has so much torque, whereas these 125s are the opposite. There's no torque. They've got to stay high in the revs. And so that changes your line selection, that changes your mindset, and like Dave mentioned, it certainly means you're working the clutch a whole lot more.
Yeah, just make that left forearm just get a little bit stronger from all the clutch work. But the battle has tightened up here for second. McCloskey not dropping off as such, but Ebic picking up the pace, because he's just gone purple on our screen for a 137.2, being the fastest man on track this moto, and he's closed right to the back wheels. So the battle for second is on here, with a couple of minutes plus a lap to go in this 15 to 17 years 125cc Moto 2. We see Ebic trying to get some power to the ground. He seemed to lose a little bit of ground there trying to drive up that hill. McCloskey maybe just a little bit lighter, maybe a better line, got a better run up that hill and just gapped him back out just a little bit there. So Ebic's going to have to try and keep this together here if he wants to make a position in the closing stages of this moto. Another lap rider just got to get navigated past for Ebic. Does so okay as they head into the bottom section of the circuit. Lawler's got just under a 5-second gap now on McCloskey. So Lawler putting together a nice day here at Lake Macquarie in this 125 class. If he holds on to this one, it'll be 2 moto wins for the overall, and that'll help him gain back some points on Ebic and potentially get this championship lead as they would head to round 3 for this class. So Ebic needs this position to gain some more points, keep the battle for the championship tight, and he's going to put some work in here and try. He's obviously got this section of track dialed, because he's closed right back in on McCloskey again. It was these next few horsepower hills that were his downfall on the last lap, where he lost a bit of ground. So let's see what he can do here. Can he get the drive and stay close to McCloskey to be able to make a pass here at some point? We're just over probably going to get like 2.5 laps to go here. We'll see how we go with the last lap board. McCloskey, Ebic. This is where Ebic lost ground last lap. Did he get a better run? Yeah, I think the gap's a little better this time as they come back down the hill. Ebic is closer as they drop back onto our start straight. So there's Lawler, our leader, just coming out of the rollers. There's McCloskey and Ebic. They're not that far back, but it's far enough. Just over 4 seconds is that gap. Lawler can't back off too much because otherwise he'll have company that he doesn't want. But Ebic's trying to make a move there into that Dantia berm. Don't think he's going to get anything done there. He was following too closely to McCloskey, but we've got a couple of lap riders here that might get in the path here and slow things down. Ebic right on the rear wheel. Takes a different line here. Can he get a run out of it? Almost draws level, but not quite. McCloskey holding on here. Less than 2 laps to go. Ebic's got to make a move if he wants to get this position. Trying to stay flat, scrubbed off a bit of speed there, did Ebic, trying to get back to the ground. Got to navigate past the 347, Toby Williams there. I think Ebic's going to get the rough end of the deal there. He does. Oh, the lap rider has completely taken the line away from Ebic. That's going to ruin the run for the battle for second here for Ebic. He didn't look up far enough in advance. He just followed that lap rider into the corner there. That's all his fault, unfortunately. He should have had better vision there and went to the line further out, and he would have completely missed him. But that's what happens. Last lap board out. Ebic in third, McCloskey in second, Lawler out front. Not sure what's happened to Tyson Williams, but I've just noticed that he's dropped right down our list to 13th and a lap down. So something's gone astray there for Tyson Williams in this moto, because he was in 4th at one point. But it's now Jonathan McGregor back in the 4th position and Travis Barker in 5th. Now overhead shot of the rollers. There's McCloskey. Got a breathing room now on Ebic. McCloskey's just got to hold this together and he'll be able to get second in this moto. That'll help McCloskey's total in the championship as well with whatever's happening with Williams. That'll probably make McCloskey jump in front of him in the standings as well. So McCloskey wants this second position just as much as anybody else. It's going to make this battle for the championship very tasty as we go into round 3. On the run down the hill. So our winner is Lawler from McCloskey, and Ebic will come across the line in third. So there is a bike down. I'm just noticing, Russ has pointed out in the ears too, there's a bike on the centre tabletops. I'm not sure how he's got there, but he's spun out and backwards. So it's the 257 of Jonathan McGregor, who was running 4th. So he's going to drop himself right out of contention here as well. So not the way to finish that moto off. There goes Tyson Williams. I'm not sure what happened to Tyson in the end, but he's listed as 13th over the line. Maybe he lost a timing transponder. I'm not sure. Anyway, that is our 15 to 17 years. Congratulations, Richard Lawler, for the win in Moto 2, for the win in Moto 1. He'll get the overall for the day as well. We'll take a break on our coverage here at round 2 of the Motorcycle New South Wales state titles. We'll be back with more action.
Feel it, own it, now get it, you got it. Click, click. Click, click. Ooh, what a view, look at you, looking real smooth. Ooh, what a view, look at you, zoom, zoom, zoom. Ooh, what a view, look at you, looking real smooth. Click, click, zoom.
Looks good, eh?
Ken
What was that, love?
I said Ken
Well done, girls. Happy?
Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
We're back with our action, and we've just had a couple of riders collide on the start there. This is our 50cc 6 to 9 years racing action. I think it's the 395 getting the whole shot there. And that 395 is Jagger McKercher. Oh, but he's gone down into the third turn there, has Jagger. But he's up and going, so he'll be back. We've got a Cobra out front now. I think that might be the 284. I'll have to check the numbers when we can see him, but if it is the 284, that'll be a good run for Jackson Riley again.
Dave, a little bit of an action-packed start there. Two riders coming together on the start straight, and then the third rider going down in that turn 3. So good to see everyone's back up and on their bike again. But yeah, a little bit of a start straight stuff up there from a couple of the boys.
These young guys getting a little bit wild out of the start, weren't they, Russ? So just colliding. It's very easy to do on a start straight if you get a little bit sideways. There's not much room between the bikes. You'll end up bumping into one before you know it, and then you bumped into 2 and 3, and then you're on the deck. So
yeah, look, it's a full gate there too, a full 40 gates, so that's a lot of bikes fighting for real estate. The start straight, as we mentioned earlier, hasn't really formed up into anything significant, meaning that it's fairly flat and smooth, which sort of allows the bikes to wander all over the place. There's not a set of straight ruts like we saw form up at Canberra. So that sort of means that the bikes can move around a little bit, and for these little guys, these 50cc's, we've mentioned plenty of times how difficult they are to ride, but a lot of these little bikes, especially these Cobras, the power on them is an absolute light switch. It's either on or it's off. So when the bike starts to get a bit squirrely, they are challenging to manage. Being that they're an auto, there's no clutch to help modulate the power either. On a bigger bike, 125, 250, 450, you can use that clutch to modulate the power if you start to get some wheel spin or the bike goes sideways, but for these little autos, not really an option.
no, it's either on, off, or you're just off. So anyway, it is the 284 of Jackson Riley leading this one at the front of the pack. He had a good moto in Moto 1, got the win. So he's looking to do similar here in Moto 2 and take the overall for the day, but have got a long way in this moto to go for the little guys. Their motos, out of curiosity, they are an 8-minute plus a lap, so a little bit shorter than some of the other classes. They're only fairly young, these guys, but plenty of riding time for them either way. But Jackson's doing a great job here on his Cobra. He's got a decent gap already over second position. And obviously feeling very comfortable. Just sent the center tabletop, did Jackson Riley. Nice work, Jackson. Not quite enough there for the second one, but the first one was impressive as he rips up the hill. Very big gap on the rest of the field at this early stage, already over 5 seconds. And looks like we're going to get to when the riders come around to the top of the track, which Jackson will be getting to very soon. There's a rider just getting going, but is cleared now. So Jackson's going to be able to get through there okay. We watched some of the field go through, just saw the number 2 of Jaden Famika. Just saw the 20 go through of Wilco Cox. Wilco's doing double duties by the looks of it in the 65 class as well. So that's our leader going down into the bottom of the circuit there. Look at the gap that you can see that he's already established. Our second place rider almost skimming the whoops there on the Cobra. Very impressive for Cole Weir, the number 472. And that would equate to that fastest lap time as well, the 204.7 that Cole has done. The 900 of Bentley Phillips is currently third. Just getting a look here. The 288 of Caden Teague is 21st. Ryden Hazelwood is in 22nd. The 34, Ella Henry, is 32nd. Levi Purcell, 33rd. Plenty of people in this one. Big class here for the 6 to 9 50cc category. Just watching Cole rip through those rollers up the hill, putting that Cobra power to good use.
Dave, you mentioned Ella Henry there. It's great to see her out. The Henrys are just such a staple part of this club. The old man is down here on the start line with me. He's a huge part of making club days happen. He's one of the guys driving the buggies regularly, picking up bikes and sorting injured riders out, making sure the day rolls on. Ella's got two older brothers, Zach and Dean, that are both racing as well. I think one of them might be sitting out today, but they all race as the local club. They're highly involved and all a huge part of making it all happen. As the number 34 comes flying past me on her little KTM machine. Great to see a family that is just fully committed to racing and fully committed to supporting their local club.
Yeah, it's part of the process, isn't it? That the family's all involved and that they're all on the bike at some point. As we're watching I think that's still Cole Weir on screen there, second position on track, hitting the middle tabletop on the way down the hill, hitting the finish line one, no problem on the Cobra. He rips down across the start straight. In the split lane there, using the inside rut are all these little fellas and little fellettes. Track has got like 3 definite tones in colour to it when this drone overhead shot, as we look at the Tantia corner versus the Kennards corner versus the Risen Unlimited corner. The colour and the dirt is so different across this circuit, and they're right next to each other in those 3 lanes, and it's very obvious how dry it's gotten in some sections. But that's racing here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club.
I think, Dave, it's going to be really exciting to see all of the different types of dirt and the different tracks and how they form up over this 5-round series. I'm really excited. It's gone to 5 over the 3 that we had last year. I think that gives everyone more opportunity to show skill sets in different areas. The next track we're off to, mate, is going to be quite different to this one.
Yeah, look, all of them are very different. But it is great that we have expanded the track base in terms of having 5 rounds. Gives everybody a bit more of a chance. You've got to take the championship over a longer period, and you get exposed to different conditions, which is what this sport does to you later in life when you go to different events, particularly Pro MX and stuff, this is obviously a lead-in event type thing for that as you develop across your classes. But yeah, we do see some very different surfaces here in the next few weeks. Our next few rounds, we don't have a round in April, but at the beginning of May, we've got our next round is when we'll be for round 3. And yeah, we're going to have some very different surfaces round 3, 4 and 5. So between South Coast there, it's, was that Bega? And then we've got Dubbo and Cessnock to go. So yeah, a couple of different places to go just yet.
That's right. It's really going to allow different riders to excel in different areas, isn't it? This is obviously a track that favours you. If you've grown up on a hard pack track, you don't mind the bike sliding around a little bit, drifting into corners. You're sort of used to that. But then we're going to have some other tracks going to favour those riders used to the more loamy, soft conditions, deep ruts, and have got experience in those kind of conditions. So the 5-round series I think is great. I think Motorcycle New South Wales has done a good job in moving the series to a 5-round series. And I think spreading the tracks out as much as possible is going to be awesome. Pro MX was on a completely different series just recently down in Wonthaggi, and it was great to hear some of the riders talking about the conditions down there. And it just is so different to go from, say, Lakes or Cessnock down to Gippsland, Victoria, and ride the conditions there. So it's good that the riders get opportunities to ride different tracks in different areas that are, vastly different. From hard pack to soft and loamy, ruddy, fast, slower, more technical, really makes for an awesome series.
It definitely does, as the sun just beams into the commentary box here and makes me lose the camera side of things, but picking up that Jackson is doing a fast lap at the moment. He's done a 2:02.2, and he's going to get the last lap board here as he comes down the hill. He's absolutely ripping it today here on the Cobra. At Lake Macquarie is Jackson Riley. Should be pretty impressed with himself and his riding efforts today. He's going to eat into the lead that Cole Weir and Lucas Nielsen had on him from Canberra. So this championship's going to tighten up nicely here for the 6 to 9's 50cc class. Couple of riders there in the Dantia corner racing through. One's a lap rider, the other two are having a battle for position. Looks like there's a move going to be made there on the inside by one of them. These kids are all getting the chance to experience some of these bigger racetracks. It's another vantage point of having a 5-round series, is that these kids that maybe haven't gone to some of these other tracks are going to get a chance to go and see these other race circuits that we have in New South Wales. Just get an understanding of what it's all about. As these kids are all battling to get up and over that center tabletop there. It's a pretty big jump for some of these kids in the middle of the pack and the back of the pack in this race. Not all of them are able to send it, but they're all getting the exposure. That's the 4.57 there on screen that we're watching, or maybe it's the 4.67 of Cody Knighton. Back on our leader there, I believe that's the 2.84 of Jackson Riley going up the hill. He's just got the top of the hill to navigate here, and he's going to make his way down to the finish line and get the checkers. And it's going to be 2 moto wins for Jackson Riley at Lake Macquarie for round 2. He's going to take the overall. Potentially, he might even take the lead in the championship. So well done for the 2.84, Jackson Riley. Solid day at Lake Macquarie. As we look for our second place and third to come across the line. And it is the 4.72 of Cole Weir getting second. We're looking for the 43. There he goes. Lucas Nielsen getting third in that moto. So that's your top 3. We're going to have a quick break here at the round 2 of New South Wales Motocross State Titles. We've got a big class coming up for our next race. We'll take a break and we'll be back with more action.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looks good, eh?
Ken,
What was that, love?
I said, Ken,
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Feeling a little cramped? Make your move to Lake Macquarie.
Welcome back to round 2 action of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. We are at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. We've got our riders on the gate here, ready to go for their Moto 2 of the day. It'll be the 65cc, 10 to 12 years class. Massive gate here for this particular class. Russ, whereabouts are you out there on the track, mate? I never seem to know where you are these days. You're just floating around out there?
Mate, me and Beachy are still comparing our steps, mate, so I'm trying to move around as much as I possibly can. Beachy tends to beat me at every round, so I'm trying to really put some effort in so I can kind of take him down, mate. But I am standing down here at the start straight next to Beachy himself and next to our Marshall, who does our 15-second board. We've got our 10 to 12 crew on the gate ready to go. There's a few riders just clearing the last bike or two off the track. There was a young fella there stuck in a ditch. So I can see one of the marshals helping him up, getting him going. Now, while we're waiting for that, the medical team here is resetting. The track team are getting some moisture back into the track, trying to chase the conditions here as much as we can. The Yamaha Viking buggy from Powersport Central has just headed out to go and help that young rider. They'll get him loaded up and off the track as soon as they possibly can. Beachy likes to run a pretty tight ship here, mate, so I can see him getting a bit shaky next to me, because we're taking a little bit longer than normal.
He's getting a twitch up.
He's getting a twitch, mate, absolutely.
We're standing still, he says. I can't take it any longer.
Yeah,
let somebody move.
Doesn't like it at all, mate. He likes to have these things back to back and running fairly smooth. So, no, look, it's a great team here from Motorcycle New South Wales, mate. They really run a good event. It's an absolute privilege to work with those guys and to see how they run this level of racing, which is really, really impressive. So, look, the drone is up over the start straight. These guys are all fired up, ready to go. It looks like about 37 riders on the gate, 36 riders on the gate, ready to go. Another big class. I'm looking at that number 23, mate. He's just on the inside of the doghouse there. Who else can I see from here? There's a few numbers there that have been a bit of a problem today for the rest of the crew.
Well, we're going to be looking for probably the 23, the 409, the 26, and last hole shotter in this one was the 282, and that was Ollie Cale. He got out of the gate best in Moto 1 for this field, but Magnifiglio took over pretty quickly. Levi Biddick was going super fast in this one, if you remember, in the middle of the moto. So let's keep an eye on if he gets a better start, what he can do with that, as I think they're going to get that board up here shortly, Russ, by the looks of it.
Yeah, 15-second board has gone up. The boys are all giving the head nod. 15-second board, that's head down. Revs come up. Hold in and gate drop. Everyone seems to clear the gates well as the riders come flying down the hill here. And it looks like the number 23 has got the whole shot yet again. I can't quite see where Biddick is, but I know he's going to be pushing hard to get up the front there. He was really keen to try and make a good move and get a good start. So can we see where Biddick landed?
Yeah, he's in second, so he's had a much better start this time around. It has the 26 of Levi Biddick. He's actually challenging Matafiglio as they're heading that Risen Unlimited corner. He took a smoother line, but Matafiglio had the track position on the inside, so held that position as they shoot back down the hill. So the two that we probably wanted to see go head-to-head here in this one, the man who had all the speed in Moto 1 in Biddick, and the man who got the win in Moto 1, Magnifiglio. But we need to see where the 409 is. I haven't seen him just yet pop through, who got second in the opening moto. So,
Biddick gets a bit of a dodgy run out of that rut there at the top of the hill, mate. He didn't come through that rut the way he normally does. Pushed him back a little bit, but he's slipping and sliding, looking for some traction to try and keep up to our first place rider there as the guys go across the top of the hill. Levi looking like he really wants it, mate.
So I think it's Ollie Cale in third, and if I'm not mistaken, it's the 409 of Francis in fourth. But we'll get that update as they come down the hill now, past the finish line for the first time. We'll get the points, the scoring up on the screen. So yes, it is Magnifiglio from Biddick, from Cale, from Francis, Zach Peters, Blade Regan, Sonny Jarvis, Cooper Nielsen. Blake Teague's got a better start this time round up in ninth, and I just missed our 10th place rider. So it's all to play for here on the opening lap of the 10 to 12 65cc moto. Got a good one here, ready to go. Magnifiglio and Biddick. Let's see what Biddick can do.
Matafiglio goes low in that sweeping left-hand bend as they come around the top. Biddick went high as the boys twist that throttle cable as hard as they possibly can, heading up into the Dantia corner there. Again, Biddick goes high, Figlio goes down. Matafiglio is down, and Biddick is in the lead.
Magnifiglio had it all for himself there, but he's managed to get the front end and just push it out in that inside rut. And he's thrown away the lead. He's got some work to do because there's the 125 of Blake T.
Went down to
so he's going to have to get himself from about 9th back to the front. And Rush is saying the 275's also gone down. Is that Flynn Burgess? I believe it is that he would have gone down there.
He's gone down over the Kennard Tyre roller there, mate. He's landed and just washed out. Not a big crash, but he lost a lot of time getting his bike up and going again. Matafiglio did the same thing. Not a big crash, just a tip over in that rut. But, man, it took him a long time to get up. I can't quite see where he is, but he is a long way back from Levi Biddick now.
Well, Biddick has got a bit of a breathing room at the front thanks to that crash from Magnifiglio. So this is where that mid-moto speed in Moto 1 came in for Biddick. Will he have the same sort of pace here? He got all the way down to like a 151, I think it was, at one point. So he was absolutely cranking out the lap times in the middle of last moto. Can he do the same? Ollie Cale's going to be the one to have to try and chase him down here from second, but there is a decent gap there already. And we'll get an update on that gap as they come across the line here.
Biddick absolutely sending it as he goes into the back section of the track. He chooses the high line to set himself up for the rear rollers. I can see his dad here standing up, keeping a watchful eye over him as he enters that area. We're going to see if he comes out at the other end of the back section of the track. I can see Matafiglio has made some moves as well. Biddick coming up the hill over the Kennard's higher roller there. Huge gap back to second, but he has got to stay. All right, we are back, and Levi Biddick is still leading, although Cale has moved up into second position. So a little bit of a chopping and changing of the leader pack there as the riders head down to the lower section here at Lakes Motorcycle Club. Let's see how Biddick comes out. He rails that Motorcycle New South Wales top berm over the double and then through the Kennard's higher roller. He's got full command of this race, and he's not letting go of that lead at all. Cale doing his best to hang on to him, but Biddick is loving these high lines. He's running the berms really high, holding the power wide open as he sets up for these rollers and comes all the way through. This is Biddick's race to lose from here on in, mate.
Yeah, just a quick update too on that 275 machine of Flynn Burgess. I noticed he's down in about 19th position after that crash we mentioned about a lap or so ago. So a lot of work for him to do. But Magnifiglio is doing well after his crash from the lead. He's back up to 4th position, trying to work on the 3rd as well. So he might be getting himself back towards the front here later in this moto. He's running out of time, but only just over a minute and a half plus a lap to go. So not much time left for Magnifiglio to keep his win streak going that he's had. He's had 3 from 3, but I don't think he's going to get 4 from 4 at this rate.
Mate, he'd have to put an absolute magic effort in now to catch Biddick. Biddick is in the zone and he's checked out. He is absolutely ripping.
Well, Biddick's mid-moto speed here is amazing. He's actually, the track's obviously fastened up since their first Moto 2 because he's doing 148s now. So his mid-moto pace, once he gets clear track, Levi Biddick is actually really good at this point of the moto. So don't want to give him any room out the front because he's just going to run away at this pace that he's got right now.
So is he doing his fastest laps now, Dave? Is that what you're saying?
He's fastest on track. He's just done a 147.1.
Wow.
So he's flying at the front, but I just noticed that Magnifiglio is all over the back of Hudson Francis for the 3rd position as they go through the rollers on screen. And Magnifiglio is going to make the move. He does. He's got himself back into 3rd. He's taken Hudson Francis wide there. He's taken away the position. So Magnifiglio trying to salvage this one here late. As we see Biddick on screen heading down in the Kennard's higher corner. He's got plenty of room at the front. He's got a 5-second gap. But Magnifiglio making that move into 3rd helps his overall position. but he's still not going to outdo the two. No, he's going to match on points at this point, because Biddick went 3-1 and Magnifiglio's going to go 1-3, but he'll lose out the overall on the second moto race at this point. But Magnifiglio's got a 5-second gap to make up to catch second position of Ollie Kale, which I don't know if he's going to be able to do. Maybe again late in this moto, but he's going to have to push all the way to the end as Biddick charges down the hill here. No slowing down for Biddick. This mid-moto pace is insane. So where is Magnifiglio compared to second place Ollie Kale? There's Magnifiglio on screen as he comes across the top. Has he made any inroads into that time there? So your top 10's Biddick, Kale, Francis, Magnifiglio. And it's just, of course, changed screens on me, so I'll start that again in a second. We can see Russ just keeping an eye on the on the field as it goes past him. He's wandering around on the screen trying to get his count up. I reckon he's just marching on the spot. But here's a couple of riders. I think that's Sonny Jarvis on screen, that distinctive gear and helmet. So Magnifiglio, Francis is fourth, Peters, Jarvis, Reagan, Nielsen, Knighton, Blake Teague is your top 10.
Dave, Magnifiglio is on the back of Kale. There is not a ton of room separating them now as they both come up into the Dantia corner there. Magnifiglio is pushing super, super hard. He chooses a bit more of an outside line there in the Kennard Tire corner and fades to the outside of the rollers as they go up the hill. Makes a dive to the inside to get around a lap rider, and now he's right on the back of Kale as they come down over the triple and set themselves up for centre.
Well, this is going to make it perfect because we're on the last lap, and if he can get that position away from Kale, that will be the overall win for rider Magnifiglio. So he needs that position to get the overall, otherwise he's going to lose out to Levi Biddick.
Well, he's chosen a really high line there, which I think is a fantastic line. He shoots around there, makes two passes of some back runners there, and dives right into the back of Kale. They are on a drag race now up the hill. Magnifiglio, that line that he just chose there has made all the difference. He's made the move now on Kale. Kale's pushing back. Kale still holds the lead as they come around that corner. Magnifiglio is not going to give up at all as the boys come down over the tabletops.
Biddick's over the line, and I think Kale's just going to hold on. He does. Just holds on to the win. The second position over Magnifiglio. But Magnifiglio went a 1:44.8, trying to catch him on that last lap to do the fastest lap of the moto on the last lap of it.
1:44.
A 1:44. He was pushing super hard, and he's come up just short on that second position. So he's going to just lose out on the overall, I believe, because they're both going to go 1-3 scores, but Biddick is going to get the overall based on the fact he got that moto win in the Moto 2 of the day. So well done, guys. Biddick is going to be your overall winner from Magnifiglio, probably from Francis. We'll have to see on those moto scores whether Francis or Kale gets it. But great racing there in the 10 to 12 65cc class. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. No break. We're not going to break. We don't have time to break. We're going to go straight into our next
moto. There's too much racing action, mate.
Must be. It's all happening at round 2 here for Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club.
I tell you what, Dave, I'm very, very pumped for young Biddick. That is awesome. I knew that he wanted to get a win here today pretty badly. He's been training hard, been pushing hard. Very, very cool to see him do that. Magnifiglio, though, what an absolute weapon. That was a crazy ride, mate. And then to go a 1:44 in the dying laps, that is super, super impressive.
Yeah, very impressive there on Magnifiglio. Obviously wanted that position very badly. Probably a bit dirty on himself for going down from the lead there when he probably didn't have any pressure too much there to early in that moto. But here we go. We're going to go for our next moto. We have got, what would you say it was? It was the 12 to 14 85s, Moto 2.
That's right, 12 to 14 85s. This is going to be another awesome class of racing here today at Lakes for round 2 of the state titles. 1 or 2 riders left just coming over the checkered flags, now the finish line. The 15-second board goes up from our race marshal here. Some of the boys are hyped up, shaking their heads, nodding. 5-second board is down. Watch the gates. Gate drop. Who's going to get the whole shot?
Well, surprisingly, it's not the 262 of Bohannon this time, but it is the number 2 going to get in there, I believe.
But don't be throwing shade at Bohannon. It looks like he's slipped right through everyone there. He set himself up to come out of there in second position.
And he's taken the lead already. He's just halved the field up in the first 2 turns. From probably about 5th or 6th into that first turn he was, and he's come out in the lead after 2 turns. What a move.
Unbelievable. There's a big traffic jam there on the Risen Banner corner. Bohannon makes it look so easy. Even when he doesn't get that whole shot and doesn't get the best start, he just cut right through everyone, and he's just going to go do what Blake Bohannon does. Oh, he goes down. Commentator's curse. Blake Bohannon drops it at the top of that corner. He's got to get it fired up now real quick. He's losing positions. He's down 10th. He's down 15th. He's way back. Now, this is what we wanted to see, Dave.
I was going to say, I wanted this, didn't I? It's just done it in a different manner.
We didn't want to wish him anything bad at all, but this is going to be great racing now to watch Blake Bohannon fight back from what looks to be, I don't know, 15th, 20th?
Yeah, we'll get an update on that position, but there was a couple more riders just caught in the next corner as well, so that might have been a bit of an issue for him to get around them as well. But yes, we have Ollie Chandler on the 251 leading this moto, so he's got a perfect chance to get a run and hide, basically, to see if he can get far enough away from Bohannon in this length of the moto. Now, this moto, so everyone's aware, we're going to have it as a 12-minute plus a lap. So Bohannon's basically got 11 or so minutes to go plus a lap to make it up. So it's Chandler from Wolf, from Millard, from Maxi Harris, Kobe Binnen, Brax Pollard, Jai Lees. Where is Bohannon? He is in 12th as they come across the finish line for that opening lap.
I think it's a little more like 8th, mate.
He's carving through already, is he?
Yeah, he's sitting in 8th position right now as he comes up to the Dantier barrier now. He dives to the inside. He's got 3 riders in front of him. He's going to try and make some moves really quickly here. He changes his line selection on the rollers. He gets 1 rider. He gets the 2nd rider. He's going to be in 6th position now as he comes over the double into the triple. Making absolutely short work of some of these guys, mate. We wanted to see this and we're getting it. Action at its absolute finest. I'd really like to know Blake Bohannon's heart rate right now, whether he's still as calm as he always seems to be.
I was going to say, it's going to be just over 110, you know. He's just cool as a cucumber, I reckon. It doesn't matter where he is.
He's as cool as a cucumber, mate. He's diving down the inside now. Doesn't quite get the move in there. But fades to the outside and rips the throttle on. Looks like he's going to get 1 more position here as he comes across the top of the hill here at Lakes today. Does he make it? Yes, he makes it stick as he comes down the hill towards you, Dave.
Well, we've got a bit of a change in our running order at the top of the list as well. We've had a change in the 2nd and 3rd positions.
He's in 5th now.
Yeah, but Bohannon's up to 5th, so he has got a bit of a gap. Once he passes 4th, he's got a bit of a gap to make up, but he is the fastest man on track. He did a 141.1, did Bohannon. The next fastest that last time around was actually 2nd position, which also made that move up into that spot, which I believe is Liam Millard. He basically matched that time, but everybody else is sort of 143 and up. So
Bohannon with some clear track now, mate, up until that 4th position. This is going to be interesting to see if he can pull those lap times down even further.
Well, with the leader in the 2nd position having a little battle here and potentially slowing up Millard, who's the man on the move in 2nd, they're letting Blake Bohannon get back into this because they're not racing forward at the minute. They're sort of battling between each other. So I think probably by the end of this lap, Blake Bohannon's going to be to the back of this group, if not in front of this group. Let's see how it plays out. But Chandler leading this one, Millard in 2nd. 3rd is Ethan Wolf. And Bohannon trying to close that gap in 4th after going down early.
Now the blue flag is out. There was a lap rider there that was holding up those lead riders. So once again, that's playing into Blake Bohannon's hands. Having that lead group just slow up ever so slightly is going to really help him out as they come across the top of the hill there. 1, 2, 3 come down the hill, and now Blake Bohannon turns in. He's got his sights on the rear of that rider, and he is going to absolutely send it to catch these first 3 positions.
Well, let's get an update. So Bohannon, Bohannon's gone 138.8.
138.
He's just matched his fastest lap time from the first moto. So let's see if he can do any better than that. But that is flying at the moment on this track. He's a good second or two faster than the rest of that field. So he's closing that gap quick.
I would say the gap is closed, mate, as he comes out of the Motorcycle New South Wales corner, up over the Kenner Tyres roller. He's got a good, clean view of the boys there in front of him. Is he going to go inside, outside? He goes inside for the Dantia corner. I think he's going to set up the rider in front of him around the lakes. Not quite close enough to do much there, but he's coming up through the rollers. You can see him swinging off the bike. He's moving his body side to side looking for traction. They're in the same rut now as they come over the double and into the triple. Can Blake make a move over centre? Let's see what he chooses to do. Runs the berm really high. Launches centre, gets it smooth. Big whip. And then he does seem to favour this inside line. Oh, well, he's gone outside now.
Well, he probably wanted to, because that National Motorcycle Alliance corner is where he went down from the lead, and that was on the very inside. So he probably doesn't like that right this second. But he is all over the back of Ethan Wolf for that third position. So he's caught the lead group, and he's just dove to the inside.
He's trying to make a move on Wolf now.
And he's done it. He's done it.
He's got straight past him. Unbelievable.
Let's get an update on these lap times as he comes down the hill. So it's now Millard from Chandler from Bohannon, and he's gone faster. 138.5 this time around. That's the fastest lap I've seen him do today.
Millard made a mistake into that corner as well, so that group is bunching right up. It looks as though Ethan Wolf doesn't want to give up on that position either, though, mate. He's come back strong. Let's see how the boys emerge from the back section of the track here. There's Millard. And Bohannon is in third position as he comes over that double and sets himself up for the hill. A little bit of a gap to make up. The boys all dive to the inside rut. Everyone gets through clean, no mistakes there. Around the Kennards higher banner and into the rollers.
We've got all three riders in the one shot in the rollers, Russ. It's awesome footage right now.
Oh, Blake with a huge move.
Bohannon's trying to take second, but Chandler's going to hold him out here on the run down to the whole shot graphics corner. But will Bohannon go around?
Oh, he shuts the door on him.
He shut that massively.
But he comes back. Blake Bohannon's made the move. How did he do that?
Now Bohannon's going to have to try and thread the needle here because he's almost right to the back of Millard. And can Chandler go around the outside? No, Bohannon holds on to this. He's in the second. So can he get the move done now on Millard, or he's going to have to watch behind and keep an eye on Chandler?
He's got it done. He's in second, and he's made that move stick. That is unbelievable. I have no idea how Blake made that move happen after getting shut out over the centre tabletop. He somehow pushed his way through. That is unbelievable racing from Blake Bohannon.
That was a great heads-up riding there by pivoting in that corner as Chandler shut the door on him. He managed to pivot, get out of the way, and then still have a great run up the hill and make the move. So
Blake Bohannon all over the back of Millard now. Millard will be feeling every bit of that pressure. He'll be hearing that Yamaha GYTR just right behind him. He'll be very, very aware of where he is. The boys have entered the rear section of the track now, the lower section. Let's come around the corner here. There's a few lap riders, and they come out almost side by side. There's a lap rider there that could cause a little bit of a drama for them. Lap rider gives them some space. Blake Bohannon in the same rut there as Millard. So they chop it and change it, looking for positions. Blake seems to be calm as they go into the rollers. Can he make it work? He does. He puts the move on. He dives to the front of him, shuts the door on him.
Was that a brake check?
I don't know, mate. I don't know what that was, but he basically came to a stop, gets up over the triple, and then comes around into centre, has a look back, checks over his shoulder, and he is to the front. What an absolute stellar ride by Blake Bohannon.
So in a 12 plus 1 minute moto, Bohannon goes down at about the 10.5, 11 minute mark, and by the 2 minute 40 mark, he's back in the lead.
That is unbelievable racing from Blake Bohannon. That Yamaha GYTR is a hell of a machine, mate, and he is a hell of a rider. Well, that is unbelievable.
I think it's more the rider than the machine at this point because he is flying. He'd probably be flying on a tricycle. So,
mate, I'm going to run over to the start gate area and make sure we get him for an interview, because I want to see if he's huffing and puffing or if he's as calm as he normally is. If he's calm, I'm going to lose my mind.
I think you're going to be quite losing your mind, but anyway, let's see how this goes. So I can see Ethan Wolf just having a bit of a trouble there with one of the lap riders. He's in fourth at the moment, trying to get to the back of Ollie Chandler. And Bohannon's just leaving Millard at the moment, but Chandler is there sort of battling in third. Wolf just behind him in fourth, so we've had all the action. I think we're going to simmer back down now and calm ourselves at this point of the moto. Now, while Russ is making a move sideways, I've been joined here, and I'm just going to get my microphone switched over, so give me 2 seconds.
I've been joined here in the booth by one of the riders who's been out on track today, Blake Teague. Blake, how's the racing out there, mate?
Oh, the track was pretty good, and the ruts are getting pretty deep out there, and the track held its moist the whole race.
Yeah, it was good. I saw you. I think you got 10th in that last moto, so you're doing all right on the last one just previously done?
Yeah, I got a good start that one. I've been stuffing up my starts. That's probably the best one this round, and it was probably the best ever I'll get, hopefully.
We'll have to practice that before round 3, eh?
Yeah.
All right, we'll keep an eye on Blake as he goes up the hill. Just amazing ride from Blake Bohannon. Did you see any of this one? He went down early and he's managed to ride through the field. He's got a really good technique. Is this someone you're looking up to at this point?
Yeah, he's just been riding amazing.
Pretty good, isn't he? Last few weeks he's had some really good results. I think this motor's the most impressive for me, but coming from a crash after leading and riding through the whole field, it's a pretty difficult thing to do out here with the conditions and the dust, right?
Yeah, conditions are very tough, and I'm impressed how Blake Bohannon becomes like to near last to first.
Very impressive. Well, thanks for joining us, Blake. It's been awesome to have you here, man. Good luck with the rest of the rounds. You're going to be at all 5, yeah?
Yeah, hopefully I'll get there.
All right, sounds good. All right, mate. Thanks for coming on. We'll catch you in the next one as Blake continues to rip through all of this track here, making it look absolutely easy on that Yamaha bike of his. He's got an actual gap at the front of the field now, which is absolutely impressive considering he came from behind all of these riders. We'll just get an update on the timing when it just rolls back around. But yeah, he's got a 5-second gap now on Liam Millard, and then Chandler, Wolf, Sharon Bohm and Sproul is your top 6. Max Harris is in 7th, and then we'll get the rest of the riders through there.
As we keep an eye on Bohannon, running around some of those lap riders at the top of the hill. Dropping down. He's going to get the last lap board now as he comes past us here at the finish line. You see Ethan Wolf has made a move too now. They had a change. Wolf has found some pace here late. He looks like he's going to come across in 2nd with Millard in 3rd and Chandler 4th now. So bit of a change in the running order. The action's all there for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Wolf with a look over just to see where Millard is as they head across the start straight. They're going to split lane it down here into the roller section. Will Millard get to the inside and close it out? He's going to try. Wolf's carrying it, but yes, Millard's made the move back past Wolf in that bottom section. So he's going to have a drag race up the hill here. Who's going to have the power to hold on to 2nd position? Millard's just regained that spot. Wolf, then Chandler. Bohannon has checked out, surprisingly, considering he's come through all these riders after a crash in the opening stages of this moto, and he's gone back to the front and left. So we see Chandler now trying to battle with Wolf, trying to get that position back. Wolf's doing a great job here, but can he have another lunge at the 26 machine of Millard? There's a rider there in the way, just trying to get through the lap riders. He has a look at him and say, get out of my way. Oh, that was close from Chandler, jumping over the top almost of the 27 rider there, the lapper, Cade Hodges. So we see Wolf having a look over just to see where Chandler is, but he was actually on the other side of him, so he didn't even see him in the end. But he's going to have to dig deep here if he wants this position back from Millard. Millard's got the line, got the running here as they head up the hill.
Wolf with not a great drive up that hill. I actually thought Chandler was a bit of a chance there, but he's got a drive here. Oh, that was an interesting section. They all went different ways across that inside of the corner and outside. As we come down to the finish line, it's going to be Bohannon from Millard, from Wolf, and Ollie Chandler is going to pick up fourth. Amazing ride there from Blake Bohannon to get that win. Like we said, he went down on the opening lap from the lead after fighting through from an average start. And then he had to fight through the entire pack, but he got the win. He ended up with about a 5 to 6 second gap at the field at the end of that moto. So amazing riding there from Blake Bohannon. And Russ, have you managed to pick up Blake?
No, not just yet, mate. They're being held up in the exit lane there by a few of the stewards. They're just grabbing the whole pack, having a quick chat to them. He's coming down this way, mate. Give me 2 minutes. I'll have him on.
Righto. We'll hold on for this one because we want to hear from Blake Bohannon. That was an amazing ride at the end of this 85cc 12 to 14 years moto. So that'll be 2 moto wins for Blake Bohannon across this weekend. So that'll give him the overall in this one. I'd say that second place is going to go to the 26 of Liam Millard, and third will go to the number 2 of Ethan Wolf, but we'll confirm that at the podium. And then we've got our next race already on the grid. 14 to 16 years, 85cc action coming up next. You see the 215 there. That'll be Oliver Rex getting ready to go. So we're hearing that Russ has got Blake Bohannon. How's the heart rate? Is he maxed out or is he cool as a cucumber?
Blake, first question, how's the heart rate, mate? Are we like through the roof of the heart rate or are we still pretty chill?
Oh, we're still pretty chill. My heart rate got up pretty high when I crashed in the first lap.
But then from there, that run back that you did, that amazing ride, was that panic stations for you? Were you freaking out, pushing hard, or were you just doing your thing, hitting your lines and making it work?
I was just relaxed. I know when I start rushing stuff, I'll make more mistakes and it'll end up being slower. So I just really took my time with it.
Because you did make that one mistake after you crashed too, right? In that top corner, you sort of stalled it or something in that bottom rut. There was a bit of a hold up for you, and then you got going again. So it was awesome to see you pick yourself up and get yourself going again. That was an unreal ride, buddy. Very, very impressed. Can't wait to see you ride the rest of the day, mate. Congratulations.
Right, our moto is away here. Awesome to hear from Blake Bohannon. Still cool as a cucumber. Never going to phase that kid, it seems.
Unbelievable, mate. Are you serious? I'm out of breath commentating the damn thing, and he's just totally fine.
Yeah, but that's the fitness of, what are you now, a 40-year-old, vet?
Easy.
Oh, look, it's all right.
We don't need to be broadcasting that sort of personal information out there, mate, all right?
Oh, look, all right. We'll move on. But, yes, cool as a cucumber. He's doing absolute amazing things in that moto. But in this moto, it's the 215 that's got the whole shot, and he's going to run on this one. It's Oliver Rex. He had a solid Moto 1, got a big gap when we're talking to Lyndon Heffernan there, the New South Wales tail whips manager in that first moto. He looks like he's going to do the same thing here, is Oliver Rex. As the field comes down the hill there, look at all the braking bumps and the ruts. They've actually finally really started to develop and be a problem into that section, but it's taken almost all day for that to really get to that point. So the track prep has gone okay here for day one. So far, so good. Oliver Rex leading out as they head down past the finish line for the first time in this Moto 2. Get an update on our running order. It is Rex from the 287 of Zayden. Then it's the 18 of Frezza. Then the 171 of Penman. Penman will be trying to have a better run this time after crashing in the opening one from second and not being able to get himself back into the mix too far. So we'll see if Penman can have a better run this time around, because he's right at the back of Frezza there through the rollers as they come out of that corner. He's trying to make a run here. Will he be able to make a move on Kai Frezza? Or will Frezza hold on to third for the time being? As we see the field just bounce their way through. That was the 214. We're just watching Carter Beach go through on the Husky. Ryder taking a nice wide line there, trying to stay out of those ruts on the inside. So it's Rex. There's Zayden in second. Gaps hasn't opened up too much yet. You still see Penman trying to make the move on the third place Frezza, just in the back of shot there.
There's Frezza. There's Penman. Basically joined at the hip through the whole shot graphics corner there they were. Penman trying to get a run up the hill through the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. They all go. There's sort of one main rut on the inside. Nobody really wants to venture further out from that. It's a long way around that corner there when you go further out. Trying to get the power down on these 85s to get them up the hill and over that step up. The top of this track looks really slick at the moment. The drive from the top is not easy to do. Frezza throwing it sideways off that second tabletop, just trying to cut back across the track to get a wider sweeping line for this last corner to drop onto the start straight. But Penman keeping him right there, trying to wait for a mistake maybe, trying to find an opening to make a move into third position. He's got to run here into the corner after the rolls, and he's going to make the pass, does Penman. So Penman finally up into third position, puts Kai Frezza back to fourth. And I'm just noticing that the 287 of Zayden has gone the fastest on track, a 146.9. That was the last time around for Caden. So good lap time there for Caden, but we've got Penman with a bit of track space now. After making the move on Frezza, will he be able to get a good run and maybe get to the back wheel of second position here? Because that's where he was when he went down in Moto 1, I should say. I'm sure he'd be looking to make up for it because he had a rough opening moto. Did Penman. So we see Frezza just changing lines there, partway up Horsepower Hill. Penman getting a bit sideways on the entrance to that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Didn't quite get a smooth flow through that corner because of it. Just having to dab the foot there too. Not getting a real smooth arc or, following the rut there either in the next corner. So his corners are just a bit notchy. Here's the 171 of Penman at the moment. And just because of that, you can see as they go down the hill there, that long shot, there is a decent gap from second to third now. So he's losing touch from the leaders, is Penman. But Oliver Rex has just gone fastest with a 145.4. And that 145.4 gives Rex a 2.2 second lead over the next best in running order is 287 Zayden Mazaros. So Mazaros is having a good day. Like I said, he didn't have a great opening in Canberra because he's sixth on the championship list, but today he's making up for it, that's for sure. He's going to climb himself up a fair way up this championship order after if he sticks himself in second here with 2 seconds in the motos and a second overall. He's going to climb the championship standings. Looks like Kai Frezza's trying to come back on Penman there in the Risen Unlimited corner. Just closed right back up to him, but maybe there was a mistake from Penman that caused that to look a bit closer than it actually was. But Frezza still right there. You see the bumps, the braking bumps down the hill into that corner. The front end's just dropping as they come down, battling their way through to try and line up for the rut they want. Can be quite difficult at that point when that front end is getting loaded and trying to control it on the down slope to line up for the rut and not miss the rut that you're after. It's one of those bumps, you get a little too much kick from it and you'll go straight ahead rather than find the rut you're looking for. Penman across the start straight, diving down. He's going to run wide around that corner to get a bit of a sweeping run at the roller section. Sort of skipped through there pretty nicely through the rollers, actually, did Penman that lap through. So our running order in this 14 to 16 years, Rex has just done another fast lap of the 144.5 now. So he's dropped another second off that best lap time. Nazaros in second, Penman in third, Frezza in fourth, Fraser in fifth, Archie Job in sixth, Deegan Harry in seventh, Blake Johnston in eighth, Reed Gray in ninth, Parker Chinook in 10th, Axton King in 11th, Jet Cavallaro in 12th, Carter Beach in 13th, and Rex Knight bringing up the tail in 14th in this class. Only a small category here for this 14 to 16 years 85s. Like we were saying, when Lyndon Heffernan was on with us, our tail whips manager, this class is a little bit transitional. There's some of these guys maybe skipped this class because they're running the 125s or the MX3 class, but some of them maybe don't have the big bike just yet, and that's why they're still here in the 14 to 16 ones. Maybe they're running this one and the 125 class, so it's a little bit of a transitional one. It's not as big as, they say, the 12 to 14 85, but it's still a competitive class here with Oliver Rex at the front. Keeping an eye on Penman. Looking good on the gas with his hostile handwear race gear on. He's got a nice little handicap now over Kai Frezza in fourth. But he's definitely been gapped a little bit by Mazaros there, that's holding down second for the moment. We see some of our rest of our field coming through. Penman just navigating that inside rut, trying to keep that boot off the ground. He was trying to dab it, but he didn't want to, and he sort of held it and pushed back. Trying to get a run through the rollers. Can be quite difficult to get the drive in between those, and see how dry it's gotten down there in that base. And look at the face of that tabletop. It's as dry as it gets. Up and over the center tabletop here goes Penman. Consistent ride here in this Moto 2, which is a bit better improvement considering his Moto 1 efforts. I think he was on the ground twice there. You can see how many lines there are. There's probably a dozen lines going down that hill into the corner there before they funnel into the one main rut on the inside. So Penman is going to shoot down the hill here. A lot of speed gain going down this hill here over the three tabletops. Frezza throwing it sideways in the back of shot there. Now I think that's the 46 that was just in the back of screen there behind Frezza. Matthew Fraser not too far back. So maybe Frezza better keep an eye behind him, because I think he's getting closed in a little bit. There's Frezza going through. And yeah, there's the next couple of guys. That's Fraser, and I think that's Archie Job right with him as well. So gonna have to keep an eye on 5th and 6th here. They might creep up to 4th if they're not, if Kai Frezza isn't careful. There's the 287. That's our second place. Caden Mazaros doing a great job today. Gonna go 2-2 on the day. He's got about 2 laps to go. Been a reasonable starter today as well, getting himself in the mix. Now Zayden's got down that he's supported by DJM Racing, Mudgee Power Sports and Moto Kit, so got some nice support on board hopefully. And hopefully with this result we'll see him at all the rest of the rounds, because he's going to put himself into a nice little championship position here. Probably just back of Oliver Rex, but possibly in front of a couple of the other guys here that are just in front of him in the points total. So Mazaros down the hill, past the finish line and scoring tower. Those ruts across that last corner, massive ruts there as we wait for our third place. There's Penman. And then there's a lap rider, and then there's a gap to Frezza. We just check out the facility here at Lake Macquarie. Our lake sign there right in front of the dam. As you'll see them come shooting up the hill here in just a second. I think that was Mazzaros going past us just there. It is definitely Mazzaros, our second position on track. So he's actually dropped down a little bit. Rex is getting away at this point. He's got a 13.5 second lead over second position of Mazzaros on screen. But still a great ride for Mazzaros today. We are on the last lap here. Up the hill to the National Motorcycle Alliance corner goes Mazzaros. Just sort of tiptoes around just outside of that deep inside rut. Probably not a bad line, that one, actually. Just to keep it a little bit smoother. But you can see him battling. The handlebars were bouncing around there, trying to get out of that rut to drive up the hill here. But I've just seen Oliver Rex come over the finish line, so that's the moto win for Oliver Rex. So that's 4 motos for 4 wins for Oliver Rex in this 14 to 16s class. As we see the second position rider, Zayden Mazzaros, come down the hill to grab second in that moto. Solid day for Zayden. And we're looking for our third place. There he is, the 171 of Luca Penman, followed closely by the 18 of Kai Frezza. So that's our 14 to 16 years 85cc Moto 2 complete for the day. We'll take a quick break on our coverage and we'll come back with more action.
Work it, feel it, own it, now get it, you got it. Click, click. Click, click. Ooh, what a view, look at you, looking real smooth. Ooh, what a view, look at you, zoom, zoom, zoom. Ooh, what a view, look at you, looking real smooth. Ooh. Click, click, zoom.
Looks good, eh?
Ken,
What was that, love?
I said, Ken,
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Sick of the daily grind? Make your move to Lake Macquarie.
The 15-second board is up here for the 7 to 1065s. It's flipped into the 5-second board. Revs are up, heads are down. Gate drop. Who's going to get the start? The number 2 of Blanchard comes around in 3rd position, it looks like.
Oh, but he's sweeping the outside and made a move there to go from 3rd to 2nd, and he's cut to the inside trying to make a move on the 103 who got the whole shot there. Now the 103 machine. That is Phoenix Osborne with a great start for this Moto 2. Blanchett 2nd. Few riders struggling. Oh, a couple of riders come together there on our drone shot too as they headed into that Kennards High corner. They're all getting themselves up and going, but they're at the back of the pack now, so a bit of work for those couple of riders to do. So we see the 8 there, I think now moving into like 3rd position. That's Finn Jarvis. A few riders coming through here.
Blanchett all the way into 1st position now, mate. He's made that move coming over the 2nd tabletop. Dives to the inside, uses that inside rudder, and then down into the braking bumps into our whole shot graphics banner corner there.
So Archie doing much what he did in the first moto. Getting a reasonably good start. Starting to check out at the front. Will Jarvis be able to go with him? Or will he run away with it? It's been the battle between these two at Canberra and now Lakes. They're basically splitting the motos over the 2 weekends. But Jarvis is going to try and steal this one back if he can. To try and just take a hold of the championship lead. Otherwise, they'll be basically tied again going into round 3.
Yeah, it's good to see some seriously close racing out of these boys.
These two have definitely got a bit of a gap already on 3rd position. These two are in a bit of a class of their own here, it seems. But from 3rd back to about, God, I don't know, about 15th is all fairly close there. So there's a good battle there for the mid-pack sort of running.
Archie choosing the high line there around the Dantia barriers and then to the inside of the Kennard tyre corner. Sets himself up for the rollers. Keeps it smooth. Little double in the middle there. Again choosing the inside rut. Over the double and down into the triple. Launching that Yamaha GYTR machine.
Just getting an update on some of the timing here. I think one of the riders that might have went down there at that start that I was mentioning on our drone shot might have been the 288 of Caden Teague. He was who's the younger brother of Blake, who was in here just having a commentator there at the end of the Blake Bohannon moto just recently. So not great for Caden, but hopefully he's going to build himself back through the pack here in a minute. But there's Archie on screen, just heading up over the step up to the top of the hill. Got a nice handy gap now. Not sure if Finn has made a mistake there or if Archie's just running a much stronger pace, but Archie's, if he has a look over his shoulder here across the finish line, he was going to see daylight behind him. So he drops down now across the start straight, trying to get all that little horsepower from that 65 down to the ground to keep running at the front of this pack. Pretty good run there through the rollers for Blanchette. Oh, the end of that rut there, you can see. And I think, yeah, Jarvis is going to take the same one. There's a bit of a hook in it that brings him back and a bump. Just shoots him out at a funny angle. I think that's the same spot that we saw Layla White go down earlier in the day in one of the girls' motos. Just formed up a bit nasty as that exit of that rut. Blanchette looking for a good run here through these rollers, trying to keep the bike down. Like I was saying, got to pump the legs and then try and pop that last double to get out. Some of these kids might need to spend a bit more time at the pump track, get that motion going up and down. Up and over that center tabletop. No dramas on getting the jump cleared for Archie. Oh, got a nice kick there from as he stepped it down a gear, getting prepared to brake for the corner. The bike just broke and went sideways on him. No harm, no foul. He probably doesn't even remember it now, but definitely looked worse on the camera than it probably felt. Archie putting in another solid lap here. We'll get an update on his time as he comes through and the gap, because he's definitely dropped Finn Jarvis even further off the back of the bike. So he went through in a 153. Finn did a 155, so the gap's now out to a 5.6 second gap at the front of the pack. So Archie controlling this one now. We'll keep an eye as we get through these rides, updating. We'll see how the rest of the field is going. I want to keep an eye on my man Caden Teague, if he's moved any further up after that first lap crash situation. So our running order buds: Blanchette, Jarvis, Hughes, Kirchen, Lennox, Riley, Fordham. That was about the top 8 there. We'll see where this run comes down through a bit further. We'll get to the 30 pluses. Yeah, Caden's up to 34th, so moving a little bit, not far. Blanchette's extending that table down the hill. Oh, we've got a rider down here. I think that's the 291 maybe of Harper Van Middeldijk. Just getting himself or herself back on the bike. Oh, we've got another rider down here, the 537. Getting assistance from our Motorcycle New South Wales man, Stephen, there. So the 537, that's Lawson Rule. Just in a bit of an awkward position as well by the look of it, went from that camera angle. Blanchette having a clean run here, coming down the hill. Getting past some of the lap riders. Bit of traffic ahead for Archie. Still navigating that drop onto the start straight okay. All those ruts are getting a fair bit deeper as this day is progressing. Oh, bit of a slow bounce there for that rider. Didn't quite catch the number, but not how you want to be going through that section for the rider that Archie's just putting a lap down. Some of our media crew there. We've got a few different people here doing some edits for the kids. You probably need to check them out and maybe get them hooked up for your own kids so that you can get some content of them. Blanchette up nice and high that time around the Dantia berm. Trying to stay out of the bumps and the ruts in the inside there, I'd say. Oh, battling that Risen Unlimited inside rut there was Blanchette. Some of these ruts get a bit rough for these smaller 65cc bikes. They don't have the same horsepower to drive across the top of them, so they tend to end up going into them more, and that makes the bike bounce, and because these kids don't have a lot of weight, then they bounce and then they all get a bit out of shape. So Archie's got to navigate two riders here. That's the 18, which is Carter White, and the 288, that's Caden Teagar. That's Caden getting a lap down there. Caden's making the move on the 18 at that point. There's Finn Jarvis, our man, second on track. He's nearly 8 seconds down on Archie in this one. He's going to make the move here on the 18 of Carter White. Probably on this run down the hill, we'll probably get him on one of these tabletops here. Yeah, he's going to clear it. Carter isn't. So we're on the last lap now. You saw that board out. So Finn's going to try and get past Caden here as they head to the bottom section. He's probably going to have to run the wide line as Caden takes the inside line. He's going to get a better run there. We see Blanchette just still navigating some of these back market traffic. The 45 of CJ Saville going a lap down as well. Much bigger class this one out here, so plenty of riders for the fast guys to navigate through late in the motos. But Archie's still doing a great job there, controlling everything pretty smoothly. Today's been a much better day for Archie in Lake Macquarie than the opening round in ACT. He was fast, but not quite fast enough because Finn got both those moto wins. Archie had a struggle there, and I think in Moto 1, if I'm not mistaken. But today's a much better day. Good hole shot in the first moto. Decent start in this second one to carve through a couple of riders on the opening couple of corners to put himself into the lead early. And he hasn't looked back at this point. He has led this one from lap 1. He's going to lay it all the way to the checkers. He's going to have about a 10-second lead over second position of Finn Jarvis. As he comes down the hill, does the number 2 machine of Archie Blanchette on that GYTR Yamaha Junior Racing team. He's going to get the win. He's going to get the overall. And that's going to be tied up in the points for this championship battle here in the 7 to 10 65cc class. Finn Jarvis over the line there in second. We'll be looking for our third place rider of the 24 machine of Jax Hughes here shortly. And I think that's him about to pop in the screen and give us a little no-footer. Nice style there, Jax. So that's your top three. Plenty of riders still to come across the circuit here. We might take this chance to have a break on our coverage. We've got about 3 or 4 motos left of our day one action, so plenty more still to come.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Welcome back to round 2 action of the Motorcycle New South Wales Motocross State Titles. We are getting deep in our program here on day 1. This is Moto 2s for our 12 to 16 years girls 85cc class. Had an interesting opening moto here. We had a bit of a change of the lead. We had 3 riders up there. We had a rider have a crash, which was the 608 of Layla White. We had Chloe Hart on the 67 get the whole shot, but then we had the, where is it? She was the, where's Delilah? Delilah was there on the win at the end of this one on the 467. So we're going to see who gets this whole shot and who's going to battle for this moto win at the start of it. I think that's Delilah getting a good start. And it is, she's got the whole shot. Followed closely by Chloe Hart, Layla White. I think that's Mia Cameron on the outside there in 4th. So the usual suspects are up the front. Will they be able to hang with Delilah? Oh, she's having a bit of a moment there trying to get out of that rut on the Risen Unlimited corner. So Chloe Hart closes up just a little bit. As they all very tight there as they run through that corner. All right, back on the comms here. Sorry about that, guys. Out there, just having a couple of little technical difficulties this afternoon. But, Russ, you just mentioned that you noticed the 37 having a bit of a crash there. Lily Lewis.
Yeah, Lily Lewis has come around the final corner as it crosses the start straight, mate, and she's had a huge one. The top section of the track you can see is quite dusty and dry. The middle section is dark with a little bit more traction, but right on the exit, there is a blue groove shiny spot. It looks as though she's come through the box, kicked sideways, and she's high-sided. So quite a big crash. It took her a minute to get back up again, but as the medical team were arriving, she was able to get that bike up, get it started, and she's back on the track, mate. So she looks like she's pretty sore, looks like she's pretty beat up, but she can be very proud of herself that she's gotten herself back up and going again. So good to see she's okay. But, yeah, that was a big one.
Now, I'm just noticing too, our leader has lost the lead because she's had a moment right in front of the center tabletop. So Delilah Watts has had a big issue because it's taken her a long time to get going as well. So she is buried in the pack here now, unfortunately. So the leader is now Layla White from Chloe Hart. So we've had a big change here in the running order. So I'm not sure quite what happened to Delilah, whether she lit up the rear tyre and sort of turned herself around before the jump up ramp. So we're hearing another rider down. Oh, Layla White's gone down at the end of the rollers. So we're having another change for the lead here. So Chloe Hart's got the lead now. Layla White's going to hold on a second there, but she's going to lose a fair bit of ground to Chloe Hart. So bit of action happening here in this 12 to 16 years girls class. So we'll have to catch an updated running order here.
She's back up on the bike, mate, coming up the hill now. Looks to be okay. Bike doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch where Delilah's come across the line in 8th as well. So, and quite a ways down on a lap time too. So about 30 or so seconds that she's lost ground-wise there in that little moment. So not how she wanted Moto2 to go. She was having a good run there with the whole shot and leading early, but yeah, a mistake has maybe messed up her day. As Layla White's on screen now, running second after that little crash at the end of the rollers. So she's had a crash in each moto in basically a similar section of the track there. So she probably doesn't like the bottom part of our circuit here at Lake Macquarie.
Yeah, look, it's so important to sort that stuff out as a rider too. You know, if you're having regular crashes in that same sort of area, you've got to start to think, how can I get through here in one piece? How can I choose a different line, keep myself safer, keep myself up on the bike? Not only for time-wise, obviously crashing's expensive time-wise, but you've got to keep your body together. You can't keep slamming yourself, can't keep hitting the ground. There's no way that you win in a race like that. So,
well, just noticing the 13 at the top of the hill as well. Russ just having a moment there. So Aria Carmody is down up the top, getting some attention. So hopefully she's okay. But yeah, another rider down. And actually, just while I've got the chance too, our rider who was third in the championship coming in here after getting third overall in ACT was the 474 of Olivia Hadju. I checked in with her because she's not on the list today and I wasn't sure what was happening there. But Olivia's messaged me back and said that she had a crash about 2 weeks ago and actually has a nasty burn that she's having to get recovered from. So she must have ended up under the bike in the crash and got burnt. Unable to race this weekend, and she's hoping to be back for round 3, but she just doesn't know how the burn is going to heal up. So hopefully she can get things sorted out and the recovery goes well. But yeah, you never want to have a burn, but she's got a decent one by the sounds of it. So best wishes and fast recovery for Olivia. Hopefully we get to see her back for round 3, if not round 4 or 5. So a bit of an update here in our running order. Chloe Hart leading. She's got a 9-second gap over Layla White. Mia Cameron's holding down third now. Macy White's fourth. Letty Seymour is in 5th. Delilah Watts has moved away up into 6th now, so clawing her way back into this one after that struggle in the centre tabletop area there. Addison Clerk in 7th. Bonnie Aldridge in 8th. Quinn Roach in 9th. Holly Impey in 10th. And Lily Lewis in 11th, and Aria Carmody, as we said, having that accident up the top. She's getting attended to still, so she's a couple of laps down now. She's technically 12th, but probably going to be a D and F here. So yeah, she is on screen, getting some attention as Layla White goes past her at the top of the hill. Chloe's just gone over the finish line there, so she's got quite a nice little lead going as Layla comes through.
Dave, I'm standing down here on the start straight, just underneath this final corner where the number 37 just had a big crash earlier. It's a little difficult to see, and the camera crew might be able to zoom in there for me, but right as they come around the exit of that corner, that slick patch I was talking about, there's actually a hole beforehand. If you watch closely as the bikes come around, the bikes are slipping and sliding, but they're also kicking sideways as they hit that exit bump. You can see the number 20, the 288's just come through there. She's navigated that pretty well. But if you just pay a little bit of attention to that top corner, just above me here. Yeah, there's a very tricky section there opening up, and when the bikes kick sideways, it's all over.
It's always been a difficult corner, that one. It always develops in this manner and ends up being something you've got to pay real close attention to. You can't just go, barreling into it and grab a handful, because you will end up on the ground probably facing the wrong way because it'll high side you. So yeah, it's a section of track that gets quite difficult to navigate. As we see Chloe Hart up and over the centre tabletop, not having any issues navigating that section of track is Chloe. Having a solid day here in the end. She got second in the first moto and been maybe handed this one a little bit with a couple of accidents there for her competitors, but she's doing a good job at the front. She also got a moto win and a second place at round 1, so she is currently tied in the championship, but this will probably give her the lead in the championship over Layla White with this moto win here. So she's just got to hold on to this one and get herself to the finish. Still got about 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go. So still a bit to navigate here. Can't back off just yet. Job's not done, as they say. Got to finish it out. Another lap in the books for Chloe Hart. Through that section Ross and I were just talking about. She did a pretty good job there. The bike looked fairly settled. So we wait for her to pop through screen. There she is, just navigating the rollers. Now, Layla White has just popped up on the screen as going purple, so she's got a 1:57.3. She's just about a second and a bit faster than Chloe Hart at the moment, so Layla's the fastest girl on track. There she goes through screen, taking a nice wide line through the corner after the rollers at the bottom of the circuit. Chloe was on the gas pretty hard there, trying to get up the hill. Doing a good job through the middle. She used a nice sweeping middle line through that Dantia berm. Probably found the smoothest part of that track. Then found maybe the roughest on the exit of the Kennards High corner, but anyway. Getting up and over these jumps. She's making the full extension down the hill. Good run at the centre tabletop. You can see the gap there. So that's Chloe going over the second tabletop up the hill. And Layla's just coming out of the whole shot graphics berm. So on track, there's a reasonable distance between them. That's what 7.5 seconds looks like in distance. As Chloe has to navigate these rough braking bumps and the couple of ruts you've got to line yourself up into to get around that corner safely. Clicking gears going up the hill to get the drive, to get over the step up. I think we've got the 13 machine now loaded up into the buggy at the top of the hill, so she's going to make her way down with some treatment going on. So hopefully Aria's okay. As Chloe Hart just comes past the finish line. Not yet with the last lap board. She's got about 30 seconds, so it'll be 2 laps to go here in our 12 to 16 years girls class. Delilah Watts has crept her way back into this one. She's gone fastest with a 1:57.0. She's now in third on track, so awesome job from Delilah to salvage this race and get herself back in the mix here. So that's going to give her a 1-3 score, but I think the 2-1 score for Chloe Hart, if she holds on to this, is going to be enough to get the overall for the day. But I don't know what that gap is. No, it's quite a large gap. 24 seconds from Delilah up to second place, Layla White. So don't think she's going to bridge that with two laps to go, but anything's possible, I guess. This is moto. We'll see how it goes. We'll have to keep eye on that progress for Delilah Watts. But good recovery so far. I can just see Layla White just at the back of the screen there, getting held up by a lap rider as Chloe just takes a bit of a wide line to sweep out of that rut there in that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Probably just trying to find anything that's smooth to try and make it easy on herself. And she's got to navigate past the 15 of Addison Clerk. So this time down past the finish line. The last lap board is being displayed, so 1 to go for Chloe Hart here, and we'll get the overall job done for the day and take the championship lead. So we see some of our other riders. Chloe's going to close up on these riders across this lap. There's Chloe. Doing a good job in that roller section that time through. Keeping the bike light-ish and going through. It's a challenging section of track, that's for sure. And that's the 37 machine there. That was Lily White. Chloe making a move there on one of our back markers. I think that might have been the 129 of Quinn Roach. All right, so about half a lap to go here for Chloe. Another rider in front of her that she's going to have to navigate around. I think that's the 317 of Bonnie Aldridge. Bonnie having a good ride there on the Kawasaki. Kind of like that purple and white gear set to go with the Cowie. It's a good look. So down the hill one more time for the KTM mounted Chloe Hart. She's going to take this Moto 2 win here at round 2 of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. That's going to give her the overall for the day. And that will give her the championship lead. Layla White's come over in second position. And that's going to mean that Delilah Watts is going to get third on track. But what could have been for Delilah, I have to see what happened to her at some point as well, because that moment she had in front of the centre tabletop looked rather awkward, just probably in a bad spot to get back onto the bike. But Russ, have you got our race winner down there, mate?
Not quite yet, mate. They're just going through a little bit of tech there with one of the marshals. The girls are all waiting up, mate. Some amazing sportsmanship. They all tend to wait for each other on the exit there. I think they're taking the transponders off or checking them or something or other. But the girls are all high-fiving and giving each other knuckles. So some very cool sportsmanship going on, mate. It's very, very cool to see. I'm looking at Chloe Hart and Lila right now. We'll pull them in for an interview. See if we can have a bit of a chat with them, mate.
As we see the 288 of Mia Cameron come across the line. Just watching our last couple of competitors for this girls class make their way across the finish line. Our next race on track is going to get spicy. It's the MX3 class. This will be their Moto 2 for the day. We're going to have to keep an eye on that number 5 machine, Drew Kremer. Showed everybody how to get around the track in Moto 1. Now Russ has got Chloe finally, so we'll quickly cut to them. Russ, go ahead, mate.
Chloe, that was an unreal race. Tell me a little bit about what was going through your head throughout the race there.
Yeah, I got a pretty good start. I was, I think, in second, but yeah, I was in second for the first lap, and then the girl in front of me crashed, which was not very good. And then I was in a battle with Layla, and she unfortunately come off in the bottom section, but it's not the best way to win a race when your competitors had a sack. But yeah, had a good day, and congrats to the girls, and thanks for competition to all the girls, and yeah.
Mate, you're doing unreal, and it's cool to hear that you actually want to race these girls hard, not just win because someone had a crash. You've got the overall for today, so congratulations. You've got to be stoked with that. Round 2 all sorted out for you. On to round 3. We can't wait to see you there. Congratulations.
All right, MX3 action is on track. The whole shot has gone to the 275 of Riley Burgess. Drew Kramer, the number 5, who won our opening motor, is a little bit buried in this pack. He got an all right jump, but didn't quite get the run into the first turn. We'll keep an eye on him. There he is in about 7th position. There was a rider going the wrong way on the track at one point there after the Kennards High corner. But Riley Burgess has got the start that he probably wanted in Moto 1. He's followed closely by the 28 machine. That's Peter Wolf. And then who have we got there in 3rd position? I think that might be the 8 of Rafael Rossiter, but we'll see. No, I don't think that's right. We'll see who it is when we get a bit closer around over the first turn, over the finish line there. There's the 999 of Nate Ebick running 4th. It is an 8 on the back of that jersey, so it might be Rafael Rossiter. And of course our timing has just gone down, so I won't be able to confirm that. But Burgess at front. Now I was told this week, yesterday in preparation of this event, Riley's actually doing triple duty across the weekend. He's running MX3, MX2, MX1. So a lot of motos coming up for Riley this weekend. He's got the support of Boyd's there. Boyd's Moto Surgery. Boyd will be on the pit board. If anyone watched the Always Moto show, they'll understand that Riley threw his father under the bus about his pit board spelling. So Boyd's on the pit board these days. We can blame Riley for that. I'm just rehashing the information. Don't shoot the messenger. But Riley's looking good at the front of this one. He's got a little gap now over Peter Wolf. Raphael doing a much better race this one in Moto 2 here. He didn't feature in Moto 1. Ebick's up here again, but he seems to not have the start to get out in front. He's always working through the pack. I wonder what he would do here at Lakes if he got a better start in these motos. But he's currently running 4th. Still looking for the 5. There's the 5 of Kremer just behind those guys. So he's in about 6th or 7th at the moment on track is Drew Kremer. So he's got a bit of work if he wants to get up for this overall. Because at the moment, Burgess with a 2-1 would have the overall for the day.
As Burgess is just absolutely opening up a huge lead here, mate, as he comes down to cross the start straight. He's wide open on his Boyd's Moto Surgery KTM machine with a nice gap back to 2nd position there. Ebick pushing forward as hard as he can as well. These boys are wide open, heading down into the back section of the track here at Lakes today.
Well, I just spotted the number 23 machine of Corey Eisel going past as well. So they obviously got that header pipe bolted back on, if it was in fact his.
Looks like the 5 of Kremer might be making a move here, mate. I think he's gained a couple of positions in that back section of the track.
Yeah, he's definitely jumped up a couple because I think he's up to 5th now, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, he's gained a couple there. So he's working his way forward. He did have much more speed than everybody else here so far today with the qualifying time and the Moto 1 win. So he should be able to make his way through. It's just whether he can stay patient enough to get through these guys and not make a mistake and go down. Because that's what can tend to happen here when you're battling some of these guys and your heart rates are maybe a bit more elevated. Got a bit less vision from the roost as well, but Riley Burgess is checked out at the front. There he is on screen, doing a great job in Moto 2. Looking the goods here, but it's early days. This is a longer moto than the rest of the ones we've had so far today.
Kremer seems to be playing around with a few new lines out there, mate. He's searching. He's going back and forth, left and right. Looking to get a bit creative, looking to try and make a gap. He's just made the move on Ebick now. And the move is stuck.
Well, so he's up to third. So he's gained a couple of positions in that lap as well. So very good moves here for Drew Kremer. Can he get past Peter Wolf? That'll be the next question. That'll get him up in the second. But even if he does that, which looks like he's trying to make a move down the bottom section as they come up the hill, we'll have to see where they've come out.
He's done it. He's got the move done, mate. Kremer has moved into 2nd position as they come over the Kennards High roller. The boys send it deep over there. Kremer goes to go high, but he dives in to shut the door on the number 23. This is Riley Burgess is going to have to get on the gas here, mate, because Drew Kremer is coming for him.
Well, this is what we want to see happen here because Riley's got a nice gap. So can Drew Kremer close that? He has the speed. But Riley should be able to hold on to this one throughout. We're just going to have to see how it plays out here. Because like I said, Drew Kremer is coming. And he's coming fast, actually. Look at that go.
Seeing a little bit of urgency out of Kremer, mate. And I reckon Burgess looks a little bit relaxed. I'm not sure if he's exactly aware of what's going on behind him. But to me, Burgess needs to put the hammer down 100% right now, mate. Because Kremer is hungry.
Well, at the way they run at the moment, they're going to tie on the points, but the overall would go to Burgess. So right now, Kremer just basically needs to catch him and pass him. But he's got this whole last straight that they're basically gapped apart. I don't have any updates on timing and scoring. We're just struggling with that here in the booth. It's just cut off, so I can't update you on that. But we're just going to have to go visually. For the moment, Burgess has got a nice gap over Kremer, over Wolf, over Ebbing.
Now, I just saw Matt Boyd down here in the mechanics area let Burgess know how big his gap was. So Burgess is now fully aware of the gap that Kremer is closing in on him.
Well, let's hope he could read that pit board.
There was no spelling involved, mate, just some numbers.
Well, as long as he doesn't have to take his shoes and socks off to count it out, that'll be fine.
That's right, mate. Now, Kremer's coming up. He's into those rollers. He's definitely got his eyes fixed on Burgess as he dives to the inside rut, launches around that corner. That was extremely fast. Sets himself up for centre, and he's on the hunt for Riley Burgess.
I think that gap is closing. If I'm just visually looking at it, I'd say Kremer is closing in, and he's doing a nice job. I don't know if he's eating into it quick enough, as we see Ebic and Wolf having a battle in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. They're going to drag race down the hill, but Wolf's going to close out that position and hold onto it for the time being. But Ebic is coming forward as well.
Riley Burgess got a lap rider in front of him, mate. This might be what Drew Kremer needs.
We just blew straight past him around the outside.
Straight past him, didn't hold him up at all.
You know how you're talking about that exact corner there at the end of this straight that we just got on the screen as they drop onto the start straight. If you watch Riley, he is absolutely holding it on right around the outside of that to miss all of what you were talking about on the inside of that corner. So Riley's found a way around there as fast as possible, but I think so have the rest of the guys.
Kremer comes around the bottom Motorcycle New South Wales corner there, the back section of our track, wide open, railing the top 20 or 30 centimetres of that berm, mate. He had that thing absolutely wedged on the very top piece of that berm. He's coming fast. Now, the last time Burgess makes a mistake. The last time they were in this section with the rollers heading up to the Risen Unlimited, Burgess was on the triple when Drew Kremer was in the rollers. Now, this time around, they were much, much closer. So Burgess was in the rut and Kremer was in the rollers. So he has definitely closed up the gap, and Burgess made a small mistake there. So I think that gap is starting to tighten up, mate.
Well, we've got a massive battle right now for third, fourth and fifth. We've got Wolf, Ebic and Tyson Williams has joined the party, and they're drag racing up to the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Williams is trying to sneak in between the two of them here as well. He's just trying to steal it out from under him. But it's all happening here. Wolf looks over his shoulder, thinks, where did you two come from? Ebic drag racing, Williams trying to stay with him up the hill here. And I think we've got another rider trying to creep in the back here of screen as well. I'm wondering what number that is. It's on a Yamaha, but is that McHugh maybe? On the 355, I'll have to check it out. But Ebic's going to run down the outside of Wolf into our last corner. Will he be brave enough to go around the outside? Not quite.
He's trying to hold it on, mate. He's trying to make the move work there. He dives to the inside.
He's going to push him out. Wolf shut the door on him into that corner before the whoops.
Couldn't quite get it done there. Let's see who emerges.
Ebic's had a little moment. Ebic had a moment, then Williams, like in synchronisation, had the same moment. And so they're going to come out exactly where they were.
Wolf dove to the inside of that corner there. Ebic holding it wide open. They're both fighting for that inside line. following each other through as they come into the Kennards higher corner. Again, both going for the inside line now.
It was Justin McHugh, the 355. He's actually made the move on Williams after Williams' little moment in the back section or the bottom section of the track. But McHugh's gone down, but Ebbick's made the move past Wolf at the same point. So much action in MX3. This class is the best to watch on the Saturday, that's for sure.
Ebbick will be stoked about that move, mate. He's got it done. Now he's got a sprint. He goes from the outside, dives to the inside. He's got a little bit of breathing room. He's going to be very, very happy about that. McEwen is going to be absolutely spewing. He was on a charge there too. That little stuff up's going to put him right back.
Well, Williams is trying to make the move now. He's trying to get back to Wolf here. And I think he's going to try and make a move past him shortly as well, because I feel like Peter Wolf is maybe just going backwards just a tiny bit at this point in the moto.
Dave Kremer is right on the back of Riley Burgess right now as they come around the back section here. They're on the same piece of track as they come over the double, then the Kennards high roller to drag race up the hill. Drew Kremer is definitely making up time.
Yeah, that gap has visually shrunk. Like, they are within maybe 2 seconds of each other, so we're going to have to try and get back to our lead battle here at some point. They are in the middle of the circuit, about to head down to the whole shot graphics berm and hit that center tabletop, because that is where our action is going to be here very, very shortly. Because the battle here for third, fourth, fifth is sort of just dying off a bit. We've had the moves made. Well, actually, Richie Lawler's starting to come into the back of screen there as well. So we've got a line astern here from about third back to about 10th, I reckon it is. We're going to have to keep an eye on our leaders as well, because they are tightening up. Drew Kremer is closing that gap on Riley Burgess at the front.
I don't think Kremer got the line he wanted to coming out of that bottom section of the track, mate, leading up into the highest part of the hill there. The gap seems to have opened up maybe a little bit. I think he didn't quite get the line he was after, but that right now they're on this back straight, heading into the bottom section, and Kremer is wide open. The gap has closed up now as they head into the rear rollers. Let's see who comes out of this section.
Yeah, Kremer is right to the back wheel. We just got a shot of him going through that roller section, and Kremer is closing quickly. So Burgess is going to have to do something fast here. He's got to find some better lines. He's got to keep this pace going.
And he's got two lap riders right in front of him too, mate, so there could be a little bit of challenge coming for him.
They're both in the one shot now on our screen as they exit that Kennards high corner, heading up towards that lap rider. That lap rider is going to get well out of the way, so good job there by the 94 machine. Riley's just going to go sweeping around the outside there and clear him, but we're going to have to pay attention to Drew just behind him as well. So the gap's sort of stabilised at the minute. Maybe Riley got the message, he read that board clearly and got the understanding that he needs to go, because Kremer is right there, but they haven't really closed up any more than they have for the last lap or so now. So Burgess still at front, putting that KTM where it needs to go. Down the hill goes that Coastal Motorcycle Centre KTM with Burgess at the helm. You see him sweep this final corner like I was talking about. He's going to run past the lap rider here. It's the 199 of Cooper Kewen. Burgess has got to get there through as well. He has. They both cleared that rider. Well, that rider's having a bit of a roll through the rollers there, not going at any great pace. But they're heading back up the hill now. The gap has stabilised, Russ. It hasn't really changed much, so we're probably looking for a point of either one of them to make a mistake and either close it up or really extend it out at the moment in the moto. It's just sort of stabilised. It's gone quiet for the time being.
That's exactly right. There could be a bit of fitness coming into play here. Drew was definitely on a charge, but that seems to have backed off now.
Well, Riley's had a good look over the shoulder just to check where he is, so he's obviously aware that he's there now. As they up and over the central tabletop. Drew's not showing as much flair over that one this time around.
No.
I think that might have been like what you said. He might have hit a little bit of a wall here and just got to get a breather in.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's run out of steam there, mate. He's not riding with the same intensity that he was just a few moments ago. He keeps taking that inside sort of mid-track line there as well, which I don't know if that's working for him. Riley seems to pull away from him going up that hill. As they come down the hill towards you over those three big tabletops.
Well, the last lap board is out, so Riley's got to hold on to this for one more lap, and he will be your overall winner for the MX3. But Drew Kramer's going to battle him right to the death here in this MX3 Moto 2. As they head to the bottom rollers, the battle's going to rage on. There they go through.
Drew definitely holding the bike wide open a lot further than Riley Burgess as he headed down into that back section, mate. So he's definitely keen to try and keep the engine running a bit longer than Burgess is into some of these corners. So he should be making up some ground on him, but there must be some lines where Burgess just has him absolutely covered because his gap just isn't shrinking.
Yeah, I'd say there's a couple of little ebbs and flows here that are going on because they do, it's just pretty much exactly the same. At the moment, maybe a tiny bit closer. Drew's maybe putting in this final charge, but he's going to have to do a lot to get past. Riley has another look over the shoulder. He knows he's got a few corners to go where Drew could possibly show him a wheel, so he's not going to let him get that close, hopefully, or at least for Riley. Riley have another big look. He's got to just go forwards as Riley Burgess.
There seems to be a few areas where Riley's just that much quicker. I think Drew seems to catch up to him in the rollers coming out of the Kennards higher barriers. But then from this section where they are right now, Riley just seems that much quicker than him. So he opens the gap back up again. So a little bit of cat and mouse going on where Drew seems to close the gap and then Riley seems to open the gap.
Well, I think that's going to be all she wrote for this moto because they're heading down the hill. Second tabletop to go. Burgess has a look over. Burgess is going to get the win there. Drew Kramer, little bit of a head shake. He wasn't happy with that one, but he got second in the end. Great ride from Kramer, but he's going to miss out on the overall. They're going to tie on points, but Burgess is going to get the overall in MX3 on that 275 machine. So let's keep an eye out on who comes through in third. I think it's going to be the 999 of Nate Ebick, but we're going to have to wait and see. Here he comes. There it is. The 999 of Nate Ebick is going to come across the line in third for that moto. So it'll be, the overall will be the Riley Burgess from Drew Kramer from Nate Ebick in MX3. What a race. What a race. Well done, boys. All right, we're going to take a break on our coverage. We need a breather. We'll be back with a few more motos left in our program. You're watching round 2 of the Motocross state titles from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennards Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
All right, we're back on track with more action. Never slows down here at the Motocross State Titles for Motorcycle New South Wales. This will be, it should be our 9 to 12 years 85cc. This will be our non-qualifiers moto. This will be a 3-lap short burst. These kids unfortunately didn't qualify into the main 2 motos, but they get a run here at the end of the day to check out how nasty this track gets and hopefully develop their skills to try and be able to qualify into that top 40 at round 3 next time when they get out on track at our next venue. Now we're just watching, it's a Yamaha out front. I think it's the 221 of Lewis Hazelwood, but I'll have to pick that up in a second. Was 122, my bad. I'm dyslexic. I put them around the wrong way. Nixon Manville. As you can see, the sun started to get down a bit lower here at Lake Macquarie, and it's going to be hard vision as you're trying to get up and down the hills here. As he comes over the finish line area, does the 1-2-2 of Nixon. Having a good run here in the non-qualifying moto. Singles the 2.56 in third position. Sonny Jarvis maybe in this one. Didn't quite pick that up correctly. That can't be right for Sonny. We'll see. Unfortunately, still got some issues with our timing and scoring here. As we see the crew running up the hill here, the shadows getting a bit longer, harder to see those bikes in the drone shot there with the trees covering in the circuit. Some deep ruts developed there in our Kennards High corner. But a lot of our shots and footage coming from our crew here, the Skywalker Studios guys. They're up on the Kennards scissor lift. They're up on scaffolding up the top of the hill. So they're doing a great job out there. Thank you guys for helping bring these pictures as we watch Nixon head up the hill there. Getting a good run. He's having a good moto. I don't know, he probably looks like he should have been in one of the qualifying ones. Maybe just had a bad qualifying and a crash or something in the last chance qualifier, but doing a good run here. So maybe we'll see him in some of these main motos at future rounds of our championship. We've got Dubbo, Bega and Cessnock still to go. So 3 more rounds of this championship. Plenty of racing and action still to come. One rider just having a struggle in the inside of the corner, then getting a bad run up the hill. I think that was the 47 of Nate Gomez, but can't quite pick it up from our sun glare there. The track has changed massively throughout the day here. Track crew's done a pretty good job to keep the dust down, considering it was a bit of a dry start for this area, and we thought we were going to get a storm last night, so they didn't put in too much water in the day or so leading up to the event, but they've done a good job of keeping it down throughout the day. So be keen to see how this track gets prepped up ahead of day 2 when our senior classes head out tomorrow. Just keeping an eye on our 9 to 12 85s at the moment. They're on their last lap of this non-qualifying moto. Probably enjoying the track conditions they are. Getting a bit of a chance to sight what they could be racing in future days here as part of the series when they get a little bit older and maybe a bit more developed with their skills. I think we've got the 47 there on screen coming towards us, Nate Gomez. Nate's got some sponsors on board. He's got Ghost Racewear and TNC Graphics helping him out, so that's pretty cool. Cool couple of sponsors for Nate. I think that's the 218 of Taylor Frankie coming down the hill just behind him as well. MCD Racing and Sato's Power Sports helping him out on a KTM machine there. Track has definitely got very dry and shiny up the top there. All the top layer of dirt has been brushed away there, and it's baked out quite a lot at the top of the hill. And yes, there's our checkered flag for this race. Pretty certain it was Nixon Manville on the 122 getting the win there. But that is our second last race on our schedule. So we might take a quick break here before our last race comes up on the track. And then we'll be almost done here at day one of the motorcycling state titles for round 2 here at Lake Macquarie.
State titles presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Work it, feel it, own it, now get it, you got it. Click, click. Click, click. Ooh, what a view, look at you
All right, welcome back. We've just concluded our final moto here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. It is round 2 of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. Day 1 is basically complete, Russ. We've had a massive day of racing out here. Couple of highlights for me. The ride from Blake Bohannon when he actually went down from the lead and then had to work his way through the field. The MX3 Moto 2 where we saw Drew Kemmer do something similar, work his way through the pack and chase down Riley Burgess. Didn't quite get him, but the ride to get there was impressive for me. So those are 2 highlights that I've had across today's racing. What about yourself, mate?
Mate, I was going to list those same 2 ones. That was absolutely unbelievable. For me, a highlight is any time any kid takes a pretty hard slam and gets up and continues riding. I love seeing that. Some of our girls took a few big hits today. Some of the juniors did as well. So it was really cool to see them all up and going again. 1, that they're healthy, but 2, that they've just got that staying power. They've got that grit in them, that they're willing to take a bit of a hit and get themselves back up and ride it again. But you're right, Blake Bohannon, it was amazing to see him come through the pack. We don't get to see that often because he's a bit of a whole shot king.
He's great at starts, right?
He's great at starts. He's a whole shot king, and then he disappears. So he's a very impressive rider, but when he's just out in front all the time, you don't get to see a lot of pressure or any kind of, anything that's too interesting out of Blake. He's just very calm. The bike's very stable, and he just does his thing. And it becomes, dare I say it, a little boring. It's like Blake's out in front again, and he's gone. So it was nice that he had a little tip over, took him a while to get it going and put him way back and having to watch him come from 15th, 20th and work his way back to the front. Very, very cool. Drew Kremer as well, another guy that did an amazing job of coming all the way through. I think we saw a little bit of fitness come in there at the end, maybe. He seemed to charge right to that second position and then stall out a little bit. So maybe it was a fitness thing, maybe arm pump, I'm not too sure.
Probably just the fact that intensity was so high for him to get through those first 5 or 6 riders that he had to get through. And once you do that, you sort of just blow yourself up a little bit. But yeah, he had a great ride. I was really impressed by it. So look, let's look forward to tomorrow's action. We've got mostly our senior classes out on track. We've got our MX1, our MX2. We're going to have our MXW, our MX Vets. So we've got a massive program again tomorrow. We're going to have riders like Reese Budd, Cooper Holroyd, Jiley Campbell out in the Stark. I'm going to call him, actually. He told me he's got his starts figured out this time, so I'll keep that one there in the pocket for later. So plenty of action tomorrow. We're going to be back on our stream from 8:30 in the morning. So if you want to tune in then, you'll be able to watch it all day from 8:30 on the Motocycle New South Wales live stream YouTube page. Russ, any final comments before we close this one out?
Mate, just that. It was a fantastic day. Lakes is an amazing club. The track prep was awesome. The guys did really well. They fought really hard to keep the track in decent condition all day. And honestly, I think they did an amazing job. The machines are heading out there right now. They're knocking all the ruts down. They're going to re-rip the track again. I dare say they'll rip it a bit deeper than what they did for yesterday for the seniors. And I'm going to guess there's going to be a whole lot of moisture going in to this track. I bet that dam is going to be a few feet lower in the morning than
Much
what it is
further
right
down.
now. So I think there's going to be some awesome track prep. This is such a racy, fast track, mate. There's so many moves to be made. There's so many opportunities to pass in. I can't wait to see the seniors tomorrow.
No, myself included. Looking forward to it immensely. So yeah, look, basically be back here at 8:30 for the YouTube live stream. I'm David Hogan from the Always Moto YouTube channel. That's Russell Hicks from Power Sports Central. We'll be back with you tomorrow for more action. Be ready, set your clocks, 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll be going live stream again.